Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto Was in Bleach as the Demon Shinigami. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. 85 years later. It has been 85 years since Naruto and their others saw Yoruichi leave through the Senkaimon Naruto made. Within those years Naruto been training his ass off, trying to understand and control his new powers. He did change over the years but not by much. He did not grow but his hair did. It was down to his mid-back which he keep in a ponytail just like Jiraiya. The two bangs he had were now past his shoulders and his muscles were slightly bigger but not by much. However, he did learn a lot for his training, finding out he could use every chakra element, which was good because it kept him busy and his mind off Yoruichi. The only one he could not control was his dark chakra, as it was among the strongest chakras and the only real way to control it was to have a dark heart, which he doesn't have, or at least his think he doesn't. Besides training to control his new chakras and Fox abilities, he almost has complete control with his new wizard's powers as well, with a little mishap here and there. If you're wondering what kind of mishap, let us just say he blow up half of his already destroyed training ground where you can't even see the bottom off where he lost control. Other than that, he did build a underground training facility for Shinji and his group like they wanted. He asked if they want it to look like his but passes it would take longer since they wanted to get their new powers under control ASAP. Naruto also learned the truth of why Urahara made the Hogyoku and why Aizen truly wants to get his hands on it. In addition, why it took over his future self. He could not believe that so much power a little orb held, and if Aizen could find a way to use its full potential it would be the end of the way of life. Once they left and he built the training ground for the wizards, he added a few rooms to his house in town with a training ground there too. Urahara asked why he made an extra room for Yoruichi since they both are going to be sleeping in the same room anyway. His only response was he knew what he was doing and there was a reason for what he was doing. With that, he left to begin his training. Never heard from for 85. Not hearing from him got some of the others worried, so when they went to check him they could not even find the entrance to his training ground. Therefore, they figure he did not want to be disturbed while he was training. Since he didn't want to go outside to the surface, or I should say he can't with all the training he went through, he developed too much Reiatsu which he couldn't suppress. It also I say about 1/4 of his power would still leaking out of his body. He considered using his Gigai but figured it'd be destroyed since it was made to suppress a captain level soul, and he knew for a fact he was no captain level anymore. He say he now equal to the head captain's Bankai without his Zanpakuto, maybe even higher. So he would have to ask Urahara to make him a special made one just for him. Since Kuron was good to have around he would let him keep his old Gigai. His only choice was to use Shunken Ito back to the training ground at his new home since the one he was living at he destroyed in his training section. Well, this place looks like shit. No, let me rephrase that, shit looks like a flower compared to this place. Naruto said as Naruto looks at what is left of his so-called training ground, and since whatever he sees his hollow sees as well. This place looks like a fucking meteor hit this place. Naruto had to agree with his inner hollow. The once beautiful training ground he had reduced to nothing but rubble. The green grassy plains burned, scorched hell. The ground itself was tore out of the ground. The lake he had dried up from the intense flames from his foxfire along with his fire jutsus he practiced. Yeah, all that time it took to make it, now it useless. Naruto said he was a little disappointed. He really liked this place, but with all his demonic chakra he used, he doubt anything would grow back. Anyway, what are we going to do about your other problem you seem to have trouble with? Naruto asked him. What problem? I don't remember having any problem besides trying to use my dark chakra and some of the more advanced hollow moves. Naruto replied, not really sure what Naruto was talking about. Are you kidding me? You nearly made a Senkaimon just to go find the queen. Naruto exclaimed, making Naruto's eyes widen bit. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, I'm not sure what I am going to do about that. Wait, what the hell do you mean? It is my problem, not yours. He told his inner hollow. Oh come on, you two had your fun, so why not let me have a crack at her? Naruto suggested. Hell no, how about I just go in there and kick your ass just for thinking that? Naruto shot back. Calm down, it was just a suggestion. You don't have to bit my head off. Naruto said. Well, keep your suggestion to yourself, get it? He told his inner hollow. Yeah, let's just get out of this dump before she wakes up. Naruto warned Naruto, who just realized that it was just his holo talking to him. Oh crap, I forgot she was sleeping. She gets cranky when someone wakes her up. He said, his voice cracking a bit, fearing she might wake up. Yeah, so quit standing there and get moving before Naruto started to say. Will you two shut your fucking mouths? My Kami, all you two do is arguing about some stupid little thing like who is going to fuck who. If you put too much power it will kill us or blow the place up. Kami, all I want to do is get some damn sleep. Is that hard to ask for? An angry female voice yelled in Naruto's mind, making him sweat a bit. If there is one other person besides Yoruichi he feared to make them mad at him, it was his Zanpakuto Zitasumigai. She might not be able to kill him because he cannot die in his inner world, but never stopped her from trying. If Naruto kept count on how many times she tried, which he did, it would be over 9,000. Just kidding, it was more like 506 times, which is still a lot if you ask me. Ah great, the wicked bitch of the West is awake, there goes all our quality time we had. Naruto said, not really caring she now was stand next to him. This is what is happening in Naruto's mind, but he cannot see what is going on since he not in his inner world. As for what Zitasumigai looks like, she is about the same height as Yoruichi with white long hair that ends at her mid-back. Two long bangs that are parted and frame the sides of her face, something like Sephiroth or Aerith from Final Fantasy VII, with creamy white skin with green eyes, which was weird but it could be worse. She could have had pink hair. She uses to wear a white kimono that covered her B-cup breast and went down to her mid-calf, but after seeing what Yoruichi wore, she decided to change her outfit to something similar. She kept it the same but changed the color of the orange sweater to red so if blood got on it wouldn't stain. Also she could maneuver better but only wears it when Naruto and her train. She would have asked why but knew it reminded him of Yoruichi and he didn't need to worry about her while he trained. What the fuck did you just say? Sume said as her face was getting madder by the second. What, are you deaf? Okay, let me say it slow for you so you can read my lips. Naruto said as he cleared his throat. Ah great, the wicked bitch of the West, he said slowly until she punched him in the face, sending him into a couple of building. You fucking whore, Naruto exclaimed as he got out of the rubble his was in. It's on now like Donkey Kong bitch. He added as he dashed towards her. His own scythe materialized in his hands, the same as Naruto and Sume, but the blade is white and the staff is a black-red color. Oh, so we're using weapons this time, Sume said as a smirk appeared on her face with her own scythe materialized in her hands as well. Let's hope you're better than fuzzy fish cakes. If not, this is going to be one hell of a one-side fight. She taunted him, get him mad. I'll show you a one-sided battle, you good for nothing bitch of a weapon. Naruto yelled at her as he positioned his scythe behind him and swung it in front of himself. Soniku Surashu. Sonic Slash. A black thin crescent moon-like attack went straight towards Sume, who stood there waiting for the attack. Just before it was about to hit her, she jumped over it, shooting the same attack he used at him as his attack hit the build behind her, cutting it in two like it was nothing. Naruto did not wait as she did, instead her ran straight towards it. Just before it was going to hit, he swung his scythe, cutting her attack in half and jumping at her. Clang! She blocked his attack by placing the staff of her side where his scythe blade and staff meet, just barely dodging his scythe blade as it was at the side of her face. Looks like you've been practicing when I'm sleeping, haven't you? She asked him with a smug look on her face as he said nothing, but the look on his face said it all. He was mad that she blocked his attack. What cat got your tongue, or is the baby scared he is going to get his ass kicked by a girl again? She said in a mocking tone, which made him even madder. All right, you asked for it. Hope you like this new move Hokage and I made, he told her, making her raise an eyebrow. Sero ha. Sero's scythe blade. Naruto's scythe blade started to glow crimson red, extending his reach about a half a foot more, cutting Sume's right shoulder, but that was not what shocked her. What did was his attack cut her scythe in two where the staff touched his blade, causing his scythe to slice into her even more as blood sprayed out as he pulled it free. The two fell back to the ground, Naruto landing on his feet while Sume did the same but fell to her knees, gripping her wounded shoulder. That not fair, you used your hollow powers, Sume complained, making Naruto laugh at her. There is no such thing as fair in love and war, so the answer is, he said as he sonido sound ceremony behind her, his scythe blade placed on her neck. Do you give up? She smirks. Don't know, do you? She asked him, confusing him as he looked down and saw her broken scythe, not so broken as it was, in her right hand, and its blades tip right under his preciouses, making his sweat a bit. Hey, that's not fair, I didn't threat your tits or vagina. He cried as she moved it more, making him start to sweat even more. Weren't you the one who said there is no such thing as fair in love and war? She shot back, making him glare at her. So what is it going to be, tough guy? She taunted him, but he did not give her an answer. It can be your pride, whatever left of it that is, or your balls. So she left Naruto in a tough stop. He could win, keep his pride, whatever he did have left, or lose the one of the thing every man never wants to lose, so his choice was obvious, right? Sume turned to see the fear on his face, but all she saw was his smirk. What the hell are you smirking at? She asked him. Oh, it just that you forgot one thing. He replied, making her raise another eyebrow. And what is that? She replied as she thought she was missing something very important. It very simple, you see, Hokage and I are very alike, we both can, he informed her as she derived a conclusion and realized what he meant. Make buncheons. Another Naruto said in front of her, making her turn, seeing the real Naruto pointing his scythe at her, charging a Sero at the top of scythe. Forgetting the one thing that made Naruto so hard to fight, she forgot he could do the very same. I should stop picking fights when I wake up, she thought to herself. I guess you've finally beat me. And it's about damn time to. It took what, 5 years or so to do it? Sume said, giving up. Oh, shut up, Naruto replied as his Sero dissipated along with his scythe. That much pleased her. She would not show a special in front of him how scared she was to be that close to one of his Seros, seeing what it could do in it directly. She did not want to think what it would have done. However, he did, surprised. Right before she was going to get up, he put out his hand for her, but she smacked it away. He rolled his eyes and helped her up anyway. She let out a hiss in pain as her should was still bleeding. He looked at her and noticed her right arm was covered in her blood. I'm all right, she said, but he did not listen as he placed his right hand on her wound, making her hiss again. She was about to tell him to leave it alone, but saw his hand turn black. She was going to say something then, however, a cooling sensation took over, making her close her eyes, letting the feeling take over. She did not see it, but could feel her wound healing by whatever he was doing. By the time she knew he was done, he took his hand off her shoulder to her displeasure. Opening her eyes, she saw his looking into hers, making her face heat up as she fought back her blush. He said 2 words she never thought she would hear coming out from his mouth. I'm sorry, he said to her in a soft tone, making her eyes widen in surprise. About cutting your shoulder, he finished and turned around, leaving her there slightly confused by his actions, but smiled as she watches him walk away. I guess he does have a soft side to him, she thought as she too turned around and went back to wherever she stays at in Naruto's inner world. With Naruto, who tuned out his 2 inner voices as the 2 fought. He was used to things like that happening, and over the years he learned to tune them out, since the 2 fought like that almost every day. However, something was telling his he might have missed something important, but shrugged it off as he would ask them later. Since he did not pay any attention to them, he decided to go have a talk with Urahara about making him a new Gigai. So here, he is in the underground training facility he built before he left to do his training. Man, this place looks like no one even uses it. What the heck does Urahara do all day? Sleep, he thought as he looked around. Ah, Naruto, what a surprise to see you. A familiar voice called out to him. 5 years and you couldn't even drop by to say hi or have a cup of tea? I'm hurt, the voice said, and if Naruto looked back, he would see the said person hold his heart as if he was hurt. Naruto just rolled his eyes. Shut up, Urahara, Naruto said, revealing the voice to be none other than Kazuki Urahara, ex-captain of the 12th Division. But still, why have you come by? You know Yoruichi. Once he said her name, his heart stopped, thinking the worst happened. What happened? Is she all right? Is she hurt? If anyone hurt her, I will go to the Saraiti and kill whoever it. Naruto stated, releasing half of both his Reiatsu and chakra as his eyes turned crimson red. Urahara on the other hand was barely able to keep his balance, feeling Naruto's Reiatsu and what felt like Reiatsu, but at the same time, it did not. Nah, Naruto, calm down, nothing happened to her, Urahara struggled to say, but it seemed like it got through to him as the pressure lifted. Sorry, I just thought that she. Naruto apologized as he went to check to see if Urahara was okay. It's understandable, you love her more than your own life and would destroy the world to get her back. Urahara said between pants. You're damn right I would. He agreed with him as Urahara stood upright. As I was going to say was Yoruichi came by to give us report but wanted you to be there when she informed us, but since none of us had heard from you she did the same as you did. You know, I think you two were made for each other, I mean come one the same taste and color. You both could eat like no tomorrow and not gain a pound and could kill anyone who hurt one another. Urahara stated, making Naruto rub the back of his head sheepishly. But I'm getting off topic, so do you want to know what she said? He asked her. Of course, but first I need to ask you something. He asked, but Urahara just raised a hand. If you're asking about a new Gigai, well you're in luck, I just finished one just for you and I can hold back your huge amount of Reiatsu. He told him, making his mouth open in disbelief as he knew exactly what he was going to say, pulling a fan out of nowhere. Judging by your reaction I would say I was right, he said while laughing at how he could predict people's thought before they could ask them. You know, that is somewhat freaky that you're able to do that. Naruto told him as he just shrugged it off. Hey Tessai, can you bring down that new Gigai for me? Urahara yelled. Sure thing boss. Tessai replied as he jumped down with the Gigai in hand and noticed Naruto was there. Ah Naruto, it's good to see you again and the new look is good too. Tessai said, making Urahara notice it too. Yeah, it grew when I was training. I guess I was too busy to cut it as it did not bother me too much. However, now that you mention it, do you think you can give me a trim since I will be staying here for a while? He asked him. Sure thing, I'll get my things ready. Tessai told him as he put the Gigai down and climbed up the ladder, but Urahara still wondering what Naruto meant staying for now. So what made you change your mind about staying? He asked him. Oh well, you see, while I was training I kind of destroyed my training grounds and my house was destroyed in the process, so since this is my only home left I guess I thought I would live in it. That's not a problem, is it? He explained while asking a question. No, it's your house after all, you can do whatever you want. Urahara replied. Good, then I will get my hair cut and take a damn bath. Naruto said as he got into his new Gigai. A little stiff, but I can break it in ladder. So tell me what's happened so far? He asked him. Nothing really important but Yoruichi's sudden appearance. Oh, I almost forgot, Kuron got a new job. Urahara said as Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really, where? He asked, not sure if he was going to like his answer. It was a surprise to us when we found out, but when he told us he said he felt he should get a job there. More like he had to, for something was going to happen and it would help out soon. Urahara explained. Well, just spit it out already. Naruto told him. At a hospital. Urahara told him, making Naruto eyes widen as what Urahara just told him replay in his head. It was a surprise to us when we found out, but when he told us he said he felt he should get a job there. More like he had to, for something was going to happen and it would help out in the near future. Does he somehow know? If so, how? I never told anybody about her. He thought to himself as he spaced out, making Urahara wonder how the news affected him. Naruto, Naruto. Urahara called to him but got no response, so he gave him a light shake, making Naruto jump. Are you alright? You kind of spaced out there. Something wrong? He asked him. Naruto stared at him for a bit. No, everything is fine, so let's go, I really want to get his hair cut. Naruto said, getting a nod from Urahara. I don't know how you could keep your hair like this, arrow senent pervy sage. He thought as he and Urahara walked towards the ladder. Oh, and Urahara, I was wondering, where do you keep popping those damn fans out of? Naruto asked the question everyone wants to know. Out of my sleeves, I keep about 2 or 3 there. If I lose one I have 2 backup ones. Pretty clever, huh? Urahara told him. Pretty stupid if you ask me. Naruto replied as Urahara makes another motion as if he was hurt. That stings that you would think of that. Urahara said as one hand over his heart while the other stretched out in front of him, making Naruto roll his eyes as he climbed the ladder. 1 hour later. An hour passed by since Naruto arrived and got his hair cut. Back to it was when he first arrived to the world of the living. After that he took what Urahara called a shower as the humans now took, but he didn't care. Not many would if you have not taken a relaxing one in about 50 or so years. Once he was done, he of course stuffed face on whatever food he could find in what the humans called a refrigerator. Now that he thought about it, he'd been away from the real world for a while. They have a lot of new thing like a box that is moving pictures, one that shoots out cold air, moving metal boxes on wheels that transport humans to where they want to go. Other things changed as well, like the building, they were taller and rectangular. The beds have changed too. However, one thing that kept Naruto happy, they finally made an instant ramen that only took 1 minute to make instead of 3. To him that was like a sing from Kami herself for rewarding him from his hard work, which he cried and got on his knees and thanked her, making the others sweat drop. Then Naruto and Urahara sat down around a circular table while Tessai made some tea as he came back and placed it in front of them, then went back to what he was doing prior before Naruto came over. So do you want to know what Yoruichi told us, or do you want to wait till she gets back? Urahara asked. It depends on how old the information is. Naruto replied. Well, it was about 40 years ago. He answered Naruto's question. Then the answer is simple, no. Naruto told him, getting a raised eyebrow in response. Would you like to explain? Urahara asked. It's simple. What would info old as 40 years do to help? The only good info is if it is fresh and reliable, and since I trust Yoruichi, I would not say the info you have is not reliable, but a ninja cannot just attack with information he knew years ago. Everything changes. Take the world of the living for example. 80 years ago most of whatever I seen never existed, and I bet you when Yoruichi told you what she knew then, I bet no she would tell you something that would take the info you have right to the trash. So what I'm trying to say is I will wait until she gets her. Naruto told him. Wait till who gets here? A manly voice said that Naruto did not recognize, making him going ninja mood. In a blink of an eye, Naruto was on whoever thought they could sneak up on the great Naruto Uzumaki. Well, they thought wrong. Grabbing whoever it was, Naruto was shocked to see it was a cat, a black cat with yellow eyes. A cat? Are you fucking kidding me? A fucking cat was able to sneak up on me? Was all the training even worth it if a fucking cat, a cat for Kami's sakes, was able to sneak up on me? Naruto exclaimed as Urahara and the cat were laughing at his antics. Since Naruto was in shock by a cat was able to sneak up on him, he never noticed the necklace around its neck and see it transform into a human spirit. I didn't mean to hurt your feeling, Naruto-kun. A feminine voice said, making the said man do a 180 as his eyes widened seeing Yoruichi. It wasn't just a regular Yoruichi either, it was a naked Yoruichi, which made Urahara's nose bleed, but Naruto on the other hand moved towards her and in an instant he swept her off her feet as she yelped at the sudden action. Yoruichi was surprised what Naruto just did, not sure what he was planning, but she had an idea. Naruto, what are you doing? She asked him, but got nothing in reply as he walked to what would be their new room and opened it. As he walked in and closing the door behind him, he took Yoruichi, places her on the bed, and looks into her eyes as she did the same. Something in Naruto started to raise, something that he'd been suppressing for almost 80 years all came out, all it filling his eyes with lust. Yoruichi, who noticed this, was a little scared as she watched his eyes change from his normal blue one to crimson red. Moving back a bit, she tried to talk to him. Naruto, are you alright? She asked, but still got no answer as he raised his hand and said something and the walls glowed purple, then went back to normal. She remembered what it was, he called it a privacy jutsu, which got her even more scared than she was now. Before she could say something, Naruto was on top of her, shoving his tongue in her mouth, but something was wrong, it was missing the passion he'd put behind it. She tried to push him off her, but he was too strong. She stared to panic and tried harder, making Naruto growl at her antics, grabbing her arms and pining them above her head and glared at her. What is wrong? Don't you love me? I thought after 80 years you would like to. Naruto started to say in a more demonic voice, but stopped once he saw how frightened she was, with tears forming in the corner of her eyes. Get a hold of himself, he got of her and went to a mirror that was in the room and looked at his reflection. In his gigai, he should look like a normal human with no ears or tails. However, what he saw was the exact opposite. He saw his ears and felt his tails also, seeing his eyes change to crimson. Something similar happened like this when he was training. He had an uncontrollable urge to mate, and it drew him crazy that he almost opened a senkaimon just to find Yoruichi if it were not for his willpower to subdue it, but seeing Yoruichi drove him over the edge. Since she was now in arm's reach right there next to him, there was no Gote 13 to stop him, but now he did the one thing he swore he would let anybody do, hurt her. Yo Yoruichi, I'm so sorry. I did not mean for that to happen. It was just Naruto tried to explain but he failed to find the right words, so he just selected to and leave it at that. Yoruichi, who was still a bit frightened by his earlier actions, started to see the real Naruto return as his ears and tails disappear. Once he started to talk, she heard his voice change to normal. She did not hear what he was trying to say, but she did catch the last two. "I'm sorry," Naruto told her as he slowly got up with his head held low. He didn't want to see that look that he used to get from people when he was alive once he went 8 tails to save his village. As he walked towards the door, he heard Yoruichi's voice and stopped. Naruto, wait. Yoruichi called to him as he stops, but he does not turn around. "What is it, Yoruichi?" Naruto asked. Where are you going?" she asked him. "What does it matter? I say the look you gave me. It was just like the ones they gave me," he replied. "What look and what do you mean by the ones they gave you?" she questioned him, and this time he turned around but did not make eye contact. "The ones my villagers gave me when I used Kyuubi-chan's power to save Theme. Once they saw it, they gave me that exact same look you did just because they saw that power, something you just witness. In addition, because that, they were scared of me, my friends turned on me and then they banished me. That was the reason I wanted you to go to the Soul Society. I didn't want you of all people to see what I was like. Yeah, you seen me in my spirit form with my fox eyes, but you never seen me lose control like you did just now. I could see it in your eyes, you were scared of me. That was the only thing that stopped me from doing what I was going to do to you, and because that, you probably won't look at me the same just like my friends and those damn villagers. All they saw was the demon. So again, I'm sorry," Naruto said as headed towards the door once again stopped, but it was Yoruichi's hand that stopped him, which he looked at her and saw she was mad, which confused him. "How dare you compare me to you stupid villages? They probably could not wipe their ass if someone did not tell them they could. I'll admit I was scared when I saw you like that and was afraid you were going to rape me," she said, not making Naruto feel any better. "But you stopped once you saw how scared I was and knew what you were doing. If it was anybody else they would care. All they would thought I would be another whore that got what was coming to her," she told him, which mad. "Don't ever call yourself a whore, and if someone ever does I'll kill him," he told her as he stated to get even angrier, but when Yoruichi placed a hand on his face, he calmed down. "See, a demon wouldn't say that, would he?" she asked him. "But Yoruichi, I am a demon," was his reply. "Shut up, that's not the point. The point is you knew you hurt me and you stopped. If your villagers and friend couldn't see you were trying to protect them, well, they were never meant to have someone like you, now did they?" she told him. "I guess so, but," he never finished as Yoruichi kissed him. "Do you ever stop taking?" she asked him as she pulled him towards the bed. "But Yoruichi, what he said as she pulled him, making him fall on top of the bed as she climbed on top of him. "Like you said 8 years ago, it is all in the past," she said as she kissed him before he could protest, and it seemed to work as he relaxed, closing his eyes, enjoying the kiss. Warning: Lemon starts. He felt her tongue lick his lips and parted them as she stuck her tongue in his mouth, making him moan into hers. They both tongue wrestled until Yoruichi parted to catch her breath, but found it wasn't fair since she was naked and her foxy lover wasn't, so she moved her hands down to the bottom of his shirt, and stated to take it off. Naruto, taking the hint, grabbed his shirt, taking it off for her, which she kissed him again and started to move down his chest, kiss his body as she moved down. Reaching his pants, she could feel his hard on, so she unbuttoned his pants and let his 8-inch cock free. Taking the rest of his pants off, she moved back to his erection. Grabbing it with her right hand, she slowly strokes it while her left hand played with cradle his balls as she played with them. After a while, she licks his cock from the base to his tip, sending shivers down his spine. She then positions her mouth on the tip of his cock and kiss it. She then engulfs his cock and slowly gives him a blowjob, causing Naruto to gasp as she starts to move faster while her left hand softly squeezes his balls. Feeling Naruto's cock twitch, she knew he was close to coming, so she pushed his cock farther down her throat, suppressing her gag reflex as she deep-throated his whole cock. Bobbling her head faster, pushing Naruto almost over the edge as he tried to warn her. "Yo, Yoruichi, I'm going to come," he told her, which just motivated her to go faster until his cock twitched as he ejaculated in her mouth. He kept coming in her mouth as she kept swallowing. After she did, she caught her breath and kissed Naruto as he tasted himself. He did not want to the only one that was satisfied, so he broke the kiss and flipped her to her back, kiss her neck as he moved down her beautiful body. He stopped at her breast as he took her left on in his mouth and sucked on it as used his left hand to knead her right nipple. Switching breast, Naruto did the same until he started to move further down. As he reached her lips he moved and kissed her right inner thigh, moving towards her pussy. Just before he reached it he did the same thing and kissed her left inner thigh. Yoruichi, who was impatient, grabbed his head and placed it at her entrance, which he just smirked and did what she wanted him to do. Sticking his tongue into her, making her arch her back, he licked every nook and cranny to her delight as he ran her fingers through his hair. Grabbing his hair she pushed he farther into her. Soon enough she came into Naruto's face as he swallowed everything that came out, tasting her sweet nectar. Bring his head towards hers, they kissed each other as Naruto placed the tip of his penis at her entrance. Breaking the kiss, he looked into her lust-filled eyes. He kissed her neck as he pushed his cock inside her, making her him once again. Yoruichi, who was short of breath, moaned as Naruto rammed his cock inside, and she would scream his name every time he would hit her special spot. Naruto using her moans to tell if was pleasing her and would change every so often to make sure he pleased her, since she was the only person who ever looked at him as if he was same and not some demon, and he will damned if someone tried to take her away from him. Once Naruto felt Yoruichi's walls grip his cock, he knew she was close to her orgasm as he was close to his, which made him move faster. Just before they were both about climax, Naruto's eyes turned crimson red, and he bit down on Yoruichi's shoulder as Naruto released his seed into his lover as Yoruichi had her orgasm. She felt his sperm hit her walls as he ejaculated into her, both of them panting, trying to catch their breath. Naruto moved to her left side and laid back as she moved herself, making herself comfortable as she rested her head on his chest. He moved some strands of hair out of her face and stroked her hair as he whispered to her. Lemon ends. I love you, Yoruichi. I love you, to Naruto. She said in a low tone, which he figured she must have fallen asleep. Grabbing what looked like a blanket he covered the both of them and went to sleep. 2 weeks later. It has been 2 weeks since Naruto, Yoruichi had sex, and she thought something might be wrong since she missed her last period. Therefore, she asked Tessai if he could get something the humans made called a pregnancy test, and of course he did. And half an hour later Yoruichi was in the bathroom following what it said on the box and waited. Pacing back and forth, as she waited, one thing was on her mind. What if I am pregnant? He will be there for me, right? He will not leave, right? But I do not know if he wants kids. Oh Kami, let it be negative. She prayed as she waited long enough and checked the test. I'm pregnant. 1 week later. It has been about a week since Yoruichi found out about her pregnancy. It did not take her long to accept that she was pregnant, but what she was afraid of was how she was going to tell the father of their unborn child. Whenever the two were in the same room, she wanted to tell him, but every time she tried she get that butterfly feeling in her stomach and make any kind of excuse to leave the room. Naruto, being Naruto, really did not pay attention to how she was acting, but did find it strange when she would be in the kitchen or the living room by herself or with Tessai, Urahara, or Kuron, who by the way looks just like him. At that point, he got suspicious to why she would avoid him and not his old Gigai that looks exactly like him. Finally, being fed up with her constantly trying to avoid him, he went looking for her and found his purple-haired vixen in their room just about to lay down. He did not know that pregnant women tend to sleep more once they're pregnant and found it wired for the active women. He always knew to sleep this early since it was only 7 and still daylight. Entering their room quietly, closing the door just as she was finished changing into her PJs that consisted nothing but a black t-shirts with a red swirl in the middle, that which she took from him but he didn't care, and pair of panties. She untied the orange ribbon she uses to keep her hair in a ponytail and let her hair fall back down as she folded the ribbon, placing it on the dresser. Running her fingers through her hair, she felt a pair of eyes watching her, which was normal to her with a body like hers who would not stare. However, she knew whom those eyes belonged to and knew that this conversation would happen eventually, letting her arms fall over her sides, and she turned to face him. So, how long have you been standing there? She asked. Not long, about a minute or two. He answered her as she stood there as if she was waiting for him to say something. Yoruichi, can I ask you something? He began. Here it comes, she thought to herself as she nodded, knowing what he is going to ask. I just wanted to know why you were trying to avoid me. Was it because I said or do something wrong to make you mad at me? He asked, waiting for a reply, but she kept quiet. If I did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do whatever I did, and I promise not to do again. Naruto apologies for something he did not know or do. Still getting no response from her, Naruto lowered his head. I guess you're still upset for what I did. I don't even know what I did to upset you, but it must be something bad since you will not talk to me. He said to her as her turned towards the door. I'll just leave you alone then. Yoruichi, who kept quiet, afraid she might say something to make the situation worse, and listened to what Naruto asked even if she knew he was going to ask something like that, and of course, he placed the blame on himself instead of others. She wanted to say something but nothing came to mind. She knew he did not do anything well besides getting her pregnant, but other than that he did not do anything. However, choosing to keep quiet seemed to make the situation worse. Then it probably should be bit hearing him say he would leave her alone. She knew she had to say something to stop him. If she kept trying to put this off, it will backfire when she starts to show that she indeed was pregnant and will give Naruto a reason to hate her. Naruto, wait. She finally manages to say something, halting him in tracks. You didn't do anything to make me mad, it's just, she said, trailing off. Just what, Yoruichi? He said in a low voice and then turned to face her completely. If I did not do anything to hurt you, then why you're trying so hard to avoid me? He finished, raising his voice a bit. She could feel his pain laced in his words, how much she was hurting him by avoiding him and not telling him why. I am afraid, was her answer, which only seemed to confuse him. What are you afraid of? He questioned her. I am afraid of what you will do once I tell you, she said, breaking eye contact from him. If there is something you have to tell me, then go ahead and say it, he told her, but this time it was in a more calming tone. I can't think of anything that would make you afraid of what I might do. Naruto was right, she did need to tell him while she had the chance, but that butterfly feeling came back, though it was stronger this time. She could feel what she had eaten an hour ago in the back of her throat. Swallowing it back down, she summoned up the courage to tell him. What I am so afraid to tell you is that I am, Yoruichi started to say, making eye contact with Naruto again. Hoping with every fiber in her body, he would not leave her for what she was about to reveal to him. Pregnant, she finally told him, seeing his calm eyes widen as the seconds went by. As for Naruto, that one word echoed through his head when he realized what she said. His eyes widened even more, but instead of saying something, he just sat down on the bed. Yoruichi, relieved to get that off her shoulders and finally tell him, but it only left one thing: what he will say, do. All she could do now was wait to see he will do, but that still did not stop her heart from racing, almost giving her an anxiety attack. Watching him walk towards the bed and sit down saying nothing was not a good sign for her, it just made her think the worst. So what you're saying is, that you're pregnant? Naruto repeated what she said. How long have you known? When he asked her that question, her breath caught in her throat. I have known for a week now, Yoruichi answered, seeing him narrow his eyes. I was going to tell you, I swear, it's just that she quickly tried to defend herself, but he stopped her as he stood up. If you knew for a week, why wait till now to tell me? If you were pregnant with our unborn child, you should have told me sooner, he exclaimed. I was going to, but every time I would try I would get scared, she told him. Scared of what? That I would leave you? Naruto asked, the question she had on her mind the moment she found out about her pregnancy. Not getting a response from her, instead, he got silent nod. What kind of man do you think I am? I would never leave you to take care of our unborn child, he said, slightly mad for her to think he would do something stupid like that made his blood boil. However, he quickly calmed down. It was not the time to get mad. It may have taken a week to tell him, but at least she did that, had to count for something. After calming down, realized that Yoruichi had her head down even though he did not notice, but it must have taken a lot of strength and courage to tell him that she was pregnant. At the same time thinking he would leave after she told him and have the said person get mad at her. Yeah, it must have been a rough week for her. Sighing, Naruto walked over to her, placing a hand on her shoulder, giving a light squeeze to reassure her. She in turn looked up at him. I am sorry I raised my voice and got mad at you, even though I probably should have, but now is not the time to get mad because I'm going to be a father, she said to her with a smile on her face. So you're not mad? She asked him, a stupid question. That's a stupid question. How the heck could I ever stay mad at you? That is like asking me to quit eating ramen. It never going to happen, Naruto replied with a stupid looking grin on his face as he took off his shirt, dropping it on the floor. Yoruichi was relieved knowing that Naruto would leave her anytime soon. She then notices him taking his shirt off. "What are you doing?" she questioned him as he moved towards the bed. "Well, seeing as you were going to take a nap, I thought I would join you. Can't have the mother of unborn child sleep along now, can I?" he replied with a smirk. "You don't have to," she told him. "But I want to." Naruto finished, leaving no more room to argue as he scooped her up bridal style and laid her on the bed and cuddled with her. As they both were on the verge of sleeping, Yoruichi remembered something. "Before I forget, I wanted to ask you about a mark on my right shoulder," she asked as she was not sure how it got there or why it was there. "What does this so-called mark look like?" Naruto replied, trying to think of what she might be referring. "It is a fox with 9 tails, she was saying, making Naruto open his eyes. "Now that I mention it, you have 9 tails and it's in the same place where you bit me." "Where I bit here?" he thought. "When did I ever bite you?" Naruto asked her, forgetting the night he bit her 3 weeks ago. "About 3 weeks ago when we were having sex, you bit me on my right shoulder. I noticed it about a few days ago and must have forgotten to ask you about it," she informed him. "Have any ideas why it's there?" Recalling what he did that day, she was right, and he did bit her, but he could not figure out why. Ignoring her last question, he tried to remember what Kyuubi-chan told him about becoming a demon. Then it hit him, he knew why he bit her and she might not like what he has to say. "Yeah, about that. Well, you see, and what I am going to tell you, I quote from what Kyuubi-chan told me, so don't get mad at," he told her, then began to explain. "Before I would have become a demon like I am now, she told me of the changes I would go through. The first and obvious one was I would become a demon with huge amount of chakra. The second one, if I can remember right, it had to do with something about having a strong desire to mate, which we proved 3 weeks ago. The third one I cannot remember, but the last one I do, and it is about that 9-tailed fox mark on your shoulder. The mark is the mark of the Kyuubi, and is only given to the one I choose to be my alpha female, male if he was a woman." Naruto clarified why she had that mark on her shoulder. "You choose who you want to be your alpha female. So you could have more than one partner, or mate as you call it?" she questioned him. "Yeah," Naruto said, a little too happy, making Yoruichi elbow aside. "Ow, oh, I mean that as if you let me, of course," he said, quickly changing his answer. "Don't get your hopes up anytime soon," she said, sounding a little mad. "Don't worry, I am loyal to you and you only," he told as let out a yawn that caused her to yawn too. "I hate that." Rubbing her belly with his left hand, he smiled, thinking of what their child will look like. Yoruichi does not, but he sure did. "Just think about it, in about 8 months we'll be parents of a beautiful daughter," Naruto said, let the cat out of the bag, as Yoruichi hummed in agreement but realized what he said. "Wait, did you just say we'll have a daughter?" she asked him, but the sounds of his light snoring told her that he was already sleeping. She stared at him for a bit over her shoulder, shaking her head. She went to sleep. About 8.5 months later. The last 8 months have been one of the hardest for both Yoruichi and Naruto, well, mostly Yoruichi because she was pregnant, they told the others, which they congratulated them. A couple days later, Yoruichi started to clean the entire house from top to bottom. Naruto asked her why, but all she said was she had an urge to clean and did not know why. Of course, he helped. He cannot have her hurt herself. In the end, he told her to take it easy while he fished cleaning the house for her. That was just the beginning. Once her morning sickness began, waking her up all hours of the night with Naruto at her side rubbing her back. There was only 2 things Naruto hated. One was the craving she had and sent him on wild goose chases for if they did not have what she wanted. Some of her craving consisted like crushed ice with sprinkled dust or onion and bananas, a grilled cheese sandwich with baked potatoes, chicken sandwich and lemonade, Marmite on some ice cream, pickles with peanut butter and fried eggs garnished with mint sauce. That were just some of her cravings. However, he did catch her licking the walls and trying to eat some chalk. Where she got it, he had no clue. The second and worse one, when she started to get her mood swings, he found himself every day thinking of the right words to say to her because the last time he did not got him a fist to the face. She asked him out of the blue if she was getting fat, which her belly started to show a little lump. Naruto, other hand, being honest, flat out told her, "Yeah, you gained a few pounds in the past week." After that, he watched what he said to her. Then there was her uncontrollable bladder forcing her to use the restroom more than usual, but the worst by far when she went into labor. XXXXXX. Ah. Yoruichi screamed echoed throughout the room. Luckily Naruto was able to put one of his private barrier jutsus before she went into labor. So far, she been in labor for the past 6 hours since Kurone was a doctor that worked at the hospital. They did not have to leave the house. Okay Yoruichi-sama, I need you to take some deep breaths and when I say push I will need you to push. He instructed her as she complied with what he said. Naruto was standing right next to her wiping any sweat that formed on her face with his free hand as his other was in her death grip. Okay Yoruichi-sama, push. He instructed which she complied again giving another push. Alright Yoruichi-sama the head is crowning I need you to push as hard as you can. Giving one more push as hard as tired body could she was rewarded with the sounds of a baby crying that put a smile on both her and Naruto's face. Kurone after cleaning their baby wrapping it up in an orange blanket and turned to the new two parents. Congratulations, Naruto-sama and Yoruichi-sama, you're now proud parents of a new baby girl. He informed the both of them as he gently placed their daughter in Yoruichi's arms. To her surprise as well as Naruto's once they got a good look at her seeing that she had a pair of purple fox ears on top of her head, Yoruichi felt something move a bit towards the bottom thinking she had a tail too or it was the baby's legs moving. The baby looked exactly like a clone of her mother Minnie's the fox ears and had the same whisker marks on her face like her father. The baby a small yawn and opens her eyes revealing she had a pair of ocean blue eyes she got from her father too. So, do you two have a name for her yet? Kurone asked the two. Yoruichi who has given much thought about a name but could never come up with a perfect one turning her face to the father of their daughter and her lover. What do you think we should name her? She asked him. Naruto already had a name picked out for her so he did not give it as much thought as Yoruichi but her still had to wonder how his future self came up with her name. How about, we name her Asa, Naruto suggested. Yoruichi thought about for some reason it felt just right as if the name was for her in addition the meaning behind the name fit as well. It's perfect, Asa Shihuen Uzumaki our little bundle of joy. She said with a smile rocking her baby back to sleep. Naruto, who released the barrier letting Kurone out, walked over to the window, notices the sun, had just raised he then realized how as he would have come up with his daughter's name. Born at dawn I guess it is perfect. He said to himself turning to face the two people he would give his life for in a heartbeat sound asleep. Walking over towards them, he gently picks up Asa from her then places her in a crib that they bought for her. Heading back over to Yoruichi, he covers her body with their blanket and kisses her on the forehead then leaves the room. Going to his living room, he spots both Urahara and Tessai along with Kurone sitting down waiting for him. So how is she? Tessai was the first to ask. She is doing fine just a bit tired so she fell asleep. Naruto answered him. I don't blame her after what she went through who could. I don't care what you say women or something else how they can give the miracle of life is beyond me. Urahara said while stating his ideal of what women are capable of doing. But you're able to make souls yourself isn't that the same as giving life? Kurone asked him since he was the one who created him. That's true the concept is the same however, the souls we made have its limitations as for a soul that is made from two individuals have no such thing. Let us take you for example, I have made you to be one of the strongest and smartest mod souls however, you are only as strong as the Gigai is able to take and if that Gigai destroyed, you are nothing but small green pill. Urahara began, as much Kurone wanted to say something but he knew he was right with all he could do he was nothing but a pill without a Gigai. Urahara was going to continue but Naruto stopped him and placed a hand on one of Kurone's shoulders. So what if you are nothing but a pill I am grateful he made you. Naruto said giving Kurone's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. If he didn't who would have helped deliver my child? Maybe Tessai I'm sure as hell wouldn't trust Urahara. He added giving the said man a dark glare. He already gets enough seeing her naked from time to time and there is no way I'll let him see that. He finished put emphasis on that. I'm hurt that you would think I would use that situation as an opportunity to look at Yoruichi's no-no area. Urahara said acting as if he was hurt. What kind of man do you think I am? A perverted one. Naruto shot back dryly making him glare back at him however, he then smirked. You're one to talk and besides if I wanted to see that I would do it fair and square. He replied pushing his demon friend's buttons. If they weren't sleeping I would kick your ass right now. Naruto threatened him. You could always use your private jutsus. Kuron suggested, making the blonde demon give a tooth grin. That way you wouldn't disturb them. Urahara cursing Kuron as he saw Naruto put his hands in a too familiar hand sign. He had to act quickly or feel a whole lot of pain. About that, does that jutsu conceal Reiatsu too? He asked, trying to save his ass and get one of his questions answered, killing two birds with one stone. What? The blonde-haired demon dumbfounded as his hands halted. Urahara, releasing a sigh of relief, went on and explained his question. It's just that I didn't sense any Reiatsu coming from your daughter once she was born, so I figured that your jutsu has a Reiatsu concealing abilities. Or did you put up a Reiatsu barrier too? He explained to him. Now that you mention it, I didn't sense any either. Maybe it is because her demon blood or something. Naruto said truthfully, since he did not know. Urahara on the other hand found it bizarre that two of the strongest shinigamis he knew offspring would not release any trace of Reiatsu. He suspected, like most child when born, to release a small amount but not to release any. That was strange that he might have to look at her. There was never a demon shinigami before, and to have one have a child with a shinigami. Who knows what she will be capable of, and will most likely have hollow powers too, thanks to her father. I am gonna have to look at her. He told Naruto. His face and tone was serious, making the said person a bit nervous. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with her? Naruto asked, thinking the worst for his daughter, and Urahara not answering him made it worse. I asked you if there is something wrong with her. He asked again, raising his voice. I don't know, said Urahara faintly, but Naruto's ears heard it clear as day. You don't know. You are telling me you want to look at her and you don't know why, said Naruto, getting angrier towards his blonde-haired friend, knowing he is hiding something. Don't try to sugarcoat this. If there is something wrong with my daughter, just fucking tell me. However, Urahara kept quiet, so Naruto walked over to him, picking him up by the collar of his shirt roughly. I said tell me, damn it, he exclaimed, his eyes changing to his crimson ones. I'm telling you the truth, I don't know. There was never a demon shinigami before. Urahara told him, making Naruto gasp a bit. What do you mean by that? Asked Naruto, as he did not comprehend what Urahara tried to tell him. That there was never a demon shinigami before. I do not know how one becomes one or what it could do. You being the first, I didn't get to observe you enough to understand what's so different between us. He began as Naruto let go of him. So there might be something wrong with her then, is that what you're trying to tell me? Said Naruto in a low tone, lowering his head as his hair was covered his eyes. Most firstborn release a small amount of Reiatsu when they're born, it's just that she didn't. Urahara told him as Naruto tuned and walked back towards his room. But what if you were right and has to do something with her having demon blood? He tried to tell Naruto, but it fell to deaf ears as he kept walking and entered his room. Do you think Naruto-sama will be alright? Asked Kuron, as he never seen his master like this. Don't know, the last time he was like this was when he made Yoruichi cry. Urahara told him as he sat back down. I just hope I'm wrong about this. Wrong about what, boss? Asked Tessai, knowing whenever his boss says he hopes he wrong about something, it means something bad is going to happen. Well, from what I could gather up from Naruto now and compare it to when he was in the Seraiti, his power has greatly increased besides his hollow and demon powers. He has so much Reiatsu that he can only suppress about half, and without that new Gigai, the Gote 13 would have found him by now. His uncanny ability to get stronger when he needs to is unbelievable, and if his daughter inherits that, she will most likely be on par with him, if not surpass him. He explained to them, understanding the basic idea of what he was trying to tell them, but only left one question. But what does that have to do with her not releasing any Reiatsu? Asked Kuron, since he did not understand what Urahara told them related to his master's child. That is what has me so worried, he said, confusing them. I'm not sure, but if I am correct, her soul must know something is going to happen and is keeping her powers dormant until that time comes. It is hard to understand. Our souls sometimes know what the body and mind does not and prepares itself to protect it. That is the only theory I can come up with till I have a look at her. Urahara finished his explanation as the other two nodded, understanding what he said. As for Naruto, he was in his room holding his daughter in his arms, sitting in a rocking chair, smiling down at his pride and joy as she slept in his arms. Rocking back and forth listening to the sounds of Yoruichi and their daughter sleeping, he started to think about what Urahara said to him and began to wonder if there was something wrong with her. If there was, it was most likely his fault because of his demon blood. I promise no matter what happens I will always love you and will be there when you need me. He whispered to her as if she understood what he said. She smiled. Little did they all know that somewhere in Karakura here a group of humans gathered together with one thing on their mind. Unknown location. In a darkened room with the only light was a lit candle in the middle with 5 people sitting around it. As you all know, the Kyuubi is returned to this wood after 3,000 years. A male voice spoke. Tell the others. Tell us something we don't. A younger voice replied, making 2 of the other 3 angry the way he answered to their leader. Watch your tongue. An older man called out. You're only here because your father is ill, other than that you have no say, so keep your trap shut. The older man finished, making the younger-looking boy glare at him before he could counter. The first man, who apparently was the leader of the group, raised his hand, stopping any other unnecessary arguments. I did not call this meeting to inform you of any old information or to have you argue amongst yourselves. The leader of this group stated. I have called on you to inform you that the Kyuubi has produced an offspring with one of the shinigami that come to this world. He informed his comrades as their eyes widened in shock. This is unacceptable. We have to kill it now while we have the chance before it able to control its power. A middle-aged man exclaimed with the other man in the group, while the younger one snorted at his proposal. You baka, if we try that now we'll be running into a death trap and reveal our little organization too. The younger boy said, making the said man stand up, towering over the boy, glaring daggers at him with his key killer intent filling the room. However, the boy did not flinch or cower from the man's actions. Instead he just smirked, happy he could get under his skin, but just like before, the leader stopped them before anything could happen. Calm down, Tanaka. Young Sato is right. If we attack now we will be slaughtered before we could do anything and risk giving away our organization. Their leader said as the man known as Tanaka huffed and sat back down while Sato's smirk increased. Then what will we do then? Let the demon child grow and become even more of a threat than it is now? The older man asked. No, I have a plan, but it will take time for it to work. The leader told them as he looked at the only man who did not say anything in their meeting. Arasawa, am I correct that your daughter had baby girl recently with one of my sons? He asked the man. Yes, she has. It was about 2 weeks ago. If I may ask, why would that help? The man known as Arasawa asked their leader, who just smiled in return. You see, her child, our granddaughter, is part of my plan. He informed the others while Arasawa seemed like he was not going to like it. We will use her to befriend the demon spawn and capture her, using it as bait to lure the demon fox to use and kill it once and for all, along with its demon lover and followers. At first, the others did not agree it, but if their leader thought it would work, they did too and agreed with him. However, one man did not. The thought of using his granddaughter as some kind of tool did not sit well with him, but he could not do anything about it. He was not strong enough to stop him, not with, especially with his eyes. That was the only thing that made him the leader in the first place. That is all for now. You're dismissed, but Arasawa, you stay. I want to talk to you. The leader said as the others left save Arasawa. Yes, what is it you need to talk to me about, Leader Sama? Arasawa said. I just want you to know, if you somehow manage to screw this up I will kill you myself. His leader threatened him as he saw his leader's eyes, the eyes he hated so much. No, he loathed them, and now his granddaughter will have those same eyes. However, he could not take it out on her. It was not her fault. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Leader Sama, he replied. Good, you may take your leave. The leader told him as he complied. Watching as Arasawa left, he picked up the candle, putting it out as the darkness conceals his body along with his red eyes that had 3 tomes around each pupil. Soon, demon, you will become nothing more than a memory that should have been long forgotten. He said as his voice echoed throughout the room. 9 years later. The last 9 years went by fast for the 2 parents. Kazuki ran some test on Asa to see if there was anything wrong with her, to Yoruichi's protest, but Naruto convinced her it was okay and let him go on with his test. He did not find anything wrong, which just helped to prove his theory that her soul was indeed preparing her for what might happen in the future. He told the 2 of them about. Of course, they asked if he knew what would happen, but he had no true answer. All he could do was watch over her and wait. However, he did notice that she was releasing a small trace of Reiatsu. This was good. The only thing though was she would only be as spiritually aware as a human child would be until her true powers awaken. Therefore, he made a Gigai similar to Naruto's for her if her powers awaken. Also let Naruto and Yoruichi take her out from time to time. By the time she turned 4 she was able to see spirits or pluses and was seen by Yoruichi or Naruto talking to them. When they asked if she could see ghosts she told them no. They did not press on about the issue, as they wanted her to have a normal life before they would have to train her so she could protect herself. Until then they will let her have her childhood. One day they were walking back from taking Asa to the park. They walked by a dojo which Asa begged them if they can go inside, which they were happy with the idea. She might have an interest in karate so they went in. The place was decent and had many kids participating, which made the two happy. If she joined she could make some friends. The more they watched the more Asa wanted to join, and eventually she asked her parents, which they both smiled at each other and told her yes. That brought a smile on their daughter's face. There she met 2 of her best friends, Tatsuki Arasawa and Ichigo Kurosaki, whom Naruto and Yoruichi find out that he is a son of a shinigami by Urahara. She befriended some others, but the 3 hit it off as if they were always friends. When she started school they suspended her on the first day for punching a couple of boys who were picking on an orange-haired little girl named Orihime Inoue because of her hair color. Yoruichi did not know what to do about that, scold her for being suspended or tell her what she did was the right thing to do. Naruto flat out told her he was proud of her, glad to be her father, and got a smack to the back of his head from his lover, who told their daughter the same thing, but next time try not use any violence. That she agreed to, and from then on, she protected Orihime from any other bullies that tried to pick on her. After that, nothing else happened to their happy life. They just hide from the Gote 13 and making sure nothing happens to Asa, but everything changed when Asa turned 9, the day when a hollow attacked her. The karate dojo. Tatsuki, Ichigo, and Asa had just finished their karate practice and were changing back into their regular cloths. All 3 of them met back up with their parents as Asa and Ichigo said goodbye to Tatsuki as she left with her mother. As Ichigo's mom asked Naruto a question. Naruto, me and my husband were wondering if you and your wife would like to come over and have dinner with us, asked Ichigo's mother as Asa's eyes lit up after hinging her question. Please Odo-san, can we go? Asa asked as she begged her father. I don't know, will you have any ramen? Naruto asked Ichigo's mother, which she smiled. Of course it wouldn't be dinner without ramen, no would it? She told him. Nope, and how could I say no to a face like hers? Naruto said, jesting towards Asa, who was jumping with joy. I can see why she looks more like her mother ever passing day. Ichigo's mother stated as Naruto sighs. Tell me about it. If she starts to act like her when we first met, I'm going to have my hands full scaring her boyfriends away. He groaned as Ichigo's mother laughed at him. Hey Odo-san, can I go over to Ichigo's house and wait for you, Aka-san? Asa asked her father as she stuck out her lower lip and cupped her hands together. Once again, Naruto sighed in defeat, as he could not say no to her no matter how hard he tried. If Mrs. Kurosaki says it's alright, he told her, then looked to the said women, who nodded to both of them. Well, there you go, but you have to listen to what she says, alright? She tells her father as she and Ichigo go wait outside. So what time do you want us to be there? He asked Mrs. Kurosaki, who put a finger on her chin. I say around 7:30, 8 o'clock should be good. She told him as he gave her a nod and an okay. They both walked outside, seeing their children both playing in some puddles. Naruto ruffled Asa's hair and said he will see her around 8. Most kids would hate to have their hair ruffled like that, but for some reason she liked when her father did it. The 3 of them were now walking down the sidewalk on their way to Ichigo's house, with Asa on Ichigo's mother's left side and Ichigo on her right. They were talking about what happened in karate practice when car drove by, diving over puddle on the side of the road. Splash Ichigo. Luckily he was wearing a raincoat so his cloths did not get wet, however, the water did splash his face. Oh Ichigo, are you alright? His mother asked him as she fished in her dress pocket for a napkin cloth to clean his face, as Asa was trying not to laugh at him but failed. I'm fine, Ka-san, he said as his mother finished cleaning his face. How about I walk by the street, that way you won't get splashed? His mother suggested, but Ichigo shook his head. That's okay, I don't mind, besides I have a raincoat and I can protect you from the cars splashing water on you. Ichigo said to her that made his mother smile. My little hero, she said as she stood back up as they continued their way despite what her son said. She still to the edge of the sidewalk so the two kids were away from the road. As Asa and Ichigo talked about what they were going to do once they got to his house, Mrs. Kurosaki just listened and kept on walking. They walked by a river where both Asa and Ichigo saw what looked like a girl who was going to jump in, and without warning they both charged after the girl to stop her, ignoring Ichigo's mother pleading for them to stop. No matter what she said, the two kept on running. Just before they could reach the girl, she disappeared and were both tackled to the ground. Ichigo was somehow knocked out, however Asa was not, so she was the only one to hear a blood-curdling scream come from Ichigo's mom. What she heard next scared her even more. So I got 3 for the price of 1, but that little girl smells like a shinigami with the mixture of a demon. Asa heard dark voice say to itself. The demon? I am not a demon. Asa thought to herself. I thought they were all extinct. Guess it must be my lucky day. If I eat her I surely become stronger, he. The kept talking to itself. I have to get some help, but if I leave what will happen to Ichigo and his Ka-san? She thought as the sounds of something heavy walking towards her. I have to save them no matter what my Oto-san and Ka-san would do. With that, she got up as fast as she could and ran away from Ichigo's and his mother's body. Thinking she was far enough, she turned around to look at whom, or what attacked Ichigo's mother. Her eyes widened as she got a good look, as it looked like a giant hamster, a white bone-like mask with bird-like hands and feet, a tentacle-like limb, which hung from his forehead, similar to the escarlure of an anglerfish. On the end of the tentacle-like limb, she saw the same girl that was going to jump into the river. It was you who made that girl appeared, wasn't it? Asa asked the hamster-like creature. Ha ha ha, aren't you a bright one? So what, it was me. The creature answered her, taking a step closer to her. Why would you do something like that? She asked, completely unaware to what she was taking with. A hollow is to eat as much as a shinigami demon half-breed does. I wonder how a demon is still alive. I have heard the last one died 3,000 years ago. So tell, little girl, how can you be half-demon? The now revealed hollow asked her. I'm not a demon or a shini, whatever you called me. I am nothing but a human. Asa exclaimed as the hairy creature laughed at her. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, you will still be eaten by me, so die. The hamster-like hollow said as he lunged at her. If it was not for her karate practice and her quick agility, she would not be able to dodge the attack. Luckily she was but not unscathed as the creature slashed her right arm. Letting out a scream, she grabbed her injured arm as she fell to her knees, tears forming in her eyes, as the pain was too great for her, but she had to get this thing away from Ichigo. Ignoring the pain, she got back to feet and stared down the monster that just attacked her. Is that all you got? I stubbed my toe that hurt worse than that. She said, trying not to sound like she was in pain and ignoring the blood that was seeping through her hand. You will regret those words, little girl. The hollow said as he once again charged Asa, but this time she was ready, and just as its attack was going to hit her, she jumped onto its arm. Not stopping there, she jumped at his mask-like face and kicked it as hard as she could as it cracked its mask, making the creature hiss in pain. Landing back on the ground, ignoring the pain coming from her foot from kicking this face, she stood up and turned to face the overgrown hamster. She stuck her tongue out and moved her lower eyelid down, whatever they do in most animes to get someone mad, then turned back around and ran off, which mad the creature she just kicked pissed. Why, you little bitch, I will enjoy devouring you. The hollow roared as it chased after Asa just as Ichigo woke up. Running as fast as she could, not daring to check to see if that thing was still chasing after her, since she could hear loud stomping. She guessed it was still following her. It was amazing she was able to outrun the giant creature as she ran across streets, not caring to see if a car was coming, since running was more important. Eventually she came to a park where she ran through, since it was the fastest way to get back home, but the next thing she saw was the hollow appearing in front of her, and its bird-like hand smacked her, sending her soaring into a tree as she coughed up some blood on impact. Falling to the ground, she struggled to push herself up, but her arms gave out and fell back down. Her vision was getting from losing too much blood, so all she could see was a blurry image of the hollow that was trying to kill her. That it will probably do, since she could not fight back even if she tried. End of the line, little girl. The hollow said as it closed the distance between the two. It was fun while it lasted, but everything must come to end. It finished as it brought its bird-like hands now claws towards her prone body, but her body them disappeared, shocking the hollow. It searched the area and spotted a blonde man with a purple-haired woman about 20 yards away. The two newcomers were in some dress cloths as the blonde-haired person was holding the hollow's meal that made him wonder if the two were the demon's parents. How sweet the Ka-san and Oto-san come to save their child Mawahaha. The hollow laughed, but the two just ignored him. Asa, I am so sorry I didn't come sooner, but don't worry, your Oto-san and Ka-san are here. Naruto whispered to her, even though she could not see that very well. She did heard her father's voice and smiled. I was able to get that thing away from Ichigo and his mother. I tried to make it home, but it stopped me. Asa forced herself to talk even though it hurt her to try. But I think that monster, or hollow as it called itself, attacked Ichigo's mother. You have to see if they are. That was all she was able to say before she passed out for both the pain and blood loss. Yoruichi gasped, fearing the worst, but Naruto told her that she only passed out. He then placed Asa in her arms and told her to take her to Urahara while he deal with the hollow, who was waiting patiently. Doing as her lover asked, she left, leaving the two, one which was beyond pissed as he wanted to tear the hollow that stood in front of him to shreds. Judging by how mad you look, you must be that demon Gaki's Oto-san. The hollow asked Naruto did not respond. Instead he balled his hands into fist as he glared the hollow that was in front of him to death, if that was possible. What cat got your tongue, or do cower in fear in front of the mighty Grand Fisher? I really don't prefer to eat males, I rather eat that little girl, but I think I could make an exception just for today. The hollow known as Grand Fisher said. Just before Fisher could make a move, the blonde man that was in front of him disappeared from his sight as he fist punched his left side of his mask, cracking that side too. Sliding about 30 yards away, Fisher got back to his feet and glared at the blonde-haired man, but noticed he had changed. He now had two blonde fox ears on top of his head with 9 tails swishing behind him, but when he looked into his eyes, his crimson eyes, the hatred he sent froze him in place. His hollow body failed to comply with what his mind told it to do. He watched as Naruto slowly made his way towards him. It felt like an eternity as he took every step. His hands that he had still balled up hands had blood dripping from them as his nails dug into palms, but what really shocked him next was his right up to his forearm turned pitch black. What are you doing? Fisher asked him. I would kill you, but that would let you have easy, so I will be sending you to neither heaven nor hell. Instead I will send you into the deepest pit of the demon world, where your soul will never rest, as it will be devoured by the demons that are long gone from this world. He told as he kept walking towards him. However, before I send you there, I shall cleanse all the souls you have devoured beforehand, as they don't deserve the same punishment as you. He then shoved his right arm into Grand Fisher's hollow hole, then removed it. As he did, Fisher let out a blood-curdling scream as all the soul he had ever devoured were sucked out of him and took the shape of a pure white orb that was now in Naruto's hand. What did you do to me? Fisher asked him as he felt as if 1,000 Zanpakutos have sliced through him. What I did is what I call Kukyu no Kyo, ultimate purification. It is a technique I've been developing for the last 200 years and I recently perfected it. If you are wondering what this orb is, well, let us just say it is the collection of all the souls that you eaten in your lifetime. My Kukyu no Kyome is one way to collect all the souls from your body, soul, and cleanse without doing the same to you. Naruto explained as he put the white orb in his pocket, then turns around and walks a few yards away, his back still facing Grand Fisher. And now time for your punishment for killing Masaki Kurosaki and attacking my daughter, he said in a cold, icy tone as he brought his right arm, holding it out from his side, digging his nails into his palm, drawing blood, and let a good amount drip onto the ground. The blood on the ground started to take the form and shape of Naruto as the blood cleared. The clone was wearing the same thing. He was an orange button-up short sleeve shirt and some black cargo pants with no trace of any blood on them. What can't defeat me on your one, so you make a copy of yourself, some demon you, or Mawahaha. Grand Fisher mocked him, but was silenced when Naruto sent an icy glare at him over his left shoulder. Humph, you don't deserve to be killed by my hands, and weren't you listening? I wasn't going to kill you, since I am going to send your soul to the deepest part of the demon world. However, to summon the gates to demon world it requires a sacrifice. That is why I made a Kai Bunshin blood clone. It is like an exact copy of me made from my blood. However, what is special about this clone is it can take the place of the sacrifice I need. So have a pleasant trip. He finished as he shunned Pioed away. The clone then started to levitate off the ground. Suddenly its body split in half from the top of his head down the middle as one half slid up while the other slid down. Both halves moved apart from one another as they separated. Grand Fisher, who was still standing, could only watch as the two halves moved apart and saw what looked like a doorway but pitch black about 30 feet tall and 10 feet wide appear while Naruto's blood clone separated. All he could hear was Naruto's voice echo around the area. Akuma's Seiki. Demon's Gate. However, nothing happened. That's it. Ha ha ha, I thought you were going to send me to the demon world, but I guess all you couldn't do that too, could you? He laughed, but it cut short once a demonic arm shot out and grabbed hold of him that made him grunt in pain as it was crushing him. Without warning, the arm rushed back in, taking the hollow with it into the gate as it was closing. Once it closed, it disappeared as if it were never there, just in time as two shinigamis arrived. Wasn't there supposed to be a hollow here? One, the shinigami asked his comrade. Yeah, the Seraiti messaged it was one that kept escaping from every encounter, but what happened to it? The other one replied. Maybe it went back to Hueco Mundo. That could be, but we still should report this to the head captain. The second one said as they both left the area. With Naruto. After he left his blood clone to finish of the hollow who dared to attack his child, he went to find Ichigo and his mother, who he knew was most likely dead. He found the two by the river with Ichigo's head down, his hair covering his eyes as he stood over the lifeless body of his mother. As if the sky could feel the pain and sorrow that the boy felt, it started to rain. Naruto then walked up to the sad-looking boy. Placing a hand on his shoulder, startling him, Ichigo then looked up to see who it was next to him and noticed it was Ace's father. Looking back at his mother, he asked him something. Why did she have to die? He asked him. Naruto could understand his pain. It was something similar to what happened to his sensei, but he knew who killed him. As for Ichigo, he had no clue. I don't know why, I guess the world works in mysterious ways. He told Ace's friend, but it seemed the boy did not like his answer. But why did it take her? She didn't do anything to anybody. All she did was love and care for us along with everyone around her. What did she do to deserve to die? It's not fair. Ichigo cried out as he fell to his knees and cried as Naruto let him vent it all out, as he took out his phone and called the police. After reporting it what happened, the police came to take her body away. Naruto then took Ichigo home and told his father Isshin what happened. He thanked him for what he did to the hollow that killed him, his wife. They both said their goodbyes as Naruto left and hoped his daughter was okay. He then left to check if his daughter was okay. As he arrived at his house, he went straight to his daughter's room to see her laying down sleeping, her right arm bandaged up. Other than that, she seemed okay. Yoruichi, who was lying next to her softly stroking Ace's hair as she slept, noticed her lover's arrival and told him what she knew. She is fine. All she had was a deep gash on her right arm and a fractured on her right foot as well. She informed him as he released a sigh of relief. That explains why that hollow's right side of its mask was cracked. He told her as he smirks. Even without her active powers, she still is a mean right kick. He added, which made Yoruichi smile, but it then disappeared. That means we will have to tell her about what we are and what she is. She said to him as his smirk disappeared too. Yeah, it was bound to happen, but I wish it was on better circumstances. Naruto told her as he moves next to his daughter as kiss her forehead as they both headed towards the door. When Naruto and Yoruichi left their daughter's room and closed the door, Asa mumbled something in her sleep. Oto-san, am I demon? The next afternoon. It was about mid-afternoon when Asa finally awoke, groaning as she looked around, finding herself in her room. She guessed her parents must have bought her home after they found her at the park. Then suddenly, remembering what happened yesterday, she was going to get out of bed, but stopped once she heard the door open, revealing her father. The two made eye contact. Naruto's tired eyes softened as he stepped into her room, closing the door quietly behind him. Asa watched her father walk from the door and sit next on the edge of her bed as neither one spoke a word as she looked at her blanket that had a purple baby fox laying next to what she could tell was its parent, which was an orange fox with 9 tails. Though it was wired since she never seen a purple fox or any with 9 tails, but never gave it that much thought though, as it was a gift from her father. Speaking of her father, he looked a bit tired, as he couldn't get any sleep thinking about what conspired yesterday, as to what could be going through his daughter's mind, and there was only one thing he could do, was to ask. Asa, he began, but she cut him off. Oto-san, can you tell me something? She asked, still looking at her blanket. Sure, just asked. Her father gently replied with a smile, though he knew she would ask what attacked her. Is it true? She asked him. Is what true? He asked her. That I am, she started, but for some reason her eyes started to water. I am, she tried to ask again, but her voice started to crack, as she was afraid to find the answer. Naruto, seeing his daughter's eyes start forming tears, moved a hand and wiped them away. Asa, what's wrong, why you crying? He asked her, thinking the hollow attack was starting to sink in. Instead of answering and telling her father, she was fine. She grabbed her father's hand, removing it from her face, and looked into his eyes. Am I a demon? She finally asked. Naruto's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking to small dots, too stunned to answer her sudden question. He wasn't suspecting. Then he remembered what that hollow said. Judging by how mad you look, you must be that demon Gaki's Otosan. He must have been too angry to pay attention to what it meant, and because that, he wasn't ready for what his daughter just asked. Asa, on the other hand, saw her father's shocked face and assumed the worst, believing what that thing said to her was true. So it's true then, she whispered as Naruto shook off the sudden shock. Asa, let me explain, he told her, but she wasn't listening as she looked away from him in a shock of her own. I'm a demon, she said to herself, unable to accept it. She always thought she was a human. She didn't want to believe what some overgrown hamster said she smelled like. However, after seeing her father's shocked face, it made her believe what it said was true, and had to wonder how was that possible if her parents were human. Then her eyes widened a bit more as she began to think. What if they aren't humans as well? She thought, but her father shook her, snapping her out of her thoughts, forcing her to look at him. Asa, I can explain, he told her, but she didn't care, as she wanted her questions to be answered first. No, first tell me, how's it possible that I'm a demon? She demanded, but all Naruto could do was open his mouth a bit. Or if Kasen and you are even human. Asa clammed down, and I'll try to explain, he said, trying to get her to calm down. Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down when I find out that I might not be human? Asa exclaimed, not giving her father a chance to explain as Naruto sighed, as the only thing he had to do now was explain everything to her. Combing his hand through his blonde spiky hair, he stood up, walked towards the window in her room, and watched as the trees danced while the wind blew through them. A few minutes later, he then turned towards Asa with serious look plastered on his face. All right, I'll tell you everything, he told her. True to his word, he began to tell her everything, all about who he was, along with her mother, Kazuki, Tessai and Kuron. Telling her all about the Soul Society to the Seraiti, about shinigamis and hollows to the point as what they are. She couldn't believe when he told her that their bodies were fake, only to serve as a way for them to interact with people in the living world. However, once he started to explain how she was a demon, she found it hard to believe. It was when he showed her his demon form, shocking her as it was her first time seeing it. She noticed his ears and 9 tails, then everything started to make sense as she started to remember how she acted when she was a little younger, how she would curl up into a ball whenever she was on her mother's or her father's lap. Another was whenever her father ruffled her hair. She seen most kids her age hated whenever their parents or older sibling does it to them, however she loved when her father does it, not to mention her blanket. Letting all this new information sit in, there was one thing her father failed to mention, and that was why have they failed to tell her anything about who, or what she really was, instead of her living a lie. Were you ever going to tell me? She asked her father as they both were now sitting next to each other on the edge of her bed. Of course we were, Naruto told her as he looked down at her. We just wanted to wait until you were older. But why wait? She replied. Well, I wanted you to have a normal childhood before we told you about what you were. He said as she watched her as her eyes narrowed a bit. So much that turned out to be. How can someone have a normal childhood if they weren't normal to begin with? She shot back. Well, I'm sorry, he said to her as she snorted. For what? Lying to me my whole life, making me think I was human, then telling me I'm not just so I can have a childhood, she exclaimed. I'm probably the reason why Ichigo and his cousin were attacked too. She whispered to herself, but Naruto heard her. You're right, he admitted as he stood up looking at the wall. Maybe I should told you, but was it wrong of me to let my only child to have something that I never had the luxury when I was a kid? He told her as he headed towards the door. However, he added one more thing before he slid it open. For that I'm sorry. Naruto then slid open the door and walked out, leaving his daughter to ponder what he said to her. In the living room while Naruto was talking with Asa. Just as Naruto went into Asa's room by himself, telling Yoruichi to stay since he wanted to tell the truth, since it was his idea to let her have somewhat of a normal childhood. At first, she protested but soon gave up since she known him, he was always stubborn about things like this. Therefore, she stayed in the living room with Kazuki, Tessai, and Kuron as the four of them sat and waited for Naruto to come out Asa's room. It felt like time stood still as they waited. Yoruichi couldn't take it anymore as she got up and headed towards her daughter's room. However, before she could reach the hallway, someone grabbed hold of her wrist, stopping her. She turned to tell it Kazuki, who she figured was the one who was trying to stop her, but was surprised to see it was Kuron. "Kuron, let go of my wrist," she told him firmly, but he didn't say or do what she asked. "I'm not going to ask again, so let go," she said, this time with more of a threat behind her words, but again Kuron said or did anything. Yoruichi's golden cat-like eyes narrowed dangerously at him as she tried to free her hand. However, when she tried, his grip drew tighter, which just made her even madder as she balled her free hand into a fist. Just before she was going to sock Kuron, his words stopped her. "Yoruichi-sama, I'm sorry, but I cannot let you go in there," he told her with a straight face as he started into her eyes that showed how furious she was at him. Urahara's along with Tessai's eyes widened as they both slowly scooted away, the two knowing just how their purple-haired friend gets once she's mad. "Tell me one good reason I should listen to you, since she is my daughter and I have a right to be in there, or have you forgotten that?" she informed him, her fist still balled up as everyone in the room could feel the anger coming off her in waves, but Kuron kept his ground, not flinching once nor letting go of his master lover's wrist. "No, I have not, since I was there when you gave birth to her," he shot back calmly as he stared into her rage-filled eyes, ready to tear him apart. "This is something Naruto-sama has to do alone," he told her as he kept staring into her eyes. Yoruichi was now beyond pissed as she wanted to deck Kuron and make her way towards her daughter's room, but before she could, Kazuki decided to say something. "He's right, Yoruichi, if you forgot, it was Naruto's decision to let her have normal childhood instead, telling her that she not human but a hybrid demon shinigami." He spoke fearing what he said might bring the wrath of the purple-haired goddess on him, but she had to know. "My guess is that he feels guilty for what has happened to her and her young friends Kasen, which is not his or Asa's fault," he added, that just made the enraged Yoruichi confused by what he said. "What?" Yoruichi said, now with a confused look on her face as she pulled her hand free from Kuron's grip and looked at her other blonde friend. "Why would he feel guilty, and what do you mean it's not Asa's or Naruto's fault?" she asked. However, before Kazuki could answer, the sound of Asa's door opening then close interrupted him as Naruto walked out from the hallway, making his way towards the front door, but stopped when he heard Yoruichi call his names. "Naruto, is everything alright?" she asked him, but Naruto put on one of his fox-like smile and turned to look at her. "Yeah, everything's fine, just feel like taking a walk to clear my mind, so I'll be gone for a while," he told her as he continued his way towards the front door. However, Yoruichi didn't buy it, knowing that look all too well, as he would put on that mask so others would worry about him. "Naruto, wait," she called out to him, but he didn't hear her or just ignored her as he walked outside, sliding the door behind him, leaving everyone to wonder what happened. Yoruichi was the first one to head towards her daughter's room and opened the door, seeing her daughter sitting at the edge of her bed looking at the floor. She then walked towards Asa's bed, sitting next to her daughter with her hands on her lap as she looked at her. "Would you tell me what your Otosan and you were talking about?" Yoruichi asked her gently. At first Asa didn't want to, but nodded her head, knowing her mother would get it out of her eventually. Therefore, Asa began and told her mother what the two talked about, leaving nothing out, and judging the face her mother had, she could tell that she was a bit mad. Yoruichi now understood why Naruto acted the way he did before he left. It was true that he only wanted their daughter to enjoy and have something he never had. He wanted her to have friends, not having to worry about if she would have something to eat or if she was going to be attacked for something she had no control over as he did. All he wanted for her was to have somewhat of normal childhood and to have a family. The one thing he truly wanted when he was a kid, to be loved and acknowledged by someone. It must have hurt Naruto to have his daughter to say and acted the way she did. Yes, she should have the right to be angry, but she couldn't see what her father was trying to do, but if she knew why he did what he did she would most likely understand. While Yoruichi was pondering about what Asa just told her, the said little girl thought about the last thing her father said to her before he left her room. She wanted to know what he could have meant by that, so she decided to ask her mother since she would be the one who would mostly know why. Cousin, I was wondering what Otosan meant when he said he never had the same luxury I did when he was a kid. She asked her mother, who let out a sigh, as she had no right to say but she needs to know. I shouldn't tell you this, but it is the only thing I can think of, she said as she thought on how she should tell her. You see, your Otosan didn't have what we call a normal childhood. From what he has told me, for most of his life he had to hide in fear in the village he grew up in. As for the villagers that resided in, would beat and torture him for something he had no control over. She told her daughter, making her eyes widen in shock. Because of that he never had the chance to make any friends, as the kids his age parents would tell to stay away from him. They also kicked him out of most stores, and the ones who would let him in overcharged him. That made cloths and food scarce, as he would have to search in garbage cans for food or new clothing if he was lucky. Sometimes an owner of a ramen shop that was in his village would give him free bowls of ramen, which is probable why he likes it so much. But what I'm trying to say is he never had the chance to make any friends when he was a kid. When he told me that he wanted us not to tell you about what you were so you could experience that, I agreed with him since I didn't have it easy myself. She informed her, making Asa regret what she said to her father. How bad was it for you? Asa asked. I'll tell you when you're ready to know, she said, as she didn't want her to know she was part of one of the 4 noble clans in the Seraiti. Now I think you should go find your Otosan and apologize to him. Yoruichi suggested, getting a nod from her daughter, who stood up and left to search for her father. With Naruto. Once Naruto left his home, which not that long ago was remodeled into a candy-like store to help keep them from being discovered. He could care less what his home looked like since he was with his soon-to-be wife and child. That was all he needed. Having a nice home was a luxury in his eyes. Any home was as good, or better than the one he had when he was still alive, but none of that really mattered. Only one thing did. Pondering what was on his mind, he walked aimlessly across the town of Karakura with nowhere in particular destination in mind, just walking to help solve the question that kept popping up. His aimless walking finally ended in the one place that started his troubles and revealed the one thing he never told his daughter, because he wanted to give her the one thing he never got to experience as a kid. Walking into the park where Asa was attacked by the hollow that called itself Grand Fisher, he found an empty bench to sit down on as he watched the kids play with one another, unaware of what truly goes on in the world. It brought a smile to his face as he remembered the time as if it were yesterday. He would bring Asa to this very park. She would play with her friends she made at the dojo and some other random kids who were playing in the park at the time. However, it soon went away as he saw a kid with green hair and eyes. He has 2 bangs that frame his face to his cheeks and a bang that forms between his eyes. His hair also formed 2 like spikes that poked out on both sides of his head. He also wore a white t-shirt with blue jean shorts and black sneakers. He was sitting on a swing by himself. It brought memories of himself with the same look on his face, wanting to join the other kids. Memories he wish he could forget, but those memories are the very same that made him who he is today, and forgetting them would change his very core. As they help him understand others who are in the same boat as he was, therefore, he stood up and walked over towards the lonely child. The said child never sensed his presence, as he was startled when Naruto spoke to him. Tell me, child, why is it that you're not playing with the others? Naruto asked, but the child just looked at him, then back towards the group of kids playing tag, and then towards the ground, not saying a word. I can see it in your eyes, you want to play with them, but something is holding you back, he added, but the child kept staring at the ground below him as if it had the answer. It's just that I recently moved here 2 days ago, so I'm new here and I'm afraid they will make fun of me because of my green hair, the boy said in a sad voice, but Naruto just smiled as he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. So what if they make fun of you? That only means they were never meant to be your friends in the first place. Besides, you'll never know until you try, am I right? Naruto said, trying to encourage the boy to go over and talk to other kids, which seemed to work as the young boy got up and nodded his head. You're right, mister, I don't know until I try, the boy exclaimed as he gulped and made his way towards the group of kids. Naruto stood by the swing set and watched as the boy asked the other kids if he could play with them. Once the kid's face lit up, he guessed they said yes. The green-haired boy then ran back towards Naruto with a happy smile on his face. "They said yes, mister," the boy told him, "and they didn't say anything funny about my hair either," he added as Naruto smiled down at him. "Then what are you waiting for? Go and play with your new friends," he told him as the boy nodded, then turned around and took off. However, he stopped himself and looked back at Naruto. "I'm sorry I never got your name, mister," the boy asked him. "The name's Naruto," he told him. "My name is Gurren, Japanese for Glenn, and thanks again, Naruto-san," the now-known Gurren said as he ran back to the other kids, waving goodbye to Naruto as he did. Naruto waved back at him as he made his way back towards the bench he was sitting at, sat back down, and watched as Gurren and the other kids played together. It made him think about the choice he made that concerned with his daughter, the same one he questioned. Was I wrong to have let Asa have a childhood, or should I have told her what she was and taught the ways of the shinigami? She would have been able to defend herself much better than she has, but would she still be the same little girl she is now? He thought to himself as he kept watching the kids play. He lost track of time, as the sun was soon about to set as the parents of the kids who were playing came to pick them up. Gurren, who noticed Naruto was still there, waved goodbye one last time before he left with his parents. He had to wonder as he noticed neither one of his parents had green hair, so why did he? But then again, Isshin boy had orange hair while neither Masaki nor Isshin have any trace of orange. Therefore, he put it as one of those genetic kinds of thing and left it at that as he tried to clear his mind while looking up at the red-orange filled sky. He decided it was time to return home as he spent too long sitting here in the park. Yoruichi was probably getting worried, but just when he was about to leave, someone called out to him. "Otosan," the voice called, panting as if they had been running a marathon. Naruto looked over his shoulder to see his daughter hunched over, her hands resting on her knees as she looked like she's been running all over town, most likely trying to find him. Asa, who finally caught her breath, looked towards her father, who made a gesture for her to sit next to him, which she complied. Sitting next to her father, who looked back up at the sky while she looked around at the now empty park that was the same park her parents rescued her from, the hollow that almost tried to kill her. Looking up at the sky as her father was doing, she noticed how beautiful it looked as she could stare at it all day or until sunset, but her father interrupted her, asking a serious question. "Asa, tell me, are you upset with the choice I made?" he asked her, making her look at her hand that was on her lap. "Are you talking about not telling me that I was not human?" she answered her father in a low tone. "Yes, you see, on the day you were born I had to make a decision. Should I tell you about what you were or let you have something I never had the chance to experience, to have a childhood?" He told her that made her remember what her mother told her about how her father was treated when he was a child. It made her think about all the things she did with her friends that she has now and what it would be like if she never had them. She now understood what her father tried to do for her. Then wondered how her father could live a life as he did and act the way he does now, always happy, as she never once seen him sad or angry until now. "I did at first, but that was until Kasen told me about how you were treated when you were my age," she said, making Naruto stiffen as his eyes widen a bit. "So, your Kasen told you about that, huh?" he said, looking down at her as she looking down at her hands, answering him with a nod as he let out a sigh. "I didn't want you to hear about that, but it helps explain the choice I did, and I see you understand why too," he added as she nodded again, then looked at her father. "Tell me, Otosan, how could you live like that? Going days without food, not having a single friend, and always getting beat up?" she asked as tears formed at the corner of her eyes again as she pictured seeing her father being beat up by some random people. Naruto wiped the tears away with his thumb before they could fall and smiled at his daughter. "I just did, I knew they weren't mad at me, but what I had inside me," he told her, which confused her, as she didn't know anything about the Kyuubi. "I don't understand what was inside you," she asked as he laughed and ruffled her hair as she closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling. "I'll tell you once we get home," he told her. Then an idea popped into his head. "Or I can show her and in a way, see her again," he thought as he stood up from the park bench, dusting the back of his pants off. Looking back at his daughter, he notices she was still sitting on the bench with her head down. "What's wrong?" he asked her. "Otosan," Asa said as she trailed off. "Yes, what is it?" He answered her as he turned his body to face her. I just wanted to say that I am sorry for what I said to you. She apologized, getting a smile from her father. I'm also grateful for what you've done for me. If you haven't made the choice that you did, I most likely wouldn't have met Ichigo, Tatsuki, Orihime, and all my other friends. What I'm trying to say is, she said as she got up as fast as she could and hugged her father. Thank you, she finished as she hugged him harder. Naruto just kept smiling, stroking her head, then placing his hands on her shoulders as she breaks away from her hug and kneels down in front of her. How about we head home? Your cousin is probably worried, he suggested as she nodded, so he stood up, but just as the two were about to leave, Naruto heard a rumbling sound. Looking at his daughter, he could see her blushing, not that anybody else could tell because of her chocolate-colored skin. However, Naruto could, as he spent a lot of time with Yoruichi. Sounds like someone hungry, he said as Asa rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. You think we can get something to eat before we go home? She asked. Sure, what do you have in mind? He asked her as she smiled. How about some ramen? She exclaimed as her father looked at her funny. You know how mad your cousin gets if we go out to eat ramen without her. He informed her, but she kept her smile on her face. All we have to do is not to forget to bring her some. Asa lied, but hoping her father would buy it, as he was gullible when it came to ramen. Naruto was stroking his chin, debating whether he should, but the sound of getting some ramen made his mouth water, and eventually he gave up and made his decision. Oh, what the heck, I'm in the mood for some ramen, and I bet you're right, if we bring her some she won't get made. Naruto exclaimed as Asa sighed in relief as her father bought her lie. Therefore, the two made their way to Naruto's favorite ramen shop in town. Once the duo made it home, they forgot one thing: Yoruichi's ramen, who was furious once she found out that they went out to eat without her, sending Asa to her room as she punished Naruto, one he would never forget. 3 months later. 3 months have passed by since Asa was told that she was demon with shinigami powers. She asked her parents to train her so she could defend herself along with those she cherished. Her parents agreed to, but not until school was out, which she agreed. With that in mind, she quit the karate dojo, seeing it would only give her less time for her to train. It was also the same day Ichigo quit the dojo too, and after that the two haven't seen each other since, which made her a bit sad as it felt like she lost someone close to her, but vowed to never let anything like that to happen again. She tried to keep in touch with Tatsuki, however, going to different schools made that kind of difficult, so whenever they could they would meet up at the park after school. She also introducing her to Orihime since she didn't have many friends because of the color of her hair, hence why she wanted her to meet Tatsuki, as she knew she wasn't judgmental about people's hair color. Nevertheless, more importantly, her father told her about Kyuubi, how she was sealed inside him on the day he was born and the true reason he was treated the way he was. Also telling her that she was the reason the two of them were demons once he finally accepted her last gift for him when she died, turned him into a demon he is now. It was a lot for her to take in, just as it was when she was told she wasn't human, but she would rather have been told now than later. She did find it weird that her father disappeared a couple of days later after he told her who Kyuubi, or Kyuubi-chan as he calls her. She asked her mother, but all she told her was he went to find a very close friend of his and would be back by the time they will start training her. Therefore, she left it at that and let time take its course as she waited for school to end so she could begin her so-called training with her parents. She would soon regret even wanting to train with her parents, as for what they have planned for her, not even Soy Fan would go through with it. XXXXXX. The day finally came. Asa was in class staring at the clock, watching as it made ticking sounds. She saw it was going slower than usually. Not paying any attention to her teacher saying his final words before school was over, it was as if she was in a trance that only broke when the person next to her poked her cheek with their pencil. Asa, are you alright? You've been staring at the clock all day now. The person next to her asked as Asa blinked her eyes. You say something, Orihime? Asa asked her orange-haired friend as she turned her head towards her. I asked if you were alright since you have been staring at the clock as if it were going to attack you or something. Orihime asked, but before Asa could answer her, Orihime went into her own little world. Or maybe they can by using their hands to hypnotize us one by one so no one gets suspicious and have us make more clocks. That way it would make it easier for them to take over the town, then the all Japan and soon enough the whole world. She exclaimed, standing up from her desk making a scene. Asa put a hand on her forehead as she shook her head while the class stared at the sudden outburst that came from Orihime as the said girl blushed in embarrassment, scratching the back of her head and sat back down. The teacher went back to whatever he was saying as Asa gave Orihime a look she always gives her when she says random things like that. What I was going to tell you, I was staring at the clock, which by the way I think it moving, slow than usual. She stated as Orihime leaned closer towards her. I think that is how they hypnotize you. She whispered to Asa, who just rolled her eyes. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Anyway, it's just I can't wait to get home and start my TR. Asa began but stopped herself as she couldn't tell her friend that she was going to start her shinigami training, so she had to come up with a lie. You're what? Orihime asked her, tilting her head a bit. I mean to start packing for my trip. You see, my parents and I are going over to America for a bit until school starts again. Asa corrected herself as she rubbed the back of her head, laughing nervously. Wow, you're really going to America? Orihime said, a bit surprised, as she too want to go there. Yeah, we expect to leave in a couple of days. She lied. That's so cool, Orihime exclaimed. They have so much stuff over there, and did you know they drive on the right-hand side of the road? Weird, She added. Yeah, that's weird, all right. Asa replied just as the bell rang, dismissing the class. The two made their way to the front of the school where Orihime's brother was waiting in for her. She waved goodbye to her as she made her way home. Once she arrived, she saw her mother standing there waiting for her as she motioned her to follow her inside. Doing as she complied, she followed her as they made their way to an empty room in the back of the house. Asa was asked her mother why they were there, but her mother ignored her as she picked up a section of the floor, revealing a ladder leading somewhere. Following her mother down the ladder, she was dumbfounded. Once she reached the bottom, seeing a luscious green forest as fair as the eye could see. In one direction, in another was nothing but a grass with random boulders. There was also a mountain about 100 feet tall with a waterfall and a huge lake at the bottom. Looking at her mother for an explanation to what this place is, the said woman just smiled. You're probably wondering what this place is and how it's under our house. Yoruichi asked her, getting a nod from her daughter as she looked around in awe. Well, to put simply, this place is a training ground your Otosan along with your Ojisan Kazuki and Tessai build so we could train every once in a while, and is the very same place you will start your own training. She informed her daughter, who nodded again as she looked around once more. However, before we begin your training, I want you to meet someone very important to me. A voice called out to her. Turning in the direction where it came from, she saw her father, who was walking out of the forest. She ran towards him with Yoruichi walking behind as she gave her father a hug, as it has been about 3 months since she last saw him, then looked up at him. Otosan, where've you been? Asa asked her father as he looked down at her. Well, I had to find someone very important to me, the same person who helped me become who I am today, or should I say Fox. He told her, whispering that last part to him as he looked back towards the forest. Kyuubi-chan, you can come out now, Naruto said, shocking both Asa and Yoruichi. So this is the Gaki I've heard so much about. A red-headed woman said, walking out from behind a tree, looking at the said brat, then to her mother. Guess you're right, she does take after her cousin. Kyuubi added as she walked over towards them. Asa, who was stunned to see the person who her father talked so fondly about as if she was a motherly sister for him. She also noticed she had a pair of fox ears on her head and crimson-colored eyes with black slits for pupils and 9 tails swishing behind her as she walked, but she had to wonder how she was here if her father told her she died. Yoruichi was on the same boat as to how Naruto found her. Then it hit her as the only way he could have was to go into the gates of hell. Narrowing her eyes, she walked over to her lover and smacked the back of his head. Baka, do you know how dangerous it is to enter those gates, not to mention that you could never get out, which I don't even know how you managed to? Said an angry Yoruichi as Naruto rubbed the spot where she hit him. I know, I've found out once I tried to leave, and if I wanted to leave I had to make a deal with Yami. He told her as Kyuubi smiled. Yeah, he made a deal all right, she said, getting Yoruichi's attention. One that Yami herself won't forget. I swear, she moaned loud enough that every soul in the underworld heard her. Kyuubi informed Yoruichi, making the said woman eyes widen then narrow dangerously at Naruto as she slowly walked towards him, who was slowly backing away. Yo Yoruichi, it's not what it sounds like, he said, waving his hand defensively in front of him, but she didn't care, as she was already mad. Come on Yuru, it wasn't like that, I would never cheat on you. He pled, but it was still no good as Yoruichi tried to attack him. However, he dodged it and started running with his lover right behind him. As Naruto ran for his life from his angry lover, Kyuubi looked at Asa, who was watching her parents act like children at something she did not understand, but then the said little girl looked at her. Can I ask you a question, Kyuubi-san? Asa asked her. Sure Gaki, what do you want to know? She replied as she folded her arms under her breast. Well, for starters, quit calling me a Gaki. Asa said as her eyebrows furrowed, making Kyuubi laugh. You have to earn it first, kid. She told her, making Asa narrow her eyes. I have a name too, you know. Asa exclaimed. So what? Not once did I call you Otosan by his name, so what makes you think I would call you by yours? Kyuubi informed her. If you did call my Otosan by his name, what did you call him? She asked. Kit, she replied, raised an eyebrow. Kit, you called my Otosan a baby fox. Asa said, a bit confused. Don't ask, I just did, and leave it at that. So what did you want? Asked me. She said, changing the subject. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you, how did you get here if you died, or does that mean my father went to the Soul Society to get you? She asked as Kyuubi frowned a bit. Well, let's just say that after I died I didn't go to the Soul Society but to a place where evil souls goes once they die. She answered Asa's question, turning to watch as Yoruichi finally caught Naruto trying to hide her sadness. Asa on the other hand could heard it in her voice that made her feel bad for asking. I'm sorry, Asa said in a low voice as Kyuubi smiled and looked down at her. It not your fault, you didn't know. She told her as Yoruichi and Naruto, who had a black eye and a few bumps on his head, made their way back. Thanks a lot, Kyuubi-chan, you said that on purpose, didn't you? Naruto asked as he rubbed his sore eye. Perhaps, or maybe I just needed a good laugh, she said, smiling as his one visible eye narrowed at her. Anyhow, Asa, Naruto began as he fished a red glove with a skull with blue flames from his pocket, getting his daughter attention. Think fast, he yelled and dashed towards her. Asa, whose eyes widened once her father came right for her. However, before she could do anything to defend herself, Naruto cocked back his right arm that had the glove on and swung it forward, connecting with her forehead, removing her spirit out of her gigai, sending her back a few feet. But since she was still a bit shocked, she stumbled a bit before she fell onto her butt. She stood to her and glared at her father, who was laughing a bit. Then she noticed her body laying lifeless on the ground, that made her eyes widen. What the hell did you do to me? She exclaimed. Nothing really, just separated your spirit from your gigai, Naruto informed her, as Kyuubi took notice of her new appearance. Now I can see more of her in you, Kyuubi said as she eyed her some more. Just wait until she's older, the boys won't be able to keep their hands off her, especially in her demon form, she added, making Naruto sigh as he dropped his head, knowing she was right. Asa, who didn't know what Kyuubi meant by demon form, looked at her hands, noticing her nails were now looked like claws that reminded of her when her father showed her his demon form. Putting her hands on her head, she felt two fox-like ears, making her eyes widen a bit, then checked behind her and felt not one but two tails. She then ran over toward the lake, checking her new appearance using the reflection from the water, noticing her whisker marks were darker and deeper than before. Her eyes though were still her ocean blue color, however, her pupils were now slits just like Kyuubi's and her father's. Naruto along with Yoruichi and Kyuubi noticed Asa run towards the lake and assumed that she must have felt the new change, but didn't pay attention that she had two tails. Naruto and Yoruichi hurried towards their daughter while Kyuubi stood back in thought. She already has two tails. From what the Gaki's Otosan told me, they haven't started her training, so the question is how she got the second tail unless she was born with it, she thought as she then made her way to join the others. Asa, I know you're probably wondering about your sudden appearance, but, Naruto started as Yoruichi and he approached her, but she turned around, her hair shadowing her eyes. I have ears and tails like a fox, this is so cool, Asa exclaimed as she looked at her parents, who were a bit shocked at her sudden reaction. But I wish I had 9 like Kyuubi and you, Otosan, she added as she moved her said two tails back and forth for her parents to see. You have 2, but how? Unless, Naruto said, trying to think of how she could have gotten her second tail. I was going to ask you about that, Kyuubi spoke, getting their attention. Judging by your reaction, you didn't know about it, but it seems you have an idea to how she obtained it. She asked Naruto, who nodded. Like I told you, we haven't began her training, however, she has been doing karate, which might have something to do with it, plus, the hollow that attacked probably had some help with it too. Naruto informed her as Kyuubi nodded, for what he told her could be true. Yoruichi on the other hand was confused, as she didn't have a clue to what they were talking about. She thought Naruto always had 9 tails while she thought Asa had 1, but after seeing, she now had 2. It didn't make any sense, and what Naruto was talking about with Kyuubi didn't make it any easier to understand. Alright, can one of you explain to me why my daughter is 2 tails instead of 1? She asked both as the two looked at her, but Naruto was the one who answered her. Sorry, I forget you don't know anything about fox demons. Naruto said as she rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. You see, with fox demon their power is measured by how many tails they have, 1, which doesn't mean you're weak, but that is how every fox demon starts. However, the stronger you get, the more tails you will have, all the way up till 9, which Kyuubi-chan and I have. As for Asa, I think she was able to obtain her 2nd tail from all the karate practice and the encounter she had with the hollow. He informed Yoruichi, who got the basic idea. So you're saying she is getting stronger? She said as Naruto nodded as they both looked at Asa, who was playing with her tails. So how are we going to start this then? She asked Naruto, who walked up to their daughter. Asa, Naruto said, getting his daughter's attention. It is time for you to gain your Zanpakuto. He told her as she raised an eyebrow. A Zanpakuto. She was finally going to start her training. Well, there are many ways, however. Naruto started lowering his head, letting the shadows of his bangs cover his eyes as his face and posture relax. The method I'm going to use will determine if you deserve to become a shinigami. He stated in an icy tone that scared Asa, as she has never heard her father talk to her like that. Yoruichi, who didn't like where this was going, watched her lover carefully as he slowly approached their daughter, who wasn't sure what to do. She never seen her father like this and it was scaring her. Then she started to feel as if something was choking her. Suddenly her father dashed at her. In the last second she dodged it, but not unscathed, as she felt something warm trickle down her cheek. Touching the liquid with her hand, bringing it to her sight, her eyes widen a bit as it was her own blood. However, before she could ponder just what happened, her father attacked her once again. She was able to dodge it by jumping to the right, but the next thing her father punched her midsection, sending her soaring into the forest, breaking several trees. Yoruichi's eyes widened when she saw Naruto attack their daughter, as she didn't know what he was up to, but once she saw him punch her, she decided then to try to stop him. However, Kazuki appeared in front of her with his left arm out as he looked over his left shoulder. I know it may seem like Naruto lost it, but this is the only way he can get her to achieve her Zanpakuto without her undergoing the hollowification process. He informed her. How? By attacking her? She exclaimed in disbelief, as this is the only way to achieve her Zanpakuto. It may seem like he is, but putting her in a life-threatening situation, it will quicken the process to achieve it. Naruto made up his mind and chose to do it this way. He knew you would approve, so he never told you. He informed her, but she still wasn't pleased with his answer. You're damn right, I would approve. There are other ways to get her to gain her Zanpakuto. She yelled at him, who nodded his head. You're right, there are, but most of them you would need an already forged Zanpakuto to begin with, which neither of us has. I could have made one, but it wouldn't be like the ones we would get at the Shinigami Academy. So that only left us with 3 options. 1. We could train her until she gained it herself, which could take several years. 2. We could have her go under my method, which involves the hollowification process. That if she would fail, she would have turned into a hollow, which I know the both of you couldn't kill her, so that one was out. That left us with 1 option, he explained, pausing at the end, looking into her eyes, and for once, he didn't grab one of his fans. To force her mind into thinking she is going to die by having Naruto attack her with the intent to kill, forcing her to meet her Zanpakuto spirit. Yoruichi, who understood, still didn't like that fact that they had to try to kill her for her to gain her Zanpakuto, and was now in a dilemma. One side, she could let this continue and hope her daughter will be okay, or stop it, as she feared her daughter could fail, as she could get seriously hurt by her father. Before she could do anything, someone else voiced his or her opinion. I know I don't have any real say in this since this doesn't involve me, but I think you should let him be. From what I heard, this might be the only way for her to gain whatever you two are talking about. Kyuubi suggested, making Yoruichi narrow her eyes at her, but she didn't flinch. You're right, you don't have any say in the matter, and what would you know? As far as I know, you don't have any kin, so you would know how it feels to see your own daughter being attacked by the very same person who sought to protect her with his life. Yoruichi exclaimed, getting Kyuubi pissed. So what if I didn't have any children of my own? But don't you dare tell me I don't know what it feels to watch someone I care about being attacked. You weren't there when Naruto was constantly attacked by the villagers he tried to protect, only for them to shun him, and after he saves his so-called village using my power, they exile him. He had places he could go, but because they were in tie with his old village, so he chose not to stay with them, so he didn't cause any problems with them that forced him to live alone. It was all because of me, and once I died, I left with the final thought that he survived and had a better life, only to find out he died that same day. So don't tell me I don't know how it feels. I loved Naruto with all my heart, and it saddens me to think that all he accomplished only to die for a place that could give a rat's ass about him. Kyuubi told Yoruichi as she glared at her, then looking in the direction Naruto sent his daughter. With Naruto and Asa was dodging her father's attacks left and right as everyone was one that could kill her. She was panicking, trying to figure out what could have made her father do this. Jumping from a tree branch just in time, dodging one of her father's tails, snapping the branch she was just on in half, landing on her feet. She looked up to see her father with his fist cocked back. She put her arms up to block his attack, but it did very little as the sheer force of the attack sent her flying back, destroying 2 trees as the third one she slammed into, coughing up some blood, landing face first on the ground. Struggling to get up, she heard her father's footsteps echoing in the air as it got louder with every step. Finally managing to get to her feet, she looked in front of her, seeing her father stepping out of the shadows of the trees. His eyes were now a crimson color, his tail swung slowly behind him in sync with his footsteps as he slowly made his way towards his beaten-up daughter. "Why, Otosan?" Asa whispered. "Why are you doing this?" she exclaimed in anger and fear towards her father, who kept walking towards her. "For you," he told her, making her eyes widen. "For me? He's beating the shit out of me and saying it's for me." She thought to herself in disbelief to think her father was doing all this for her. He had to be joking, right? "It's the only way for you to gain your Zanpakuto," and he informed her as he trailed off, but Asa still didn't understand how this was going to help her gain her Zanpakuto. "Your true potential," he finished as he stopped walking, placing his right arm off to the side in a 45-degree angle, his palm face out. Asa, who didn't know what to expect, was surprised once she seen a bluish orb start to form in her father's hand, then suddenly turned to a purplish color. Looking back at her father's eyes, she saw no trace of any kind of emotions in them at all, nothing but cold blood-red eyes, and once he spoke, it was in an icy-like tone. She still couldn't understand her father, how all this could be for her, who tries to kill their daughter and says it's just for you. However, one thing did cross her mind: if she didn't do something, she would most likely die. "If you wish to survive, you must call on our power," a voice in her head said, making her think she was going crazy, especially at a time like this. "This will be my final attack," Naruto declared, snapping Asa out of her thoughts. "It will determine if you have what it takes to summon your Zanpakuto and to see if you are worth to carry my blood in your veins," he finished as he dashed towards his daughter, who closed her eyes waiting for her father attack. However, nothing happened. Slowly she opened her eyes and noticed her father was nowhere in sight, or that she wasn't in a forest for that matter. Looking around, all she could tell that she was somewhere, but the scenery was weird. Okay, I rather find it hard to describe Asa's inner world, but just picture a Konoha-ized Saraiti. It looks like the Saraiti but with Konoha-like building structure, and on the wall of Sokyoko Hill it has the 5 Hokage's heads on it. I probably could describe it, but maybe I'm just too lazy to. However, she could tell that she was standing in some kind of courtyard. Still, she had to wonder how she got here. Just a second ago she was in front of her father, who was ready to kill her, and then she appears in this place. She had so many questions she wanted answered. The main one was how she got her. As if someone could read her mind, they answered her. "If you are wondering where you are, it is simple. We are in your inner world," a deep voice behind her said as she turned to see what it was. She was surprised to see a reddish-orange looking fox about as tall as her sitting straight up, staring at her. On closer inspection she could see its fur as if it was on fire. It also had 9 tails with the tips flicking like a campfire. Or to put it simply, your mind. Said another voice behind her. However, this one didn't sound as deep as the first one did. It sounded calmer but talked as if she were a smartass. Turning around once more, she saw yet another fox. However, this one was blue, in the same position as the first one, but this one's fur looked like it could freeze the air itself. The air around this blue fox fell as if its body could freeze the vapor in the air. She also noticed that this fox had 9 tails as well. Suddenly they both started to circle her as they slowly approached her, getting into a fighting stance. The blue fox started to laugh. "Look, she thinks she can fight us." The blue fox said she assumed it was talking to the other fox as if it said its name, but she couldn't hear it. "Indeed she does, but what makes her think she has a chance against us?" The reddish-orange fox said as Asa watched them, taking note that whenever one of them took a step the ground was on fire or it froze it. "Ditto that. However, is it true what her Otosan said?" The blue fox asked the orange fox, ignoring Asa's presence. "Indeed, she does have some hidden potential," the orange fox said as Asa again couldn't hear its name and was getting annoyed as the two foxes talked to one another as she weren't there. Plus, what was this hidden potential they were talking about? "I dare say if she could find it she would be as strong as her Otosan, if not stronger," the orange fox said, making Asa's eyes widen a bit as the blue fox looked a bit shocked itself. "Really now, aren't you giving her a little too much credit? Saying she could be on par with her Otosan is one thing, but surpassing him, give me a break, she could barely last 10 minutes against him," the blue fox stated as Asa listened, even though it was annoying to be ignored, especially in your own mind, and that last comment, even if it were true, still made her mad. "Haha, you were always quick to judge people. If you paid attention you would have noticed her Otosan was using all 9 of his tails," the orange fox stated, making the blue fox eyes widen and look towards Asa, who didn't pay attention when her father said fox demons' powers were measured by how many tails they had. However, these two foxes didn't knew about it already. Even if he was holding back, his attacks would have been equivalent to 4 tails, 3 at the lowest. Her having 2 tails and was able to last a total of 12 minutes is a feat itself. It complimented her. However, Asa had enough of being ignored and made herself known. "All right, can you tell me who the heck you two are and why I'm here?" she asked the two foxes. "Oh, my apologies, it appears we forgot about you," the orange fox apologized. "To answer your question, we are your Zanpakuto spirits. As to why you are here, well, your mind sent you here," the blue fox stated, that still didn't answer why she was here. "What my Otoko Kyodai, brother, is trying to say is that your mind knew you were in danger and sent you here to meet us," the orange fox explained. "Like it mattered anyway, she probably can't even hear our names," the blue fox said, confusing Asa. "See, just looking at her I can tell already." "What do you mean I can't hear your names?" she asked them. "Like he said, our names, every Zanpakuto spirit has a name, mine is, and my Otoko Kyodai's is," it told her, and as the blue fox said, she couldn't hear them, making her a little depressed. "Do not look so discouraged, most if not all shinigamis never hear their Zanpakuto the first time," the orange fox told her, but it didn't help. "More importantly, tell us why you want to become a shinigami," it asked her as she smirked and looked at them. "That's easy, I want to protect those I cherish the most along with those around me," Asa declared. "That's all," the blue fox said, clearly not impressed by her answer. "What do you mean that's all? What else is there?" she replied. "You see, anybody can say they want to protect this or protect that, but what we want to hear is something more than a simple oath or vow," the orange fox told her, which made her think what else could there be other than to protect the ones she cared about. Her eyes widened a bit, figuring out what they meant, and looked back at the twin foxes. "I want to be a shield to those who can't protect themselves, those who are attacked just because they seem to be weaker. I want to be the one who can give them hope and show that everyone is equal, that nobody's different because one's stronger or one's weaker than the other. That's why I want to become a shinigami," Asa said, full of confidence with no hesitation. Make the twin foxes smirk, if foxes could, that is. "Then show us, prove it, by defeating your Otosan," the two foxes said in unison as Asa saw everything fade to black. In the real world, Naruto was about halfway towards his daughter and was about to shove his demonized Rasengan into her midsection, seeing his daughter close her eye, which he thought she had given up. However, he was wrong as her eyes snapped open, turning from her ocean blue into golden ones just like her mother's, with her black silted pupils that made them look just like a cat's eyes. What shocked him the most was she charged at him, grabbing his Rasengan with her left hand and began trying to crush it. Looking at her hand, he could tell it was hurting her, but she didn't wince one bit. The next thing he knows, she crushed it as if it were a balloon, making his eyes widen. She didn't stop there, moving closer towards him, grabbing the hilt of one of her Zanpakutos that mysteriously appeared on her waist. With one swift motion she unsheathed one, slicing his midsection diagonally from his lower right side up to his upper chest. Naruto's eyes widened as he fell backwards, only to poof into smoke, making Asa, who was now in her demon mode, eyes narrow at the said smoke as it cleared, revealing nothing but a log. She started to look around, trying to find Naruto, only to see there was nothing but the forest around her. Taking a more relaxed position, she closed her eyes and listened, trying to find her target. Seeing as it didn't work, she decided to use the one thing that would, her nose. Naruto, who was behind Asa kneeling on a tree branch far enough that Asa could not see him, observed his daughter. That was a close one, he thought, as he was just seconds away from being slashed. Guess I shouldn't let down my guard, who knows what might happen, but still, I did not intend for her to awaken her demon state. He then stood up and watched his daughter a little more carefully, trying to see if she found his location, as if she could hear his thoughts, her head look in his direction and disappear. Naruto then jumped back away from the branch just as Asa reappeared in his spot as he landed on another branch. Looking at his daughter, who was gripping her Zanpakuto in her right hand with her head down, not letting him see her face. "Alright, we're done for now, so you can put Zanpakuto away and we can head back," Naruto told her, but there was no response. Instead, he got yet another attack aimed for his neck as Asa once again shun-pioed towards him. Luckily, his was ready for it as he dodged her attack with ease, then jumping down to the ground with Asa not far behind. He jumped back, dodging a downward vertical slash from her, who did not let up her assault, swing her Zanpakuto wildly, desperately trying to land a hit. Naruto figured that in her current state of mind she would not listen to reason, so he had no other option but to knock her unconscious. With no other choice, he dodged her last attack by moving slightly to the left, then dashing forward, uppercutting her in the gut, causing her to gasp. The punch forced her to drop her Zanpakuto and fall to her knees, holding her stomach as her eyes revert to normal before passed out. Before she could land face first on the ground, Naruto grabbed onto the back of her Shihakusho and placing her over his left shoulder, then picking up her Zanpakuto. He then thought was attacking her with a Rasengan, overdoing it a bit, but he could only wonder as he picked up Zanpakuto, then made his way towards the others. XXXXXX. Yoruichi, Kyuubi and Urahara were standing in silence. Neither one decided to talk with one another after that little argument they had. The only person who was willing to say something was Urahara. He wasn't even sure if it were such a great idea, as the two women still looked quite mad, but the silence was getting to him. However, when he opened his mouth, it was quickly shut once he felt two strong ki directed his way. Luckily, Naruto walked out from the forest, dissipating the ki aimed at him, as both women's attention were now focused on the other blonde-headed man. He let out a small sigh as he watched the two said women made their way over towards Naruto, with him walking short after. Of course, Yoruichi was the first one to arrive, and before she could even ask, Naruto answered her question. "She's fine, Yoruichi, just unconscious. He said so she wouldn't worry." Letting out a small sigh of relief, she took notice of the Zanpakuto in his hand and knew it wasn't Naruto's, so it had to belong to Asa, which meant she'd done it. "So judging by the Zanpakuto in your hand, I could safely say that our daughter is now a real shinigami?" Yoruichi asked, getting a nod from Naruto. As the two talked with one another, Kyuubi on the other hand was looking at what was Asa's Zanpakuto. "So that is what a Zanpakuto looks like, him. But what is this feeling? It is as I felt it once before when I was still alive. I wonder," she thought to herself, then looked to see what the others were doing. Saw Urahara about to ask Naruto something. "So did everything go smoothly, or did something interesting happen?" he asked his blonde friend, who hesitated at first but answered his question. "Well, you can say that, but I have to ask. Yoruichi, did you teach Asa anything once I left to get Kyuubi-chan?" Naruto asked her, who wasn't sure why he would ask something like that. "No, why do you ask?" she replied with a confused look. "Well, you see, once she received her Zanpakuto she suddenly went into a trance-like state." He told them, not saying she was in her demon state. Now they were a bit more confused, except for Kyuubi, who had the slightest idea to what he was saying. In this state she suddenly attacked me as if she already knew how to use a blade. Not to mention she even used shunpo, so I figured that one of you two might have thought her something while I was away. Naruto finished only for both of them to shake their heads. That is something, but how about we talk upstairs instead and let Asa rest? Urahara suggested, with the others agreeing. They all made their way towards the ladder that lead up to the shop. However, Urahara stayed back for a bit. We are getting closer towards that day. If what he said was true, then I should probably, he thought as he looked at Ace's Gigai that the others supposedly forgotten. I'll just have to wait and see. He then made his way towards Ace's Gigai, picked it up, and made his towards the ladder. XXXXXX. Before I go on with my real author notes, he is something I had in my first version of this chapter. I took it out because I felt like it didn't fit well in the story. However, I really like this art, so I kept it and thought I would use it as my first omake, so enjoy. Omake 1. What Naruto's punishment was. XXXXXX. Yoruichi was waiting patiently. Well, she was a few hours ago when it was about sundown. However, it was close to midnight and now she furious as she paced back and forth in the living room, waiting for her daughter, who she hoped was with her idiot of a lover that she was going to pummel once he returned home. Hearing the sounds of laughter coming from behind the front door, she knew they finally managed to find their way home. Therefore, she went to see what the hell took them so long. On reaching the front door, she noticed the two made up as they were still laughing, clearing her throat, making herself known. The two looked at her and noticed she didn't look happy. "Where have the two of you been?" she asked as she folded her arms under her breast, staring at Naruto, who now looked like he was going to piss himself. Now before I continue, let me tell you why Naruto looks the way he does. You see, when Asa and he left to get some ramen at a place called Ichiraku, which by the way was owned and run by a descendant of the old man he knew when he was alive. It was ironic though that the owner looked just like the old man and had a daughter whose name was Ayame, who looked just the same as the one he used to know. Anyway, once they arrived there, the place was holding a competition of who could eat the most ramen, and the winner would get free ramen for a year. After that, their ramen would be half price for life. Now for two people, spirits who were crazy about ramen, who will probably die for some herd that they entered, in a heartbeat with a crazy plan in mind. Instead of having just one winner, there were two, Naruto and his daughter, finishing with a whopping 100 bowls each, leaving the crowd dumbfounded as to how they could eat that much. Since they both tied, the owner gave they both the prize of free ramen for a year, but limited them to about 20 bowls for free, as he would go out of business the way they ate. They both agreed, since it was still free ramen, and even after eating 100 bowls, they both eat their free 20 bowls before they left. However, with all the excitement of winning, they forgot the one thing, to bring Yoruichi some, and this is why Naruto looks like he's going to piss himself, as he remembered when she asked where they been. "Well, you see, we were taking a stroll in the park," he said as she rubbed the back of his head. "It's close to midnight, Naruto," Yoruichi informed him, not buying his excuse as he gulped. "We stopped to get some ice cream." He lied, but Asa looked up at him funny. "No, we didn't, we stopped to get some ramen." She let the cat out of the bag, making Yoruichi's eyes narrow dangerously at Naruto, who was now starting to sweat while cursing his daughter for her big mouth. "Maybe Kasen was right, you do need to quit eating so much ramen. Is it making you say things that aren't true?" she added, closing her eyes while shaking her head. "Asa." Yoruichi called her daughter's name, making the said little girl open her eyes and answer her mother. "Haika-san," she said, looking at her mother as she could see a black-like aura coming off her. "Go to your room and get ready for bed," Yoruichi told her, which sounded more like a command as she kept her eyes on Naruto. Hi. Asa replied and did what her mother complied, as she seen what she is like when she get angry, leaving her father to her mother's wrath. "Now tell me you at least brought me some," she asked him as Naruto once again gulped and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "I kind of forgot," he told her, laughing nervously as Yoruichi shook her head and turned around. "Follow me," she commanded, which Naruto complied as he hesitantly followed his purple-haired vixen towards their room. Yoruichi was the first to enter, followed by Naruto, who noticed she was nowhere in sight. However, the sound of the door closing behind him told him she was most likely there. Turning to face his lover, she attacked him as she kissed him, moaning, his mouth breaking the kiss. She looked into his eyes. "You had fish-flavored ramen," Yoruichi stated, shocking him as she could tell what flavor he had just by kissing him. You can tell just by kissing me? He asked, dumbfounded as he could even do that. Hi, and you know this is going to make your punishment even worse than it already is, as fish flavor is my favorite. She said, confusing him. What punishment? He asked her, but the answer he got was her shoving him onto their bed as she pounced on top of him, kissing him passionately. She broke the kiss and looked at him, seeing he was still confused by her actions. If this is my punishment for not bringing you any ramen, I might do it more often, he said with a smirk, as did Yoruichi as she took off her shirt. Naruto, taking the hint, took off his shirt as well. He then flipped her so he was on top of her and removed her pants along with her orange thong. Using her hands, she started to unbutton Naruto's pants that he finished for her, removing both his pants and boxers, revealing his hardening member as the two kissed each other once again. Yoruichi then positioned herself on top of Naruto and slowly moved one of his hands towards one of the bed poles, tying his hand to it. She did the same to his other hand, then broke the kiss. Naruto, who was too wrapped up in their kiss, failed to notice his hands were tied up as he tried to move them. Yoruichi, what's going on? He asked as he watched her get off him, making her way to her dresser, bring out 2 orange ribbons, the ones she uses to keep her hair in a ponytail. Walking back over to her tied up lover, she then ties up his legs the same way she did his arms and looked back at Naruto, who didn't know what she was planning. Can you tell me what you doing, because I not too fond of this kinky bondage kind of thing, he told her as he tried to free himself, but because of his gigai, he couldn't break free. This is your punishment, she told him with a cat-like smirk as he raised an eyebrow. What, to tie me up naked? How is that a punishment? He replied as she got back on top of him, moving her head closer to his. No, that would let you off too easy. What your punishment is while I have my way with you, however. She began in a seductive tone as she moved her lower body close towards his hardened member, sending chills up his spine. No matter how bad you want to, you can't touch, she finished, making gasp. That's not fair. He winced as she moved back away from his face. Who said life was fair? Was her answer as she pushed against his fully erected member, making his gasp again. The one thing Naruto learned after that was no matter what, bring Yoruichi some ramen, or face one of her punishments. Yoruichi, Kyuubi and Urahara were standing in silence. Neither one decided to talk with one another after that little argument they had. The only person who was willing to say something was Urahara. He wasn't even sure if it were such a great idea, as the two women still looked quite made, but the silence was getting to him. However, when he opened his mouth, it was quickly shut once he felt two strong ki directed his way. Luckily, Naruto walked out from the forest, dissipating the ki aimed at him, as both women's attention were now focused on the other blonde-headed man. He let out a small sigh as he watched the two said women made their way over towards Naruto, with him walking short after. Of course, Yoruichi was the first one to arrive, and before she could even ask, Naruto answered her question. She's fine, Yoruichi, just unconscious, he said so she wouldn't worry. Letting out a small sigh of relief, she took notice of the Zanpakuto in his hand and knew it wasn't Naruto's, so it had to belong to Asa, which meant she'd done it. So judging by the Zanpakuto in your hand, I could safely say that our daughter is now a real shinigami, Yoruichi asked, getting a nod from Naruto. As the two talked with one another, Kyuubi on the other hand was looking at what was Asa's Zanpakuto. So that is what a Zanpakuto looks like, but what is this feeling? It is as I felt it once before when I was still alive. I wonder, she thought to herself, then looked to see what the others were doing, saw Urahara about to ask Naruto something. So did everything go smoothly, or did something interesting happen? He asked his blonde friend, who hesitated at first but answered his question. Well, you can say that, but I have to ask. Yoruichi, did you teach Asa anything once I left to get Kyuubi-chan? Naruto asked her, who wasn't sure why he would ask something like that. No, why do you ask? She replied with a confused look. Well, you see, once she received her Zanpakuto, she suddenly went into a trance-like state. He told them, not saying she was in her demon state. Now they were a bit more confused, except for Kyuubi, who had the slightest idea to what he was saying. In this state she suddenly attacked me as if she already knew how to use a blade. Not to mention she even used shunpo, so I figured that one of you two might have thought her something while I was away. Naruto finished, only for both of them to shake their heads. That is something, but how about we talk upstairs instead and let Asa rest? Urahara suggested, with the others agreeing. They all made their way towards the ladder that lead up to the shop. However, Urahara stayed back for a bit. We are getting closer towards that day. If what he said was true, then I should probably, he thought as he looked at Ace's Gigai that the others supposedly forgotten. I'll just have to wait and see. He then made his way towards Ace's Gigai, picked it up, and made his towards the ladder. XXXXXX. Well, there was the new ending. Recap. Hope you liked it, and now here is the real chapter. I would also like to thank Turkey-sama for both the idea for the chapter and helping me started it, as I had trouble figuring out how to start it. But that's enough of that, so now I'll let you read chapter 10. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto, Bleach, or anything I use from any anime, game, or movie. Chapter 10. Thinking. Someone talking. Zanpakuto spirit talking. Zanpakuto spirit talking. Kido Zanpakuto move. Sero. Flashback begins. Flashback ends. Naruto equals Hollow Naruto. Is Hollow Naruto talking? Naruto or anyone's name equals a clone of that person. Hollow talking. Someone important talking. XXXXXX. It's been about 2 years since Naruto came for me from depths of hell itself. At first, I thought he was completely insane, as it was known once you enter through the gates of hell there was no way out, the only way in was if the gates came for you. However, he somehow managed to found a way, and to this day, I still don't know how he was able to do it. I can still remember the first thing I did when I saw him. My eyes, they light up like stars as my mouth drooped a bit, and I don't know what came over me. It was as my body acted to its own accord. I ran towards him and latched onto him as if he were to disappear. Like before, I began thinking it was nothing but a dream, and if so, I hoped not to be woken from it. Before I knew it, I was crying into his chest for who knows how long. The only thing that stopped me was when he gently placed his hand on the back of my head and whispered, "It's okay, I'm here now." That was when I knew it wasn't a dream, and the man I fell in love with those so many years ago was right there in my arms. I then began to squeeze him tighter, not wanting to let go. He then did the same with his strong arms, softly squeezing me tighter, bringing me even closer to him. At that moment, my mind was trying to figure out why he was here and for what purpose. Then it hit me, maybe he came for me, but then I began to think, what would make him do such a thing? What was I to him? The only thing I could possibly be to him was a reminder of all the things he had to go through as a child, so why would he risk coming here? Only one thing could come to mind, and asked myself, maybe he truly does love me, but I pushed that thought aside. The only way to find out was ask him, which I did. Once we broke from our hug, I looked into his ocean blue eyes and asked him the reason why he came here. The first he did was laugh, which made me mad, but when he stopped he put on one of his goofy grins and said, "Because, you're one of my precious people." When he said that, I was touched to think he would risk coming into hell just to get me. Not many people would. When I asked him how he was going to get us out, at the time no one has ever gotten out, all he said was that he had a plan and to just follow him. I had a bad feeling about it, but I just did as he said and followed him. What choice did I have? I had no idea where we were going, but to pass the time Naruto began to tell me about his life, that when I learned he died shortly after I gave him my power. I was pissed that his village would betray him just because they were afraid of his power, in fear that he would turn on them after all he sacrificed for them. Eventually I calmed down and he began to tell the rest of his long life, afterlife. Most of it was Duel until he started talking about the Soul Society. At that time, I only knew little about it from stories told by the souls who were sent to hell, so it was interesting to hear about that place. From what he told me, he never liked it, saying they had the right intentions about hollows, but said that not every one of them was evil. I never understood what he meant that day and still don't, but something tells me he knew something. The stories he told about his life in the Soul Society were some of the best in his life. I could tell just by the way he told them and the look on his face. It made me smile, but when he started to talk about a woman by the name of Yoruichi, I felt a pang of jealousy, and having him talk so fondly about her didn't help. Still, I couldn't blame him. How could he know that I loved him? I never told him, and never had the chance since I died. From what he told me, they first meet on his first day in class. New shinigamis had to go through. She was one of the many captains who went to watch his class. After seeing his skills, most if not all the captains wanted, him to join their squad, but he joined hers because it was the closest to being a ninja. One thing led to another and they started going out. My blood was boiling at this point. It took all my strength just to hold back my anger, but I wouldn't let my jealousy get the better of me, so I listened to the rest of his story. However, what he said next shocked me down to my very core. The two of us have a kid now. Those very words made my heart sink. It crushed me, but I didn't show it. Instead, I put on a smile and congratulated him, no matter how hard it was to do so. From that point on, I hardly paid attention to what he said. After that, all I remember was something about a man named Aizen and that he plans to kill Kami. Other than that, I have no say. Soon enough we reach our destination. To my surprise, we were standing in front of Yami's palace, and I had no clue to why he brought us there. Before I could ask him, he had already kicked open the doors to her palace with guards attacking him left and right. Most of Yami's guards consist of all the strongest souls in the hell, and Naruto was taking them out without breaking a sweat, which was a feat itself. It didn't take long before we reached the doors to Yami's throne room. Just before we could open it, the doors they opened by themselves, revealing Yami with all her glory sitting in her throne with her legs crossed, her head leaning on her right hand, and a smile plastered on her face as if she was suspecting us. She then motioned us to come in, which we did. Once we reached her, she immediately congratulated Naruto for his many victories on his way up here and already knew why we was here. All she asked in return was if he could do one thing for her, and of course, Naruto agreed without hearing what it was. She then told me to wait in the room down the hall as she and Naruto left into a room, which I guess was her room. That's when I started to get a bad feeling and tried to stop him, but one of the guards stopped me. That same guard also was the one who led me to the room where Yami told me to wait. I was fine just waiting there, but after about an hour or so, I started to get impatient and decided to find out what was taking him so long. Like most palaces, there were guards in front of the throne room, but with my feminine charm, I gotten past them with ease. Entering the throne room, the sounds of someone moaning could be heard echoing throughout it, which explained why the guards post out front were blushing. I then followed the source of the sounds, which were coming from the same room Naruto and Yami went into, so I made my way there. What I saw once I opened it was very interesting to say at least, but Naruto swore me not to tell anyone. As promised, Yami granted Naruto's request to return back to the human world along with me. To tell you the truth, I was surprised that the goddess of the underworld granted such a quest. I sure that word about it would soon spread throughout hell and most likely try the same thing. Now that brings us to the day where I finally meet this Yoruichi. Now Naruto did describe her to me, but see and hearing are two different things. She was a looker and I could see why he fell for her. With an hourglass figure like hers, who wouldn't fall for her? I'm not saying that I don't have a figure that can rival hers, it's just that she was with him at the time and I envy that. The time we spent was on training, and the only time I have to see him was whenever he came into his mindscape, which wasn't often. Just by looking at her, I could tell she didn't seem too fond of me. My guess was she was a bit jealous herself that Naruto brought home another woman. That made me smile. After the quick introductions, Naruto began to run away from that purple-haired woman, leaving their daughter and me, who was a spitting image of her mother except for her blue eyes and whisker marks on her face. Giving her a quick glance, I could tell she was strong and had the same fiery look in her eyes Naruto had when he was her age. However, there was something else behind those eyes, as if something was trying to get out. I didn't know what it was, but something told me that it wasn't going to be good. It also wasn't that surprising to find out that she was also a half-demon, a Kyudon at that. What did surprise me was she already had two tails, which meant she must have been in a life-threatening situation, which forced her to gain her second tail. They then started talking about her gaining her Zanpakuto. They later explained what it was after Naruto helped forced his daughter to gain hers. That's when her training started, or I should say her torture. Once we began, the three of us trained her until she dropped from exhaustion. Naruto and Yoruichi trained her in the arts, becoming a shinigami. Then he and I taught her who to control her chakra. We didn't want her to use her demonic chakra until she was old enough to control, let alone use it. All summer we trained her until she had to go back to school, which only left us a few hours a day to train. The rest was left for her schoolwork. This went on for a year as she was a quick learner. It's surprising how fast she could learn the basic of almost every jutsu we gave her, along with the things she learned from mother. Apparently, she not only inherited her father's love for ramen but his vast amount of chakra along with his insane ability to heal himself. From what I heard from Naruto and Yoruichi, she too is a quick learner when it comes to Hakuta and Shunpo. I was fine helping them train Asa. What I wasn't fine with was that woman spending all that time with Naruto. I tried to deal with it, but whenever I see them huddled up together or cuddling, it made my blood boil to the point I had to leave the room. Usually I vented out my anger in their secret training ground, destroying everything. Eventually that blonde-haired man in the bucket hat came to my side, saying that I needed to tell Naruto about my true feelings about him as it would help the situation. Of course, I lied and told him that there was nothing to tell him and that this was how I always trained, but the truth was I was afraid. Afraid of being rejected by the man I loved. That's why I decided to keep these feelings locked away. If I could do it for 3,000 years, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Was I wrong? All those feelings I bottled up soon exploded out the day Naruto proposed to his new fiancée, who I guessed was more surprised than I was. From what I heard, form hat and clogs, she never had the word marriage in her vocabulary. Once Naruto popped the question, she was speechless. It seemed like she was going to say no, which would be fine with me. However, that was not the case. She said yes, and not long after that, they got married. It took all my strength just to force myself to go, and to make matters worse, I was the one who caught the bouquet. You don't even know how bad I wanted to storm out of there, not to mention everyone who was there congratulating me along with all the single men hitting on me. While the two went on their honeymoon to God knows where, I was thankful they had taken Asa along with them, as I was not in the mood to train her. The whole time they were gone, I either locked myself in the room they had given me or down in the training grounds venting. The only person who consoled me was that damn scientist. I wasn't sure if he had a thing for me or he was just a kind-hearted person. Either way, I did not really care, as I was only in love with Naruto and all I wanted was be alone. When they were back from their honeymoon, I acted as if nothing ever changed. It seemed to work and everything was going fine, but that all soon changed when Naruto overheard a conversation between his wife and Kazuki. Whatever it was seemed to enrage him like never before. XXXXXX. Naruto was just stepping out of the shower with a towel wrapped around his waist, looking at the mirror that was fogged up thanks to the steam. He ran one of his hands over it and stared at his reflection, thinking about his life and what will the future hold for him now. Besides the whole killing Aizen, then having the Hogyoku take over his body and killing everybody close to him. That part he will change no matter what. All he wanted to know was what will happen before and after this so-called future. Eventually his eyes slowly descended from the mirror down to his right hand, his gaze fixed upon his wedding ring. Just looking at it brings a smile to his face, as he could still picture his wife's face once he popped the question. It was priceless. He only wished he had a camera, but moving on. Taking the towel that was still around his waist, he used it to dry his hair, then placed it around his neck, letting it drape over his bare chest as he put on some gray sweats. Opening the door, letting the cool air hit his body, making him shiver a bit as he made his way towards the kitchen for a late-night snack of ramen in a cup. On the way to get his delicious snack, he whispers coming from the room Urahara uses to do his research. Not wanting to be nosy, as he trusted his comrade and friend to the fullest, but today something was telling him that it was important. Pumping some chakra into his feet so he wouldn't make a sound, he slowly made his way towards the door so he could make out what it is they are saying. On the other side of the door, Urahara was sitting down on one side of a table with paper scattered on top of it. Yoruichi, who was on the other side of the table, was reading a few of the said pages, well, more like skimming through them, as they barely made any sense to her. From what she could gather up was there have been several large Reiatsu spikes in Hawako Mundo over the years and no reasons to why. As for the rest, she couldn't understand what it meant, but she was smart enough to figure out the problem. As you can see, this is a major problem, Urahara informed her as he placed the papers he had on the table. For the last couple of months I've been researching the Soul Society's science department's database and found they have no records of any of these spikes in Hawako Mundo. Which just helps prove how important this really is. He finished as he started to clear the table. So what you're trying to tell me is you want someone to going into Hawako Mundo and see who, or what is behind these Reiatsu spikes? Yoruichi asked her longtime friend, who replied with a nod. And who is it that you're going to send to do this little job? You know I am married and do have a child. Yoruichi informed him in a playful manner, showing him her ring despite that she knew he was going to ask her. He chuckled at his friend's antics and said, You of course, the infamous Shihuan princess who can sneak in and out of the Soul Society undetected, he said as Yoruichi smirked. While naked in her cat form, Urahara finished as he dodged a book thrown at him that Yoruichi somehow managed to get hold of. He was going to ask Naruto at first but decided against. If his hypothesis is correct, Naruto would be the last person to ask, so he decided to ask Yoruichi instead. However, unbeknownst to them, Naruto, who was just behind the door listening to their whole conversation, couldn't believe what he just heard. If what they were saying were true, why the hell not include him in this damn meeting? The fact of Urahara, who Naruto considered one of his closest friends, was expecting to send his wife to a place full of hollow. It was enough to drive him over the edge, and it took all his strength not to blow his top, but once they acted as if it were a joke, he lost it. What's so fucking funny? Naruto exclaimed, sliding the door open, causing the two in the room heads to snap in his direction. Naruto, what are you? Yoruichi tried to say as she stood up, but Naruto interrupted her. Doing here? He said, finishing her sentence for her. I should be asking you the same thing, he told her as he stepped into the room. I heard what the two of you were talking about, and if it were so damn important, why the hell am I not in this damn meeting? Naruto asked the two. Both Yoruichi and Urahara were at a loss of words as neither one could say anything. Finally, Yoruichi was to answer her husband. You see, what I mean is, Yoruichi tried to explain, but once again Naruto interrupted her. Is what? Yoruichi, he said, making her cringe when he said her name. That the two of you think this is a joke? Urahara, who was still quite new Naruto, was angry and was getting worse as he was now in his demon form, and if he didn't get him to calm down, who knows what could happen. Naruto, Urahara said, trying to get his attention. You need to calm down. He told his friend, hoping he would listen, but it seemed it didn't work. Instead, it made it worse. Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down when you trying to send my wife to a hellhole full of hollows? Naruto exclaimed, voicing his opinion on the matter as he was in the right. Yoruichi knew her husband was right to get mad, but she too noticed that he was in his demon form and knew nothing good will come of it when he was mad like this. Naruto, you have all the right to be angry, but you have to calm down. Yoruichi pleaded, but to no avail. Shut up, Naruto told his wife, which shocked her and Urahara as it was the first time he said and meant it. I'm just as mad at you as I am with him. Now Urahara was mad. He knew Naruto would get mad, but to tell his wife that he drew the line there. He then stood up and called out to his friend. You have every right to be angry, but don't take it out on your wife or talk to her like that. Don't you have any shame? If you wanna be angry with someone, then it should be me, since I was the one who asked her. Urahara calmly told him as he glared at his friend for acting the way he is. Naruto then turned his attention towards Urahara, not caring what he said to his wife, as only one thing on his mind was to beat the shit out of Urahara. You know, you're right, Naruto said as he turned to face his friend. I should be angry with you, and you know what? He began, then took a step towards him as one of his tails suddenly flipped the table off to the side, throwing the papers in the air. Yoruichi cringed once the table hit the wall. As for Urahara, he stood his ground against his friend even after he grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. If he wasn't scared then he was now, as he looked into his friend's crimson red eyes, but he didn't show it. Urahara had to think, and fast, as he was running out of time or Naruto was really going to kill. You ready for a beating of a lifetime? Naruto warned him as he cocked back his right arm. You sure you can do this? Urahara said, which gave Naruto a confused look. In front of your daughter? At that moment Naruto froze, and as if in slow motion, he turned his head around, and truth been told, there was his daughter standing in front of the room in the middle of the hallway in her PJs. Naruto had a deer caught in the headlights look on his face as he didn't know what to do. Otosan, what are you and Uncle Urahara doing, and why is Kasan scared? Asa asked, rubbing one eye as she was still half asleep. Is something wrong? Naruto then looked at Yoruichi and noticed she was scared, if not frightened. Realizing what he's done, he came to his senses. Letting go of Urahara, he made his way over towards his daughter and kneeled down in front of her. No, nothing's wrong, Naruto told her. It's just your Otosan made a mistake which he hopes he can fix. Like I do when I mess up on a jutsu and it blows up in my face. Asa answered, making her father chuckle. Yes, something like that. Now how about you head on back to bed? He told her as he stood up. K. Asa replied as Naruto made a clone to make sure she made it to her room. There was a pregnant pause until Naruto turned around and spoke up. I just want to say I'm sorry. He said, not really sure he'd be forgiven. It's alright as long as we have the old you back, everything's fine, right Yoruichi? Urahara said as if nothing happened. Alright. Yoruichi hesitated, which didn't help Naruto feel any better. Anyways, why don't we clean this mess up and call it a day? Urahara suggested, getting nods from his two closet friends. Doing as Urahara asked, the trio started to clean the mess that Naruto made, and speaking of Naruto, he was now placing the table back to where it was originally at when he turned around and spotted his wife picking up the last of the paper that were scattered on the floor. He walked behind her, then wrapped his arms around her, making her jump and almost drop the papers in her hand as he whispered softly in her ear. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He whispered as he gently squeezed her. I let my anger get the best of me and I understand if you can't forgive me. He said as he squeezed he again. Her answer was a little unsuspected, as he figured she would say a simple I forgive you, but instead she turned and kissed him while wrapping her arms around his neck. She then let go of the papers in her hand so she could pull him deeper into the kiss. They stood there for a good 5 minutes before Yoruichi pulled away and looked into his eyes, seeing how sorry he truly was. Of course I can forgive you, she said as she smiled. Besides, I know you didn't mean it. She lied with a smile on her face. She was a bit frightened by his sudden mood swing, but it was best not to let him know. However, before this little lovey-dovey session could go any further, they were interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat. I know how important it is for married couples to make up after a fight, but what are we going to do about that? Urahara said, pointing towards a hole in the wall where Naruto threw his table. Duct tape it, Naruto replied with a straight face as Urahara stared in disbelief. What, it's as everyone says duct tape fixes anything, so why is a hole in a wall any different? He said, only to get a shrug of the shoulders from his friend. Whatever you say, it's your house, Urahara replied. Several minutes later, and a new patched wall via duct tape, the trio were now sitting at the table looking over the papers Urahara had out. Well, mostly Naruto, and just like Yoruichi, all he could make out were the sudden spikes of Reiatsu. He then placed the papers back on the table. He let out a sigh as he ran his right hand through his blonde hair. I can understand why you think this is important, he told his blonde-headed friend. Then you understand why? Asked Yoruichi too. Urahara started but was stopped, slammed his hands on the table. No, that part one don't understand, Naruto said, his anger rising a bit. You want to send my wife to a place full of hollows and it never crossed your mind of asking me first. I'm not saying she can't get the job done, but we don't know what the cause for these spikes are. We don't know if it's because of the hollows. What if Aizen is behind it? Naruto voiced his opinion on the matter, hitting the nail with the hammer on that last part. That is what I'm afraid of, but I needed someone to find out the cause, Urahara replied. Then you should have asked me, damn it, he exclaimed. I don't know what I'd do if Yoruichi or anyone I cared about were hurt or worse, killed on a mission that I should have gone on, Naruto said in a more relaxed voice. Now the two understood why Naruto got so angry all of a sudden. Yoruichi thought it would be a quick in and out mission, just head in, find what the cause is and slip out unnoticed. However, the thought of Aizen could be behind it never crossed her mind, and it all makes sense now. Urahara on the other hand had a strong suspicion that Aizen was behind this, and he knew that sending Naruto would be a mistake, but the way it looks, he doesn't have choice. That's why I'm going in her place, Naruto declared, getting a worried look from Yoruichi as Urahara looked as calm as ever. If Aizen is behind this, then there is no way in hell I'll let my wife put herself in danger. Very well, Urahara said as he stood up. Meet me in the training grounds in about 10 minutes. He told him, then made his way out of the room, leaving a worried Yoruichi who waited for her friend to leave the room before talking. Naruto, are you sure about this? What about the future you saw? If you kill, Yoruichi began to say but stopped as her husband stood up. Don't worry Yoruichi, I know all too well what would happen if I kill Aizen, he told her in some way to comfort her. If push comes to shove, I promise I'll run away, Naruto promised as Yoruichi stood up. You promise you're not just saying that to make me feel better? she said, looking into his eyes, trying to find any sign telling her he was lying, but instead she got a kiss. Of course you know me, I never go back on my word, he said after breaking the kiss. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a date with some ramen in a cup before I go on this little field trip. Yoruichi's sweat dropped as she watched her husband leave the room, making a beeline towards the kitchen, wondering how he could still think about ramen at a time like this. After having his fill, both Yoruichi and Naruto made their way down into the training ground under their house, and what they witnessed was something to behold. In front of Urahara was, a black light tier appeared in front of him, then it suddenly opened big enough for a person to enter. The two looked at it in awe as Urahara turned to face them. You arrived just in time, the preparations are complete, he informed the duo as they recovered from their shock. So whenever you're ready. Naruto wasn't sure what to say. He knew that Urahara was always doing some crazy stuff, but this was not something he suspected. So this is going to take me to the world of hollows? He asked as it reminded him of what hollows used to come into the world of the living. Yes, you see, this is something I created, well, more like replicated after studying how hollows were able to enter the world of the living. I began to wonder if there was a way for us to enter, the same way they do. That's when I began to observe how hollow were able to. After hours of researching, I noticed that hollows use what I've just opened as a pathway to their world, to the living world, but I should warn you, Urahara explained as he opened one of his fans, hiding his lower face. You must concentrate your Reiatsu to your feet, forcing it to make a bridge as a way to connect it from here to Hueco Mundo. Naruto laughed, causing the two to look at him funny. If that's the problem, then, he began as he popped a pill in his mouth, ejecting him from his Gigai. He then placed right hand in front of his face, letting his hollow mask form over his face. His eyes turned yellow with black slits, then two black bat-like wings shot out from his back. He was wearing a standard shinigami uniform with his Captain Howery that were fitted so if he goes in his wizard mode his wings wouldn't tear his outfit. I'll just fly through it, he said, his voice sounding a bit deeper. Even though she knew how strong Naruto is, it still didn't help her from worrying as she turns to face him. Just remember your promise, Naruto, she said, getting the said man to look at her. I will, he replied, then flapped his wings, taking to the air, and flew into the gateway Urahara opened. Wait, I wasn't done explaining, Urahara yelled, but it fell to deaf ears as Naruto went into the portal. What else did you need to tell him that you already haven't? Yoruichi asked him, but she then noticed the concerned look on his face and knew it had to be important. What I was going to say before he just up and left was that I don't know how long I can keep this portal open for, he told her as he looked back to the said portal. Yoruichi worried feeling just increased, knowing at any moment Naruto could be trapped in a world of hollows, but just before she could ask if there was something they could do, someone stopped her. You shouldn't worry that much about Naruto's safety, a voice said coming from behind them. Turning around, Yoruichi saw Kyuubi standing by the ladder and wondered how long she was standing there. No matter how much Naruto's back against the wall, he always finds a way out of any situation, no matter how bad the tables are turned against him. All you have to do is believe in him and everything will turn out fine, Kyuubi told her, then turned around and climbed up the ladder. Yoruichi just watched as she left the training area back up to the house. She began to think about what Kyuubi said and how she could be so calm about knowing that Naruto could be trapped with no way back. For the longest time since she'd meet her, she liked Naruto the way she did, but kept it hidden. When Naruto proposed, it must have been like a nail driven through her heart, and now she acting like it's no big deal. She had to know how she could stay so calm. With that, she made her way over towards the ladder. Just as she placed on hand on it, Urahara called out to her. You know, she's right, we just have to believe in him and I'm sure everything will turn out fine, he said, not bothering to turn around. Still, how can you both be so calm knowing that he could be trapped in that Kami-forsaken place? She replied, then made her way up the ladder, leaving a concerned Urahara even though he did not show it. Reaching the top and entering her house, she made her way towards Kyuubi's room. Once reaching the said room, she stopped and thought about either she should knock or just walking away. She decided to knock and was about to when Kyuubi's voice stopped her dead in her tracks. You can come in, Yoruichi, she said, making the said woman wonder how she knew she was there. Yoruichi then slid open the door to Kyuubi's room and saw her sitting at the edge of her bed staring off into space. Stepping and sliding the door behind her, she made her way over towards Kyuubi and stood next to her. "You mind if I sit down?" she asked. Kyuubi then scooted over as a way to answer her question. Yoruichi, taking the hint, sat down next to her, looking at the floor, hunched over with her elbows on her knees. For about 5 minutes neither one said a word. "So what was it that you wanted to talk about?" Kyuubi asked, breaking the silence, wondering what Naruto's wife wanted with her. "I just wanted to know how you can be calm knowing that Naruto could be trapped. I lost him once and I don't want to lose him again." Yoruichi asked her. Kyuubi was not surprised by this. She knew about how Naruto left her as a way to protect her from him, and 10 years is a long time, but 3,000 is a lot more. "I heard about that," Kyuubi replied, getting a really kind look for the woman next to her. "From Naruto, but I have to say 10 years is a long time." "Yeah, but you lost him a lot longer," Yoruichi replied, telling her that she knew about that. "I know you're in love with Naruto," she said, letting the cat out of the bag. What are you talking about? I only care for him like a cousin or like an otuto and nothing more," Kyuubi said, trying to hide the blush on her face. "You can't fool me. I noticed how you looked at him when he brought you here and at the wedding," Yoruichi said as she saw the face on Kyuubi's face suddenly sadden. "Fine, you're right, I'm in love with your husband," she answered, sounded a bit hurt remembering the wedding, how she hated being there, seeing the man she loved taken away from her. 3,000 years, Kyuubi whispered, getting a confused look from Yoruichi. "For 3,000 years I regretted not telling Naruto that I loved him. You cannot even last 10 years. Do you know how hard it was for me to see you get married to him? I didn't even want to go to that damn wedding, but I kept telling myself, this is for Naruto, do it for Naruto, and other crap like that," Kyuubi said, unloading her feelings she kept bottled up. "And now you come in here asking how I can stay calm. Well, I'm not. I just looked like it. To tell you the truth, I'm scared, frightened even that Naruto might not come back, that he might be trapped in a place full of things that will stop at nothing until he is dead," she told Yoruichi, trying hard to hold back the tears that wanted to come out. "So there, now you have your answer, so now could you please leave me alone?" Without a second thought, Yoruichi left Kyuubi's room and made her way towards her own. Reaching her door, she slid it open and stepped in, closing it slowly behind her, and looked around the room. Seeing the memories they share in this very same room, walking over towards their dresser, she picked up a picture frame. The very same picture frame that had the picture with her and Naruto the day he made captain. She was surprised and happy to know that Naruto took the time to retrieve it when he went to get his Zanpakuto. Taking the said picture with her to her bed and sat down, she thought about what Kyuubi said and tried to put herself in her shoes. As time passed, she ventrally lay down with the picture still in her hands. She whispered one thing before sleep took her. "Please come back. XXXXXX." While the others were doing their thing, Naruto was still traveling through the portal that seemed like it went on forever. He was traveling at a fast rate, but no matter how far it seemed he went, it got him nowhere. Does this ever end? He thought to himself. Suddenly he appeared in front of a white sandy dune, flapping his wings, stopping just before smacking into the said dune. He then flaps his wings again, ascending into the sky, looking around only to see an endless with white sand and trees that looked shriveled. The most noticeably thing he saw was a reverse crescent-like moon that hung in the night sky. So this is Hueco Mundo. I was suspecting something different, he thought as he looked around, taking notice that there was not even one hollow in sight. He noticed that the portal he came in was still there, sticking out like a sore thumb, and just by looking around he knew it was not going to be easy to search this entire place by himself. He wasn't sure how long the said portal would stay open, so that left him with no other choice. Closing his eyes, he tried to sense any large concentrations of Reiatsu, finding what he was searching for. He then made 12 clones that appeared behind him. Turning to his clones, he said, "I want 11 of you to search the area, and if you find anything suspicious, I want you to check it out and then dispel," he ordered them. "Hi," they said in unison, then shot off in different directions, leaving just Naruto and one other clone. "And as for you, I want you to stay here and kill any hollow that appears. I'm not sure how long it will stay open, but if it suddenly starts to close, I want you to dispel immediately," he said as he turned in the direction where he sensed 2 large races, as he could tell were fighting one another. XXXXXX. The sounds of metal clashing with metal could be heard throughout the air, as two human-looking people, one female the other male, were engaged in battle. It seemed like a battle to the death as the male, which was the taller of the two by about a foot taller, who looked pale and long black hair that hung past his shoulders, concealing the left side of his face, and wore a large white eye patch with one exposed dark gray eye. He was wearing a white jacket with an overblown spoon-like hood and an opening starting at the neckline, showing most of his midsection, and closing at his waist. He also wore a pair of hakama, but the ends of his pant legs close inside extended and curved boots. His Zanpakuto was an axe-like weapon bearing two crescent moon-shaped blades fused together at the backs, with a large looped chain connected to the shaft at the end of the handle. Out of the two he looked more cut up, as for the other she wore something similar, however, hers was more fitted for a woman. Just look her up and you can find a picture. She had light tan skin and hazel eyes with long blue-green hair that went down to her lower back, but the most distinguished feature about her was a skull with a pair of cured horns that was on top of her head. Her Zanpakuto looked like any other Zanpakuto, however, this one had a green sheath, and a tsuba that resembles a pair of crescent moons joined at the back. She only had a few cuts on her, unlike the other who was now on one knee. His Zanpakuto was embedded in the sand. "Go on, finish me," Neutra told the woman in front of him as he tried to catch his breath. "No," she said as she sheathed her sword. "Even though how much I want to, but I won't stoop down to your level. What, you don't see me worthy enough to be killed by your hands, is that it?" He asked, only to get no response from the woman who stood in front of him. "Answer me." "Neutra, you just don't get it," Nell said, closing her eyes as she shook her head. "Don't act like I'm lower than you. You bitch," Neutra exclaimed as he yanked his Zanpakuto out of the sand and charged at Nell, who jumped back just in time to dodge his attack. Knowing that this was going to lead to yet another fight between the two, she unsheathed her sword and blocked another attack. However, she was pushed back a bit. It was enough to surprise her. Out of all the fights the two had, Neutra never once was able to push her back or throw her off guard. It was as if the Neutra in front of her was not only getting faster but stronger too, as she was now on the defensive. "What's wrong, Nell? Am I too fast for you?" Neutra said as he kept his barrage of attacks, not letting up. He wanted to keep her on the defensive. "Ha ha ha, come on, did you really think you were winning when we were fighting earlier?" he asked, only to get a confused look from the green-haired woman. Neutra then pushed back Nell, making her lose her footing, and swung his Zanpakuto at her. Unfortunately for Neutra, Nell was able to regain her balance but wasn't able to get away unscathed. Landing back, a safe distance away from Neutra, she was now on one knee, holding her face with one hand as it was in pain. Moving her hand into her view, she saw it covered in her own blood. She was able to regain her footing and jump back, but wasn't fast enough to dodge his whole attack as his axe cut her face from cheek to cheek. "Really, Nell, did you think I would make you come all this way and not have something up my sleeve?" he told her, but the pain coming from her wound she barely paying attention. "Just before I killed your fraction which forced you to come find me, I meet with Zale. He then gave me some kind of pill that wouldn't enhance my powers for limited time. Unfortunate it took time for it to take its effect, but in the end it was worth the wait." He finished informing her as he slowly made his way over to her kneeling body. She tried to get up or at least move, but for some odd reason her body wouldn't respond. "Oh, did I forget to mention he gave me something else," Neutra added. "Some kind of liquid said to lace my Zanpakuto with it, saying that if I could cut you at least once it would slow you down, and given enough time your body will lose all function." Just then, Nell's body toppled over face first and laid there at the mercy of Neutra, who didn't have any. With Neutra standing in front of her with now why to defend herself, she just gave up on all hope to survive, knowing this was the end for her. "Now Nelliel, it's time to say you goodbyes," Neutra said as he brought up his Zanpakuto above his head. "Now die," he exclaimed as he brought his Zanpakuto down with crushing force. All Nell was able to do was close her eyes, as it was the only function she had, and wait for the final blow, only for it nothing to happen. She began to wonder if Neutra did know how to show mercy, but that's when she heard Neutra's voice. "Who the hell are you?" Neutra asked, but got no response. After hearing Neutra, Nell opened her eyes and tried to see what was going on, but thanks to the idiot with the axe-like Zanpakuto, she still couldn't move. Using her eyes, she tried to see what happened, but from the blood she lost her vision was blurry and all she could see was someone's hand that stopped Neutra's attack. She tried to figure out who it could be, but nothing was ringing a bell, and judging by his skin color it couldn't be any of the other Espada, as she was the only one who had tan-like skin besides Yami. Knowing it couldn't possibly be him, she wondered who this mysterious person could be. A Vastolord maybe. As it had a humanoid-looking hand, it could only be her best guess, as she couldn't see who it was. "Are you deaf?" I asked. "Who the hell you are?" Neutra asked again. "Are you the one who did this to her?" The person asked, ignoring the question. "So what if I am? What's it got with you?" he asked him. "I find it rather unpleasing for a man to attack a woman unarmed and defenseless." The man said not to Neutra cared, as the man was getting on his nerve. "Look, you spiky blonde-headed fuck, why don't you go play hero someplace else?" Neutra replied. Nell on the other hand was wondering who this blonde-haired person was and hoped he didn't get hurt for her sake. "Now if you excuse me, I have some unfinished business to add," Neutra was saying until the man suddenly punched him in the gut, knocking the wind out of him, making him lose grip of his Zanpakuto, which fell and landed a few inches from Nell's face. What the hell is he trying to, save me or kill me? Nell thought. Neutra then stumbled back while holding his gut with both arms. "You bastard, I'll kill you," he managed to say while trying to catch his breath. "Don't make me laugh," the man said as he started to walk towards Neutra, who was getting pissed being underestimated by this nobody. "You'll be lucky if I let you live after what you did to this lady," he said as he started punching Neutra. All Nell could hear was the sound of the punches hitting Neutra and him yelling as she tried to yell so she could stop whoever this mysterious person to stop before he killed Neutra. After a couple of minutes later the sound stopped and she began to wonder if she was too late, but suddenly Neutra's Zanpakuto began to move. Looking to see whom it was that was moving it, she was able to see what was blonde hair and some kind of silver mask on the person's face. Forgetting that this person was trying to kill her comrade, she tried to speak, but when she moved her face, the pain increased and caused the blood to flow fast. "Let's see how you like it when the tables are turned against you as I kill you with your own weapon," the Naruto said to the now beat-up Neutra, who looked like he had more than enough broken bones. Nell on the other hand was trying her hardest just to speak or move her body, but no matter how hard she tried, but nothing seemed to respond. "Go ahead and kill me. That's if you have the balls to do it," Neutra managed to squeeze out even though he was in intense pain. "As you wish," the Naruto said as he brought Neutra's Zanpakuto above his head and brought it down. "Please don't kill him," Nell pleaded, as she was finally able to say something. She wasn't sure if she said it in time, but something told her she did. Naruto, who stopped just inches of cleaving Neutra's head clean off his shoulders, slowly turned to look at the green-haired woman who was trying to get up, only able to manage to get to her hands and knees. "Why would you want me to spare the life of someone like him?" he asked. "I know he may seem like nothing but a monster to you, but," she began as she managed to stand, "I know deep down he can change, so please, spare him," she finished saying as she finally got a good look at her savoir and was surprised by what she saw even with her blurry vision. This so-called spiky blonde-headed man wore the same attire that shinigamis do, but he had a white haori over his with the kanji for 3 on it. He also had a pair of bat-like wings sprouting from his back and wore a silver mask with a versus shape opening, letting her see his yellow hollow-like eyes. "Don't listen to her, just get on with it. Kill me," Neutra told him, but all Naruto did was look at him. "Why are you so desperate to die?" he asked him, only to get a chuckle from the downed man. "Hey, it's my dream to die in battle, taking my last breath by anyone who could defeat me. So hurry up and finish me," Neutra said, demanding Naruto to kill him. "If that's truly what you want then," Naruto said, bringing Neutra's Zanpakuto above his head once again, making Nell's eyes widen. Naruto then brought it down just as Nell screamed for him to don't do it. The whole time Neutra had his eyes closed with a smile on his face, thinking that he would finally get his wish. However, all he got was the cold blunt inside of his Zanpakuto, forcing him to open his eyes, seeing that the blonde-headed man only not kill him but also pinned him to the stop where he laid. With broken arms and ribs, he couldn't lift his Zanpakuto up, forcing him to stay like that. Nell tried to run towards the blonde man, trying to stop him, but her body was still under the side effects of whatever Neutra had on his Zanpakuto. It amazing that she was able to stand it, although it didn't matter now. The moment she tried to move, her body wouldn't listen and she fell. However, this time she didn't fall onto the sand but into someone's arms. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. It will only spread whatever was injected into your system faster. Naruto told her in a deep caring voice. For some odd reason Nell felt, her face staring to heat up. She couldn't tell if it was because of the gash on her face or the man in front of her. All she did was nod, and then remembered Noitra, but before she could ask, Naruto spoke. If you are worried about that man, don't be, he said as he turned with her still in her arms so she could see. I speared him just like you asked, so don't trouble yourself over it. Nell just smiled and whispered thank you before she passed out in his arms from blood lost. Hey miss, are you alright? Naruto asked her but got no response. So she passed out. Must be from whatever he injected in her or blood lost. Either way I have to get her out of here. While Naruto was talking to Nell, Noitra was getting pissed from the fact that he was yet once again robbed from his dream, ambition to finally fall in battle. It was all because Nell had to go and stop this man from fulfilling it. Looking up he saw an upside-down Naruto scoop up Nell's body into his arms carrying her bridal style and was about to leave. Where the hell are you going? Noitra exclaimed, getting Naruto's attention. If you fight with me it's a battle to the death, even if it were a one-sided. It's still a battle, so finish me off, damn it. Naruto just stared at him in pity. Even after he was given a second chance he still wants to die. I would've, but Naruto gestured to Nell's unconscious body. Asked me not to, and it would be wrong to go against it. Naruto told him, but it looked like Noitra didn't care. Fuck her, she isn't the one in control. So hurry up and kill me, Noitra demanded. If what you say is true, then letting you live is far worse than killing you, Naruto said, then turned around and began to walk off but stopped a short distance away. Just think of it as punishment or karma for what you did to her, he added before disappearing in a yellow flash. XXXXXX. It looks like Naruto decided to come to Hawako Mundo, and by the looks of it he appears much stronger than I hoped he would be. Aizen thought as he watched the battle between his third and fifth Espada through some kind of projection in front of him. No matter, once I get hold of the real Hogyoku he will soon become more than a small nuisance in my plan to become Kami. Smiling at the thought of how he would soon become the one who will rule all three worlds caught the attention of one of his most trusted associates. Ah, looks like you thought of something, Aizen-sama, Jin said. Care to tell? It's nothing worth troubling you about. I was just thinking of all the loose ends I will soon be rid of, Aizen told him. Jin on the other hand knew what he was referring to and just played along, keeping his forever smile on as he too had his own plans to set out. Then shall I retrieve Nell for you? He asked Aizen. No, leave her be. I have a feeling she will go with Naruto, he replied as the projection turned off. In the end she shall return. XXXXXX. Nell's eyes fluttered open, and once they focused, she noticed she was laying on the sand next to a fire. Suddenly the memories of what conspired a while ago. She sat up and realized that she wasn't alone. Not that far from her was the blonde-headed man who saved her. Not only that, but he wasn't wearing his shirt and his hollow mask was gone, letting her see his handsome face along with the whisker marks that she thought were adorably. Her eyes then drifted down to his toned body with his washboard abs that made her want to drag his fingers over. The thought of it made her blush, but she was snapped out of her thoughts once the man spoke. It seems like you're doing better, he said with a smile that made her blush deepen. You should be able to stand now. I healed your wounds and was able to neutralize what caused your body from moving, I think, he informed her while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Thank you, Nell began but trailed off as she didn't know who the man was. Naruto, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, he said. My name is Nelliel to Odelschwank, but you can call me Nell for short, she replied. That's a mouthful, but anyways, like I said, I was able to heal you wounds. However, the gash on your face, Naruto began, but Nell interrupted him as she put her hands on her face. What's wrong with it? She said as she felt her face only to feel nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it, I was able to heal, it's just that it left a scare, he told her, and her eyes widened a bit. Here, let me show you. Naruto then transformed into a perfect image of Nell, face and all. See right here. He then pointed with his right hand showing her where her scare was, but Nell was more interested in how he transformed into her than about her scare. How'd you do that? She asked him in awe. How'd I do what? Oh, you how I transformed into you. He said, getting a nod from her. Well, it's kind of hard to explain, but it is just one of the many abilities I possess. Okay. Nell replied as she still didn't know how he did it as he returned to normal. She then looked at the cloths she was sitting on and realized that they were his. Suddenly she remembered something. Didn't he have a mask and wings? She asked herself, then stood up while picking up his cloths. Here your cloths, Nell said, holding out his shirt along with his haori to him. Thanks, he said, then proceeded to shake off any sand and then put them back on. While Naruto was doing that, Nell was trying to figure out who this Naruto was. She knew that there's no way he could be a hollow, but she could clearly remember him having a hollow mask and wings. However, he dresses like a shinigami, and with that haori, she could tell that he was a captain, which led her to another question: why he was here and why did he save her? Just as Naruto finished putting his cloths, she decided to ask him. If you don't mind me asking, who are you really? Nell asked him. What do you mean? He asked her. Earlier when you saved me you had a hollow mask and bat-like wings and wear shinigami cloths, and now the mask and wings are gone. She told him. Well, that's because I'm part hollow. He told her. So you're almost the same as me. She replied to get a confused look from Naruto. You see, I'm a hollow who is part shinigami. What do you mean, a hollow that has shinigami powers? Is that even possible? He asked, wondering if it was as it could be possible. If shinigamis could have hollow powers, what stops hollow from having shinigami's powers? And if it is, there is only one white plus. This could be what was causing the sudden spikes. Urahara saying. It's when a hollow removes their mask that they gain the powers of a shinigami. Like myself, there are hundreds of hollows who became Arrancars. Nell informed him with a smile on her face, then cocked her head to the side a bit, placing a finger on her chin. I think I shouldn't have told you that part, but there is something about you that I can just trust. Naruto was processing the new information he just learned about hollows whom removes their masks become these Arrancars, but he could still remember in the world of the living when he forcefully removed several hollows' masks. Not even one became what she said, instead they died instantly. He need to know more, and who was it that made them remove their mask? So tell me, who was it that told you to remove your mask? He asked her. It was Aizen-sama, who was the one who removed my and many other masked. She replied, sounding a bit happy. However, Naruto wasn't. He had a feeling Aizen had something to do with this, but now he had an army of this Arrancars who could take on a shinigami lower than a lieutenant with ease. Well, I think I stayed here too long. If I don't return, Aizen-sama will get worried. Thank you for taking care of me. Nell then did a small bow and turned around, but before she could leave, Naruto spoke. Nell, it would be wise not to return to Aizen. He told her. Nell turned to face him. Why is that? She replied, not understanding what the problem was. Aizen is not the man you probably think he is. I fear if you were to return he would most likely kill you, and I don't want to see that happen. You don't know what you're talking about. Aizen-sama isn't like that as long as you obey his rules. Nell told him, getting a little upset that Naruto was talking about Aizen as if he was some kind monster. True, I don't know the Aizen you know, but the Aizen I know would do anything to remove anything in his way. Naruto told her, thinking that Aizen must have used his shikai on her and the other Arrancars to make them loyal to him. And I'm sure telling me what you knew about the Arrancars is disobeying him. He added, which made her eyes widen a bit. Nell then realized he was right. She probably did disobey one of his rules, but she wasn't sure if he was right. What if you're wrong? She said, not knowing the answer herself. Naruto let out a sigh. He knew the only thing that would change her mind was to tell her the truth about Aizen. Therefore, he did, telling her about the real Aizen, about his Zanpakuto's powers, how she and the rest of the Arrancars she mentioned were most likely under his Shikai's power. He told her everything, and now, she didn't know what to believe. It was as if she lost her way. Nell then fell to her hands and knees as she looked at the sand below her in disbelief. What was she supposed to do now? If what Naruto told her was true, where was she going to go? If she goes back, there is a small chance that she might be welcomed back with open arms, but there is a chance she could be considered a traitor and killed. What am I supposed to do now? She whispered to herself, giving up all hope, tears forming at the edge of her eyes. She then saw Naruto's hand and she looked you and saw him looking down at her with small smile on his face. Come with me, he told her, making her eyes widen a bit. But I'm a hollow, she said to him as she believed that all shinigamis hated hollows and now one was right in front of her asking her to come with him. So what? I lived a long time and can tell a good hollow from a bad one. I'm not like most shinigamis who think all hollows are evil. To tell you the truth, hollows and shinigamis aren't that different when you look at it. Yes, we look more human, but we can act just as cruel. Look at yourself for an example. When I was about to kill your comrade, you pled me to spear him even though he was going to kill you. You showed compassion that most if not all hollow never show. That shows you we are the same if not similar. Naruto explained. Nell was shocked to be compared to a shinigami, but what he said made sense. Maybe he's right, she thought as she smiled, then grabbed his hand. Naruto then pulled her to her feet. She then wiped the tears on the corner of her eyes, and just before she could thank him, Naruto shoved her and jumped back just in time to dodge a large sword-like arm form a humanoid hollow. Naruto was surprised by the sudden attack but quickly shook it off and eyed his attacker. Looking at this hollow, he could tell it was a woman just by her breast, but the rest of her reminded him of a shark, especially her arm which she attacked. The only thing that wasn't hollow-like was her blonde hair and the area around her eyes that were more human. He noticed she wasn't alone as there was a deer-like hollow along with a lion and a snake-like hollow surrounding him. That wasn't the worst of it. Just then Naruto received the memories of a clone he left by the portal, showing the said portal closing. Damn, first I find the reason behind the Reiatsu spikes, then this happens, and now my only way back is closing. Can it get any worse? He thought as he judged the strength these hollows have together. If we fight, I know I could beat him no problem. I recognized you immediately, Lady Nell, the humanoid shark hollow said as she kept her eye on Naruto. Tell me, Shinigami, how did you get here and why are with Lady Nell? The shark-like hollow asked. He's probably going to kill her. The deer-like hollow told her, with the other two nodded in agreement. Wait, who are you guys? Nell asked as she never seen these hollows before and wondered how they knew her. Forgive me, Lady Nell, my name is Tia Harabel and these are my companions Emilo Apache, Francesca Mila Rose, and Cyan Sung Sun. Tia said, gesturing to each of the other hollows. We were on our way towards Las Noches when we spotted this Shinigami with you and came to stop whatever he was up to. She informed her as she glared at Naruto. Now explain yourself, Shinigami. Look, I would love to, but my time's running out, Naruto said as he placed his hand in front of his face. The other hollow thought he was up to something and attacked him. Tia, on the other hand, couldn't believe what she saw. The Shinigami in front of her suddenly started to form a mask that looked like a hollow's with bat-like wings sprouting from his back. She wondered who or what kind of Shinigami was this. That's when she realized her comrades were already attacking him. Wait, don't attack, she exclaimed, but it was too late. After Naruto turned into his wizard form, he flapped his wings, sending him into the sky just as the three hollows landed on the spot he was standing. I don't have time to fight you guys, Naruto told them as he looked down at them, then at Nell. My offer still stands, Nell. What offer? Tia asked, looking back at Nell, who was looking up at Naruto then towards Tia. He asked me if I would go with him to the human world, she told her. You can't be serious. How do you know it's not a trap? Tia said in disbelief, not believing what the woman she looked up to was saying. You're right, I don't know, but there's something about him I can trust, she told her with a smile. But I should advise you not to go to Las Noches. Why? Aizen said to head to Las Noches if I want the power to protect those close to me, Tia replied. So Aizen has gotten to her and it seems like Naruto is in a hurry. What should I do? What should I? I got it, Nell said to herself, then suddenly got an idea. I know, you should come with us, she asked Tia, who didn't like the idea at all. Lady Nell, you must be joking, nor should you be going with this Shinigami, Tia replied. Naruto, who was still airborne at the time, was getting impatient. The longer they talked, the less time he had to get back to the home. Not caring anymore who comes with him, so decide for them. Enough with the chit-chat, I don't have time for this, he exclaimed, then make 4 clones. You 4 grab the hollows and follow me, he ordered them, then flew down and picked up Nell, surprising her along with the hollows. What's the meaning of this? Put me down, Tia asked, demanded, as the other hollows struggled to get free while yelling at his clones to let them go. I don't have the time to wait for you to be talking, so I decided to take all you with me, Naruto told her as he and his clones flew off in the direction of the portal. Tia was going to argue but wasn't able to when Naruto started to fly through the sky faster than they could see. The sand and small trees below them became nothing but blurs in their eyes, and in the matter of minutes they stopped. Looking below them, they could see a tear-like opening in the middle of the air that was slowly closing and was now the size of basketball. Damn, am I too late? Naruto thought, but he was not about to give up now. Naruto then placed 2 fingers on the forehead part of the mask as he held onto Nell with one arm. His clones took notices and moved closer towards him. Naruto's tails then appeared and took hold of his clones, shocking the hollows, as they wondered what kind of shinigami was he. Before they could ask what he was up to, they suddenly disappeared. XXXXXX. Damn, it looks like I could only keep it for about 5 hours. Urahara thought to himself. Urahara, what's wrong? Yoruichi called to him as she jumped from the hole above. It looks like the time limit was only 5 hours. Was his reply, not bothering to look at her. 5 hours, is there any way to stall it? She asked him after running up to him. No, trying to force it open could cause damage to it or speed up the process. He told her. Yoruichi didn't like what she heard. The thought of the portal closing meant Naruto would be trapped in Hueco Mundo for who knows how long. She wanted to say something, but someone else spoke up. Calm down, I'm sure Naruto is on his way here as we speak. We just have to put our faith in him returning, Kyuubi said to her as she stared at the portal. Yoruichi wanted to talk back, but she knew Kyuubi was just as worried as she was, so she just nodded and did the same. Therefore, they waited and watched the so-called portal slowly shrink. Once it was about the size of a basketball, they all seemed to give up. Knowing there was no way Naruto could fit through something that small, Yoruichi fell to her knees thinking that this couldn't be happening. Kyuubi was in the same boat, but she was still standing. Urahara, on the other hand, still thought Naruto might be able to make it back in time if he were to use that Kido. The only thing he wasn't certain about was if he was able to travel through dimensions. The 3 watched as the last of the portal slowly closed, but just before they were about to give up all hope, they suddenly heard a loud thud behind them. See what caused the noise? They were shocked to see not only Naruto but also several hollows and women who were now vomiting. They were on alarm, but when they heard Naruto coughing, they knew something was wrong and rushed over towards him. Well, Yoruichi and Kyuubi did. Urahara knew this might happen but was more concerned about the hollows and the green-haired woman. When both girls made it to where Naruto was at, they saw him vomit, but they didn't suspect him to puke up his blood. Naruto, are you alright? Yoruichi asked, fear laced in her voice, as she kneeled down, placing a hand on her husband's back, afraid something might have happened to him. Then she remembered the hollows. Without waiting for her husband to answer, Yoruichi stood up, turned to face them, and made her way towards, ready to beat the answers out of them if need be. You 4 are going to tell me what happened to my husband? She threatened, clenching her hands into fists. Nell, who stopped vomiting, whipped her mouth clean and stood up to see a purple-haired woman who looked pissed but didn't catch what she said. I said, what happened to Naruto? She asked her again. I don't know, Nell told her. However, it looked like Yoruichi didn't buy it and punched her in the face, knocking her to the ground, surprising Nell. She was able to get past my hero, Nell thought as she rubbed her cheek. After the punch, Yoruichi shook her hand, trying to shake the pain away. It was as if she hit something hard. Damn, it was as if I hit a steel wall or something. What the heck is she made of anyway? She thought as she nursed her hand. Nell was forcefully pulled up by her shirt jacket by Yoruichi, so they were face to face. Now are you going to tell me what happened to my husband, or am I going to have to beat it out of you? She told her as she glared into her eyes. I don't know, Nell replied. Fine then, I'll just beat it out of you, Yoruichi told her, then cocked her fist back, but before she could punch Nell, someone grabbed her wrist. Looking to see whom it was, only to find it was her husband. Naruto, you're okay, she said, sounding a bit happy to see he was fine. Yeah, I'm fine, but if you hit her again I think you might break your hand, Naruto told her. Yoruichi was happy to see her husband was okay, but was confused to why he said she might break her hand if she punched this woman again. She did hurt her hand the first time she punched her and didn't know why, but as long as Naruto was okay. She then let go of Nell, who then stood up with a big smile on her face like nothing happened. Hi, my name is Nelliel2 Odelschwank, but you can just call me Nell for short. Nell introduced herself to Yoruichi as if what happened earlier didn't happen. "Ah, my name is Yoruichi Shihuen Uzumaki." Yoruichi introduced herself. "So you two are married?" Nell asked, a bit surprised as she didn't pay attention to the husband part. "Yes, we are," Yoruichi replied, narrowing her eyes a bit, thinking that there is another woman who was most likely in love with her husband. "Is that a problem?" No, Nell said, waving her arms in front of her. "I was just a bit surprised, that's all," she added, hiding the fact that she was a bit sad to find out the man she just met was married. "So Naruto, care to tell us why you were puked up blood?" Kyuubi spoke, changing the subject to his well-being. "Who's that?" Nell thought as she eyed the red-headed woman. "Oh, Kyuubi-chan, I'd like you to meet Nell," Naruto said to her. "And why is he using the chan suffix with her instead of his wife, unless he is cheating on her and she doesn't know about it?" Nell said to herself, but pushed the thought aside, thinking Naruto not that kind of person. "I could care less about her, I'm more worried why you suddenly puke up your own blood," Kyuubi exclaimed. "Man, what's her problem? I haven't done anything to her, I just got here," Nell thought, thinking that they don't like her that much. "Ah, yeah, about that. You see, the reason for that is," Naruto said as he trailed off. He did not know the answer himself. "It was because of the Kido he performed," Urahara spoke, getting everyone's attention. "What he used was a forbidden Kido, one that can transport the user along with anyone the user touches. However, it puts a lot of strain on the user's body along with everyone the user takes, but more on the user. I'm guessing the side effect of using or being in it is nausea, but the body would soon get used to it," Urahara explained. "But it doesn't explain why he puked up blood," Kyuubi replied. "I'll get to that," Urahara told her. "You see, when the user has to transport more than one object to whatever the destination is, it puts more of a strain on that user's body. No one has ever tried to use this Kido to travel to and from dimension, as it is forbidden to use. However, Naruto is the first, and my guess it puts so much strain on his body and bringing along 4 hollow and clones caused too much damage to his body, he coughed up blood. It probably would have done more damage if he didn't have such a fast healing ability. If it were anyone else, they would have most likely had died," Urahara finished explaining. "I guess that sounds about right, lucky me, huh?" Naruto joked with a nervous laugh while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. He then looked at both Yoruichi and Kyuubi, seeing how worried they were. "I'm sorry I made you two so worried about me, but time was running out and I had no other choice but to use it," Naruto told them. "We know," they both said at the same time. "Next time try to be more careful, okay?" Yoruichi told him. "I will," he replied. While the others talked with each other, Tia and her followers were talking among themselves. "Lady Harabelle, what do we do now that we were forcefully brought here?" Mila Rose asked her. "I'm not sure, but what I want to know is why Lady Nell decided to come here with that shinigami and why she didn't want us to head for Las Noches," Tia told them. "Who cares, I say we go back to Hueco Mundo and head to Las Noches," Apache suggested. "You idiot, Lady Harabelle makes the decision, not you," Mila Rose replied, only to anger Apache. "Don't call me an idiot, you stupid pussy cat," Apache shot back, getting Mila Rose mad as well. As the two kept yelling at one another with Sung Sun, just watching as Tia thought to herself. "I looked up to Lady Nell for as long as I could remember. She showed me that women could be just as strong as men and proved it by becoming one of the Espada. I thought that with Aizen's help I could become as strong as she is and protect those three, but now she tells me not to seek him out. She never did tell me why, and what it was that made her leave in the first place. Could it have been that shinigami, or was it something else?" Tia thought while her companions argued with one another. Finally, she decided to ask Nell herself, as she is the only one who knows why she left Las Noches. With that in mind, Tia walked over towards Nell and the others, leaving her hollow friends to what they were doing. "You know, if you wanted to come to the world of the living you could have asked me," Nell said, getting everyone to look at her. "We Arrancars can open a pathway between Hueco Mundo and the world of the living," she told them, but lost them at Arrancars. "Well, everyone but Naruto." "What's an Arrancar?" Urahara asked, as it was news to him. Before Nell could answer him, Tia interrupted them. "Lady Nell, I would like to ask you something," Tia said, not caring for their conversation. "Sure thing, what is it?" she said, ignoring a very important question Urahara wanted to know. It is about why you told me not to seek out Aizen, also why did you leave Las Noches? Tia asked straightforward, getting Urahara and Yoruichi's attention. Well, I put this, Nell thought but couldn't think of a way to tell her. Naruto was the only other person who knew why she left or had to leave, so he decided to help her out. How about you tell us what Arrancars are and how you became one, and then I'll tell Tia about Aizen and she can figure out why you left. Naruto suggested and waited to see if Tia was okay with it. Getting a nod from her, Nell started to explain how she and the many other hollows became Arrancars. About how Aizen used a small bluish-purple orb that transformed them into Arrancars, making their appearance more human-like. Also giving them a Zanpakuto that unleashes their true form, among other things. This also helped explain to Urahara about the Reiatsu spikes. After that, Naruto began to tell Tia about Aizen, how he was most likely using the other said Arrancars to do his dirty work while he plans to overthrow Kami. Then explains why Nell couldn't go back unless she wanted to die and why she wanted her not to go so she wouldn't be in the same boat. Tia now understood what Nell was trying to do by telling her not to go, but now what was she supposed to do now? If she goes back to Hueco Mundo, Aizen would most likely search for her, and when he finds her and refuses to obey him, he would surely kill her and the others. If she stays here, who knows what would happen? She was truly in a dilemma and her eyes showed it. If you want Tia, Naruto began getting the said hollow to look at him. You can stay and live here. He asked her, shocking and everyone. But, why? Why would you do something like that? I'm a hollow and you're a shinigami, we are sworn enemies. So why would you ask something like that? Tia said, trying to understand what he was doing this. Like I told Nell, I can tell a good hollow from a bad one. When you thought I was going to hurt Nell, you jumped in ready to save her, throwing your life if you had to. Like Nell, you care for others as most hollows don't. Besides, if you were to go back, I'm sure Aizen would search for you, and if you refused his offer, he would surely kill you. In addition, if you stay here, you would be with Nell, who I guess you idolize, and would be safe, so it would be like killing two birds with one stone. Naruto said to Tia, surprised, but he was right about everything. She somewhat understands why Lady Nell wanted to go with him. After some time, Tia finally came to her answer. I've decided we will stay here if you would let us. Tia said to the group. You know I'm fine with it. Naruto said. It would be cruel to send you back knowing Aizen will just kill, so guess I'm fine with it. Yoruichi added. I don't see why not. Kyuubi said. There's no point of me then, seeing as you three agreed already. Urahara said. Now on to the next part. Urahara, if you can. Naruto began, but Urahara stopped him by putting his hand up. I'm already ahead of you. Urahara said as he pulled out the Hogyoku out of nowhere. How did you do that? Naruto asked him. Don't ask the question you don't want the answers to. Urahara told him. What if I want the answer? Naruto replied, but Urahara ignored him as he walked over to Tia. Miss Harabelle, if you please just relax, this shouldn't hurt at all according to Miss Nell. Urahara said as he placed the Hogyoku next to her. Tia then started to glow along with the Hogyoku. She was then engulfed in a white light, catching the attention of the other hollows, who apparently were still arguing with each other. Once the light died down, Urahara opened one of his many paper fans, placing it in front of his face while the rest eyes widened. Even the hollows were surprised. Tia, who closed her eyes when she felt something warm build up inside her, opened them to see everyone's wide open, but for some reason Naruto held out his white haori and was looking away with a small blush on his face. Then for some reason she started to feel the air hit her and she began to shiver, which was weird. Looking down, she saw that she had skin, and worse of all, she was naked, and realized why Naruto was holding out his haori. Therefore, she quickly grabbed it and wrapped it around herself, trying to hide her blush. Interesting, was all Urahara said as he hid his nosebleed behind his fan. Which part, the fact that she looks human or that she was naked? Kyuubi asked him with her arms crossed over her breast. Both, Urahara said with a perverted smile. I'll go get you some cloths. Yoruichi said as she made her way towards the ladder. Wow, you're so lucky, Tia. Nell exclaimed. Why is that? Tia replied, as she didn't feel luck being exposed like that. Well, at least she looked human. Because you don't have any mask fragments like the rest of the Arrancars, and I do, see. Nell told her as she pointed to her skull on her head, which noted to Urahara's attention. Also your Zanpakuto looks cool too, she added pointing down at the ground. Tia then looked down and noticed a short broadsword that was completely hollow in the middle and had a Western-style guard lying on top of its sheath that was surprisingly too short for it. I also noticed you don't have a hollow hole like me, Nell told her. Tia felt around under the Haori and found that Nell was right, she didn't have a hollow hole. It appears that using the real Hogyoku on a hollow is different from using a fake one like Aizen. Urahara said. I also wonder if it makes them stronger than they would have been if it were the fake one been used on her. Both he and Naruto thought. Just then, Yoruichi brought Tia some of Naruto's cloths as Tia's breast size wouldn't fit in hers. She also brought some extra for the other hollows once they are become Arrancars. So what do you plan to do with them? Urahara asked Naruto. I'm not sure, but I do know we're going to have to teach them how to control their new powers plus teach them how to use a Zanpakuto. After that, I'll leave it up to them if they want to help with stopping Aizen or let them live their lives in the human world. In the end it's up to them, Naruto told Urahara. Urahara thought the same thing, but the thought of hollows trying to leave together with humans was just spelling trouble, but only time would tell. The 5 hollows, now Arrancars that Naruto brought over from Hueco Mundo, were now living in a house he had bought, as there was no room for them to stay with him. Tia, however, objected, saying they didn't need any more of his kindness, and would figure it out on their own. However, after he explained how dangerous it would be if they did, since they didn't have a clue what the world of the living was like, she had no other choice but to accept his help. The truth was he couldn't let them do as they please, especially Mila Rose and Apache, as those two were ticking time bombs. It only took about 1 insult towards them to set them off, and having them at each other's throats or worse, it could be human who could insult them. If that were to happen, not only would it cause a panic, but could possibly grab the attention of the Soul Society, and he couldn't have that happen. Therefore, he told them to stay in his house until he could find them a place, but that proved to be more difficult than he thought. Finding a place for them was the hard part, as there weren't any apartments big enough for all 5 of them, so he just bought a brand new house for them. Nell asked if she could stay with him, but told her she couldn't as he knew Yoruichi wouldn't like the idea of more women staying with them than there already was. She accepted his answer with a forced smile, understanding the position he was in, and left with her fellow Arrancars. The house Naruto bought wasn't a fancy one. Just your normal 2-story house with about 6 bedrooms, 5 for them, and 1 for any guest they might have staying. It also had a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, one on the first floor and the other upstairs. The only thing or things that made the place shine was all the furniture and appliances it had that were all up to date, from a flat-screen TV with cable all the way to a stainless steel fridge full of food. Of course they didn't know that everything that they had was pretty much top of the line and paid off. The only thing he didn't buy them were their clothing, as he didn't have any clue what to get them. Therefore, he left that up to both his wife and Kyuubi to deal with. Soon after they were settled in, Naruto explained to both Nell and Harabel that they would need to get jobs, but only got questionable looks from the two, prompting him to explain how the living world runs. With his quick explanation, they had a brief idea of what money is and that working was one of the ways of getting it. The only thing they had to figure out was what kind of job they were going to get, but he told them not to worry about it, as he would find them one. Nell was pleased to hear him say that, but Tai on the other hand didn't like the fact he was helping them even more, as she didn't want to be indebted to him more than she already was. But knew she had no idea on how she would be able to get a job without his help and kept it to herself. Instead, she asked what he plans to do with her 3 subordinates once they got their jobs. Knowing that she, or Nell, weren't there with them, they would most likely cause a ruckus. Naruto only smiled at her question and simply told her that it wasn't a problem and that he had it covered, so she didn't have to worry. It has been 4 months since then, and Naruto has been spending most of it training his daughter, Asa. While Nell would train Tia, Mila Rose, Apache, and Sun Sung, on her days off, on how to use their newfound powers that only Arrancars could use. Whenever she wasn't training them, Naruto would take over and spare with them one-on-one. There would be times he would have them all spare against him to see how they fared, and was surprised they worked perfectly together even when he would throw in Asa to mix it up. That was until Apache and Mila Rose would start arguing with one another, causing their so-called perfect teamwork to crumble. Once that happens, they both forget they were in the middle of training and would fight with one another. And Naruto would let them, seeing as it was great sparring practice for the two of them even if they were going all out. Using everything from ballast to Seros, if they knew how to unleash their Zanpakuto, he was sure they would have done so. There was one benefit to having them fight each other, and that was betting on the winner. XXX in the underground training facility XXX. They're at it again, Sun Sung said, wearing a shinigami outfit as she, Naruto, and Asa stood off to the side watching as Mila Rose and Apache fought each other for the 1000th time. I can see that, Naruto replied dryly with a keen eye. 1,000 yen, about 12 to 13 United States dollars, on Mila Rose wins, Asa voiced, getting Sun Sung's attention. 1,000 says she wins with a Sero, she said, sitting down on a rock, then looks up at Naruto waiting for his bet. 5,000, about 64 United States dollars, says Apache wins, Naruto told them just as Apache was sent flying into a boulder. I think you chose the wrong person, Otosan, Asa told her father. I think she's right, Sun Sung added as she watched the dust clear from the spot her comrade was. I wouldn't get your hopes up just yet, Naruto said, getting the two to look at him. She looks determined to win this time, he added as the dust around Apache cleared, revealing she too was wearing a shinigami outfit. That bitch, Apache thought, spitting some blood off to the side, then wiped the rest of her chin with the back of her hand. It's time I put that bitch in her place. With that, she gripped both her chakram-like Zanpakuto in her hands and glared at the Amazon-looking warrior across from her, then disappeared with a sonido. Mila Rose stood there in the same outfit as her comrades with the satisfied smirk on her face as she watched her flat-chested friend stand back up. Knowing what her friend was planning, she placed her Zanpakuto in front of her with only one hand it held and waited for her to charge. But she was caught off guard when she used a sonido instead of blindly charging at her as she usually did. Sensing her comrade reappearing to the left of her, she quickly shifted her stance and blocked her attack just in time, forcing her to skid back a bit. She glared at her friend while gripped her Zanpakuto with both hands and placed it in front of her, ready for the next attack as she planned to counter whatever her friend throws at her. Apache, on the other hand, knew how strong Mila Rose was, and knowing if it came to strength, she would lose, so she needed to catch her off guard. That's where her bala came in and quickly charged one in her left hand and shot at Mila Rose, who blocked it with her Zanpakuto while sonidoing in front of her. Swinging one of her chakram at her with enough force to cause her to lose her footing, and then kicked her in the gut, sending her flying back. Just as Mila Rose hit the ground, she slid back a good couple of yards. Before she finally stopped, she noticed Apache in the air above her with a red-like orb in her hands. Realizing what it was, she was too late to counter it with one of her own as Apache shot her Sero directly at her. Acting on instinct alone, Mila Rose quickly used a sonido to get away just as Apache's Sero hit where she was just at, creating a good-size crater. Seeing just how close she was to being hit got her looking for her comrade location, only to find one of her chakrams flying straight towards her. Blocking it with her Zanpakuto, it flung back to its owner's hand as if it were a boomerang, giving away her friend's position, but before she could act, she had to block another ball sent towards her. Just as she did, one of Apache's chakrams whipped past her the left side of her face, cutting her left cheek. Ignoring the pain, she dashed at Apache, reaching her before her chakram could return. Making her eyes widen as she swung her Zanpakuto, forcing her to block with the chakram in her left hand. The force behind the swing was enough to send Apache flying back, but she quickly recovered and stopped herself before she could fall towards the ground below. However, Mila Rose's last attack did more than just surprise her as she looked away from the Amazon-looking warrior down to her left arm. Damn, I think she broke it, she thought as she lightly grasped her arm with her right hand, causing her to cringe on contact. Damn it, I think she broke my hand too. In this condition, it won't be long till I lose, she added as she took the chakra from her left hand. She was amazed that she didn't drop it, but guessed it must have been the adrenaline coursing throughout her body. After removing her chakram-like Zanpakuto form, it began to swell up. Returning her gaze back to Mila Rose, she narrowed her eyes at her as she thought of what to do next, since her left arm was useless. She then suddenly dashes back down towards the ground with Mila Rose chasing after her. The instant she touched the ground, Apache, in one swift motion, turned around and threw her Zanpakuto at the incoming Mila Rose. Mila Rose's first reaction was to block the incoming attack, but once she noticed Apache Sonido away and the chakram-like Zanpakuto was right past her, she realized that Apache attack was just a distraction so she could probably Sonido behind her. With that thought, she quickly gripped her Zanpakuto and spun around ready to strike her opponent, which she figured that would be right behind her. And just as she thought, Apache was standing right behind her with her arm placed out in front of her with her Zanpakuto aimed at her throat, while her own Zanpakuto was positioned on the left side of Apache's neck. The duo glared at one another. Both of them were breathing heavily as they stared into each other's eyes, with one neither relieving their weapons nor admitting defeat. It felt as if time itself stopped waiting for one of them to make the next move, that was until they heard the sound of someone clapping. "It seems the two of you have improved," Naruto spoke as he made his way over towards them. Now, he started placing a hand on Apache's arm, the other on Mila Rose's Zanpakuto. "Why don't we end this little scuffle here?" he said as he lowered both Apache's arm and Mila Rose's blade. Doing as he asked, they slowly lowered their Zanpakutos, then turned to face Naruto and asked, "Sensei, who won?" Well, Naruto began scratching the back of his head. "No one, since it was a draw," he told them, but Apache didn't seem to like his answer. "What do you mean no one? Clearly it was me, since my Zanpakuto was at her throat," Apache declared in a matter-of-fact tone. "What are you talking about? My Zanpakuto was at your neck before yours ever touched mine," Mila Rose said, getting Apache to glare at her. "Don't kid yourself. My Zanpakuto was at your throat the instant you spun around," Apache said, believing she had won. "Actually, both your Zanpakutos were at each other's throats at the same time," Naruto voiced, getting both their attention. "But the point is, it ended as a draw," he told them, then looked at Apache. "Apache, let me see your hand," he asked, getting her to look a bit surprised since she forgot her hand was broken. It's fine," she told him while trying to hide her hand from him. "I'm sure it is," he replied, holding his hand out, asking her to give him her arm. She was reluctant at first but did as he asked and placed her broken hand in his left one. He then rolled up her sleeve and examined her hand along with her arm, finding it already swollen and could tell she had broken both of them. The next thing she saw was his right hand emitting a light green color and him gently placing it on her forearm. She winced once his hand touched her, but her pain was soon engulfed in a warm sensation as he dragged his hand up from her hand to her forearm and back down her hand, then removed it. "Yep, you broke it all right along with your forearm," he told her. Apache then shot a dirty look over at Mila Rose, who wore a satisfied smirk on her face, but before she could say anything, Naruto spoke, getting her attention. "This might sting for bit," he told her, getting a confused look from her as his hand suddenly turned from green to a red color. He then placed it on the spot where her arm was broken, getting her to gasp. As she gritted her teeth in pain, the red aura around Naruto's hand began to engulf her entire forearm along with her hand. She then felt like her entire forearm down was set on fire, and as time passed the pain only increased. The pain was too unbearable for her that tears started to roll down her cheeks as she begged Naruto to hurry up. Mila Rose watched to the side while Apache talked to Naruto about her arm, and once she heard she had broken it, she smirked. It only increased when Apache glared at her, but when she heard her gasp in pain at what Naruto was doing, she felt a bit guilty. It was the first time she saw her friends in that kind of pain and had to wonder what that red aura was. Soon as Naruto finished, Apache ripped her arm from Naruto's grasp and said, "What the hell, you said it would sting for a bit. Not like hell. Would it have been better if I did say it would hurt like hell?" he asked her. "No," was her only reply as she wiped her tears with her other arm. "Anyway, how's does it feel?" he asked, getting her to flex her hand. "It doesn't hurt, in fact, it feels better than before," she said, a bit surprised by it. "What did you do anyways, sensei?" she asked, having no idea what that red aura was. "I used my demonic chakra to heal you broken bones, that's all," he replied. "If it were healing my arm, then why did it hurt like hell?" she exclaimed while glaring at him. "What did you expect? Did you think reconstructing bones was going to be painless?" he asked her, getting another confused look from her. Reconstructing my bones? What are you talking about?" she repeated, then asked. Exactly what it means. I reconstructed the bones in both your arm and hand, he told her, but knew he would have to go into more detail. You see, when Mila Rose forced you to block her attack with your left hand, it not only shattered the bones in your hand along with breaking your forearm, but it forced the shattered bones to cut and tear up some of the muscle tissue and a couple of veins in your hand. Some even traveled down into your arm. Cause of that, I had no choice but to use my demonic chakra to dissolve the shattered bone and reconstruct your hand while healing your damaged tissue and your forearm, he explained to her, only to get a blank look from her. That's why my arm felt like it was on fire, she asked, sluggish tone. You can say that, since I did heated up your arm in order to dissolve the shattered bones fragments, he replied, then watched Apache lowered her head. Thank you, sensei, Apache said, trying to hide the light blush on her face. Sure, no problem, he said while ruffling her hair, getting her to swat it away. Damn it, sensei. How many times have I told you to quit doing that, she exclaimed as she fixed her hair. Counting that one, about 168 times, he answered her with a grin on his face. You actually keep count, she asked. Of course, just in case you'd ask, he replied, but before he could say anything else, someone else spoke. This suck, Asa voiced, kicking a small rock while as she and Sun Sung walked over towards them, getting their attention. Neither one of them won, which means neither did we, she added, getting confused looks from both Apache and Mila Rose. Sensei, what's she talking about? Apache asked. Yeah, what did she mean neither one of you won? Mila Rose added. Well, you see, Naruto began, rubbing the back sheepishly. Whenever you two start fighting each other, we stand off to the side and watch. One day Asa betted on one of you to win and Sun Sung and I went along. Ever since then we have been betting on which one of you would win. But you should proud of yourselves for ending up in a draw, he told them, but after getting a good look at them he could tell they were pissed. So you're telling us you've been betted on which one of us would win, Apache said, clenching her fist. What kind of people are you? Betting on other quarrels, Mila Rose asked. But we're not people, Asa voiced, getting both Apache and Mila Rose attention. Me and Otosan are shinigami demons, while you two and Sun-chan are Arrancars, she told them with a confident look on her face, getting both Apache and Mila Rose to stare at her. You know, she does have a point, Sun Sung spoke, getting the two to no look at her. You know what we mean, damn it, Apache yelled, getting Naruto to chuckle while Asa and Sun Sung laughed. Stop laughing, Apache exclaimed, only to get them to laugh even more. Before Apache had the chance to strangle them, Naruto stopped her by speaking. Alright, that's enough, he said, getting Asa and Sun Sung to stop laughing. I think we can call it a day. So you guys can relax in the hot springs, he told them, getting all of their faces to brighten up. However, before any of them could make their way towards the hot springs, Apache said something. You're not joining us again, are you, sensei? She asked, remembering what he did last time. No, I have something to take care, so you don't have to worry, Naruto replied. Good, Apache said as she and the rest of the girl made their way over towards the hot springs. Because I still can't get the nude image of you out of my head, she thought, as an image of Naruto sitting on the edge of the springs naked. She then shook her head, pushing the image away as she tried to suppress the blush that was making its way to her face, and made her way over towards the hot springs with the other girls. While Naruto made his way back up to the house. It didn't take them long to strip down, since they were only wearing shinigami-like robes except for Asa, as she wore an outfit similar to her mother's. The only difference was her outfit was purple, but she kept the orange sweater, obi, and the same style shoes she wore. Once they've taken their clothes off, they all hopped into the spring and let the hot water relax their sore muscles. It was quiet since there was really nothing for them to talk about. Well, that was until the other three girls noticed Asa was looking them, then at herself. What are you doing? Apache asked Asa with a raised eyebrow. I'm just wondering if my boobs will grow to the size of Kasan's, or at least Mila-chan's, Asa told her, getting looks from all of them. Why are you so worried about your boobs growing? Sun Sung asked, seeing no importance about having bigger beast. I'm not worried, in fact, I don't care if they're big or not. All I want to know is when they will start growing, she replied, patting her chest with her hands. And may I ask why? Sun Sung asked her. It's just, most of the girls in my class breast have started going already, while mine, well, you know. Or still flat, Asa answered, looking a bit down by the fact her breast haven't grown yet. There's nothing wrong with having small boobs or a flat chest, Apache stated, folding her arms over her chest. And you should know, Mila Rose voiced, getting Apache's attention and tick mark to appear on her head. What was that, Tits McGee? Apache spat out as she stood up while glared at Mila Rose. You heard me, washboard, Mila Rose countered, doing the same as Apache. While those two began calling each other names, Sun Sung took the time to explain. From what I learned, women's breasts tend to start growing around age 8 or as late as 13. If I'm correct, you're still 11, almost 12, she asked Asa, getting a nod from her. Well, you still have time for them to start growing. It's a proven fact that some girls' breast may grow slower than most, so they could be growing even though it may not look like it. You shouldn't worry so much about your breast growing, just be patient, they'll grow, she explained while ignoring Apache and Mila Rose, who were still yelling. Besides, if you're anything like your cousin, I'm sure your breast will grow to about her size, she added, getting Asa to perk up a bit. Wow, Sun Chan, how did you get so smart? Asa asked her, since she only been her for about 4 months or so and she already knows about women's breast growing. Well, after watching a lot of TV and using, now what did they call it, I think it's called the internet. Anyway, after spending a fair amount of time with those devices you tend to learn a few things, Sun Sung told her. After that little conversation, Asa began to wonder why Mila Rose was the only one of the 3 Arrancars to have bigger breasts while Apache and Sun Sung had little to none. If what you said were true, Asa began getting Sun Sung's attention while the other two were still fighting. Then why is it that Mila Chan has bigger breasts than you and Apache Chan? She asked, getting the 2 Arrancars to stop fighting and to stare at her. There was an awkward pause followed by the sound of water splashing from the movement of both Apache and Mila Rose as they sat back down. It was then Sun Sung who broke the silence. I can't answer that, she told her, since she didn't have a reasonable response as to why. I blame that damn Hogeo, or whatever that damn orb thingy is, Apache added. The real answer why is because it was what we looked like when we turned into hollows, a voice called out from behind the rocks that surround the hot spring, getting everyone's attention. Just after the voice spoke, Tia walked out from behind the rocks completely naked, with Nell shortly after her naked as well. That's what the bucket-wearing man said anyway, Nell added as she and Tia entered the spring. Lady Harabelle, Lady Nelliel, when did you get here? Apache asked. Just a while ago, Tia replied as she placed a wet towel on her head. Once Naruto-kun told us you guys were relaxing in the hot spring. We thought we might as well join you, Nell said, doing the same as Tia and placed a wet towel on her head. Besides, my back was killing me from working all day, she added as she sank into the water until just her top over beast were showing. That's one thing that will happen to women with larger breasts. Their back will hurt from time to time, Sun Sung told Asa, getting her to nod. It's not because of my breasts, Sun Chan, Nell whined as she sat back up, making her breast bounce, causing ripples to form as they jiggled around in the water. It's because I was walking all day, she quickly replied. Then shouldn't your feet hurt instead? Apache voiced, getting Nell to think of something to say but folded her arms over her chest. I guess you're right, Nell said, puffing her cheeks as she sank back into the water. Lady Nelliel, you shouldn't be pouting. You are a grown woman, Tia said in her calm tone as she kept her eyes closed while listening to the conversation. But it's not fair. You never get any back problems, and we work the same hours, Nell whined, getting Tia to sigh. That's because I'm a bartender while you're a waiter. So you tend to walk more than I do, Tia told her, but Nell still didn't like it. Well, it's still not fair, Nell replied, sounding like a little kid. Before I forget, Asa, Tia spoke as she opened her eyes, getting the young girl's attention. Your Otosan told me to remind you not to forget to finish your homework, she told her, getting the purple-haired fox demon's eyes to widen. Ah crap, I forgot, Asa exclaimed as she quickly jumped out of the hot springs and then ran to grab her clothes. After Asa left, a smirk appeared on Nell's face as she sat back up. Now that she's gone, Nell began getting everyone's attention. Tell me, what do you all think of Naruto-kun? She asked, getting confused looks from Apache and Mila Rose while Tia and Sun Sung kept their calm look. However, they were both equally confused as the other two were as to why she would ask something like that. What do you mean by what do we think about him? Apache asked. Like what do you think about him? You three are with him almost every day while we're working. You must have some kind of crush on, Nell told her, getting Apache's eyes to widen a bit as a light blush appeared on her face. The same happened to Mila Rose and Sun Sung, however Sun Sung showed it less than the other two did. Even Tia had a faint blush on her face but was hidden thanks to her dark-colored skin. I don't know what you're talking about, he's our sensei and nothing more, Apache answered while trying to hide her face. Are you telling me none of you has a crush on him? You have to be kidding me, Nell exclaimed. Then how about you, Lady Nelliel? How do you feel about Naruto? Sun Sung asked, getting her to smile. I have a huge crush on him, she flat out told them, getting them to look at her. In fact, you can say I'm in love with him, she added as she looked up at the fake orange sky-like ceiling of the training ground. You can't be serious, Apache exclaimed in disbelief. He's married, right? She asked her, but Nell had a look as if she could care less. So what if he is married? That doesn't mean I can't fall in love with him. Besides, it's not like I'm going to sleep with him unless he asked me, then I might reconsider. Until then I'll just keep my feeling hidden from him, she told them, but the other couldn't believe she just said that. Despite all of it, they all had some kind of feeling towards him that they themselves didn't know how to deal with, since it was the first time they felt like this. With Nell's sudden confession, the mood changed drastically and sat in silence until Nell began to talk about an anime she watched. It was about how a boy could become either Kami or Yami by marring their daughters. XXX Kyuubi's room. XXX. Kyuubi was in her room lying on her bed with a certain orange little book in her hand and had a light blush on her cheek. It was the latest volume of the Ika Ika series and the only time she had a chance to read. I was in her room since she didn't want anyone to know she read them. Just as she was getting to a good part in the story, she heard a knock on her door that startled her, causing her to drop her book. Who is it? She asked as she went to pick up her book. It's me, Yoruichi, the said woman called from the other side of the door, getting Kyuubi's eyes to widen. Is there something you need? Kyuubi asked her after picking up her book. I wanted to know if we could talk for a bit, Yoruichi replied, then waited for Kyuubi's response. As for Kyuubi, she began to think of what Yoruichi could possibly talk about, but nothing could come to mind. I guess you can, Kyuubi answered as she still wondered what she could want to talk about. That's when she remembered she was still holding her book. Oh crap, if she sees me with this, there's no telling what she might think, she thought just as she heard the door to her room about to open. Darting her head left and right, she tried to figure out where to hide her book, and after hearing her door open up some, she panicked. She then quickly picked up her mattress and threw her book under it like some teenager hiding his porn mags. After confirming her book was hidden, she quickly let her mattress go and turned to face the door just as Yoruichi opened it. Yoruichi gave her a wired look as Kyuubi was acting as if she were caught stealing something and asked, "Are you alright? You're looking a bit strange." Who, me? No, I'm fine, I was just Kyuubi then trailed off, trying to figure out what to tell so she would find out she was reading a smut book. I was just getting ready for bed. Yeah, that's it, just getting ready for bed, she told her, acting suspicious. Yoruichi just gave her a wired look and asked, is this a bad time? We can talk tomorrow if you prefer. No, it's alright, just come in and have a sit, Kyuubi told, acting even more suspicious than before. Doing as she asked, Yoruichi came into her room and sat down on her bed after closing the door while Kyuubi sat next to her. So what was it that you wanted to talk about? Kyuubi asked, still trying to figure out why. Well, it has something to do with Naruto, Yoruichi told her, getting a confused look from her. What, did you two have a fight or something? If so, I'm positive Naruto will apologize after he calms down, Kyuubi told her. No, it's not because we go into a fight, it's just, well, it's a little embarrassing to talk about, Yoruichi said, sounding a bit embarrassed herself. What could possibly get you embarrassed? Kyuubi asked, trying to figure out what could make her embarrassed that evolved Naruto. It's just, how can I put this? Naruto and I've been having too much sex, Yoruichi said bluntly, getting a blank stare from Kyuubi. Come again? Kyuubi sluggishly asked. Like I said, Naruto and I've been having too much sex, Yoruichi repeated. And this is a problem, why? Kyuubi asked, not believing she is complaining about having too much sex with Naruto. She should be glad to be able to have sex with a man like him. It's not every day you get to bang a fox demon, but the more she thought about it, the more she understood what was going on while she listened to what Yoruichi had to say. I'm not saying that having sex with is bad. After Asa was born, we have been doing it regularly. However, as time went on, we've been doing it more and more, till the point where we would do it whenever the two of us were alone in a room. He also would make some kind of excuse to get us alone just so he could, Yoruichi explained. After listening to what Yoruichi said, Kyuubi's suspicions were answered and knew exactly what was happening, but before she told her why, she had to know something. Kyuubi then stood up, getting Yoruichi's attention, and started to pace back and forth, then stopped in front of Yoruichi, then asked, "Are there times when you refused to have sex with him?" "There have been a few where I would tell him I'm not in the mood and then he just leaves," Yoruichi replied, not sure why that would matter. "And where would he go after you say no?" Kyuubi continued, questioning her. "I would always find him in the kitchen stuffing his face," Yoruichi answered. "I knew it, he was the one who's been eating all the meat," Kyuubi whispered to herself while narrowing her eyes at the floor in thought, then looked back at Yoruichi. "I know why Naruto is acting the way he is," she told her. "So there's something wrong with him?" Yoruichi asked, getting a nod from Kyuubi. "Then what is it?" she asked her, not sure if it were good or bad. "It's nothing too serious, just that he's going through his heat cycle," Kyuubi told her. Now it was Yoruichi's turn to give her a blank stare, not understanding how Naruto could go through a heat cycle, something like animals would go through. "His heat cycle, you say?" Yoruichi repeated slowly, getting Kyuubi to nod. "Care to explain?" she asked. "All right, as you may know, Naruto is a fox demon just like I am. And there are probably things you don't know about demons, especially foxes. So, let me enlighten you," Kyuubi began as she looked Yoruichi in the eyes. "First off, when a fox demon full matures, that's when receiving their fifth tail, they begin what we fox demons call a heat cycle. Only males go through this, since they're the only ones who are capable of marking females as their mates. Don't ask me why it's been like that way before I was born, but moving on. Once the male chooses his mate, he'll mark her with his imprint. In Naruto's case, it was a symbol of a nine-tailed fox. Once the female is marked, she is loyal to him and him alone, but there are cases when another male can mark another male's mate, making her his. That's only if that male dies or gives up his mate to that other male, but you don't have to worry about that ever happening. Anyway, as the male further matures, his heat cycles increase, causing him to mate even more, and eventually he would have to have more mating partners in order to subdue his cycles. Think of how animals who going in heat after they mated, they eventually calm down. Fox demons are similar in that way, the only difference is the male need more mates in order to do so," Kyuubi explained. It was a lot of information for Yoruichi to process, and after a moment of silence, she let out a sigh. "So you're saying Naruto is going to need more mates in order for his cycle, as you call it, to pass," she said, getting a nod from Kyuubi. "And how many mates will it take for a full matured fox demon?" she asked. "Let's see, a fox demon starts maturing once he receives his fifth tail, which only takes one mate to subdue his cycle, and when he receives another tail, the number of mates increases by 2. And since Naruto now has 9 tails, that means he will need 9 mates in order for his cycle to pass," Kyuubi told her. As for Yoruichi, she didn't like the sound of sharing her husband with any other woman, and before she could even think of sharing him, she had to know if there was any other way to deal with this. "Is there any other way for him besides him having to gain more mates?" Yoruichi asked, still not liking the idea of sharing her husband. "Well, there is one way that might work," Kyuubi began, getting Yoruichi full attention. "All you have to do is mate with him about 9 times in one day," she told her, getting Yoruichi to stare at her. "That's why it's easier for him to have multiple mates, but since Naruto gave you the decision to decide whether he can multiple mates, it's all up to you. Do you want to endure the endless sex or share him and end it all at once?" The answer was simple, however. Yoruichi was a woman who didn't like sharing what was hers, especially when it came to Naruto. But could she go through with it, having sex with Naruto 9 times in one day? Her max was about 3, 4 tops, but 9. She wasn't sure she could handle it. One round with him was enough to put her out. After a while her stamina increased and was able to last longer, but 9. The more she thought about it her answer became clearer and knew what had to be done. Yoruichi then stood up, looked at Kyuubi, and said, I know what I have to do. I'm not going to like it, but I have no choice. With that, she left Kyuubi's room in search for her husband, leaving Kyuubi all alone. I wonder how long it was going to take her. Who knows, I might get a piece of blonde foxy meat, she said to herself as she went to retrieve her book. Now it's time I get back to where I left off. With that, she lied back down and started reading where she left off with perverted smile on her face, then remembered something. I forgot to mention that female fox demons go through something similar. She said to herself but shrugged it off, deeming it unimportant since it will be a while before Asa would receive her 4th tail, and went back to reading her book. XXX with Naruto XXX. Soon as Naruto closed the door that lead to the underground training field he headed down the hallway. Once he reached Kyuubi's room he heard her talking to someone, but before he could guess who he heard his wife's voice. Hearing the sound of her voice was enough to make the demon blood in him to stir like any male fox demons does when they needed to mate. Fighting back the urge to bust the door open and ravish his wife, he made his way to the one place he knew that helped calm those desires, the kitchen. Upon entering one of his most sacred places, he began to go through certain cupboards, taking out his stash of instant ramen he hid from both his wife and daughter. After filling up his electric dispensing pot, the device they used to heat up water in animes and mangas used to make tea, ramen, etc. He made his way over towards the fridge and began taking out leftovers and any else that caught his eye. He stopped once he grabbed a package of Wagyu Japanese beef cattle or Kobe steak that he buys for Kyuubi for her help with training Asa with her demon chakra, and stared at it. If I eat this again I'm sure Kyuubi-chan will get mad, he said to himself as he put it back and looked for something else. After closing the fridge, the electric dispenser's beeper ranged, signaling it was ready. Placing the food in his arms on the table, he grabbed one of his instant ramen cups and let the machine pour hot water in. A few minutes later, he began feasting on the food he'd taken out and drank some sake to help wash it down. Not long after he started eating, Nell and Tia walked in, greeting him as they walked into the kitchen. They both had a surprised look on their faces once they saw how much Naruto was eating. That's when he told them that the girls were in the hot springs and that they can head there if they want. Taking him up on his offer, they left, but not before he told them to remind Asa to finish her homework. Just as he was started eating his last ramen cup, his wife, Yoruichi, entered the kitchen but stopped once she saw the mess on the table. There were empty containers of food along with empty cups of instant ramen scattered on the table with several empty bottles of sake. Yoruichi just stared at the mess on the table, then at Naruto, who had a mouth full of ramen, staring back at her with a deer caught in the headlights look on his face. She knew exactly what he was doing since he always eats when she refuses to have sex with him. So she figured that he must have had that feeling again and knew she didn't feel like doing it and came to fill that need with food. As for Naruto, he just stared at his wife as if he was just caught stealing, then swallowing the food his mouth and asked, "Did I do something I shouldn't have? 'Cause you have that look like you're upset about something." "No, you didn't do anything wrong," she told her husband. "But it does have something to do with you," she added, getting a confused look from him. "And what is that?" he asked, not sure how it could involve him. "Well, I just finished talking with Kyuubi about our little situation," she began, but Naruto interrupted her before she could say anything else. "What situation?" he abruptly asked. "About us having too much sex," she told him, getting him to place his cup of ramen down on the table. "So you're saying we're having too much sex?" Naruto repeated, getting a nod from his wife. "Now that I think about it, we have been doing it whenever we wake up, when we are in the shower, once Asa goes to school, and whenever we're alone in a room. Hell, we even done it in the kitchen when no one was home but us," Naruto said, listing of the places where or when they have sex. "My point exactly, we have been have way too much sex and frankly, I'm not sure I can take it anymore," she told him while crossing her arms over her chest. "Well, I can't help it. Ever since I became a demon, I suddenly had to these desire to mate and I don't know why," Naruto exclaimed, trying to figure out that answer but always comes up empty-handed. "From what Kyuubi said, it's because of your heat cycle," Yoruichi stated only to get a confused look from her husband. Heat cycle. What the hell is that? He asked as it sounded like she was saying he was going into heat like some kind of animal. It's something that male fox demons go through once they gain their fifth tail, she said as Naruto thought about what she just told him. What happens when they gain all 9? He asked, getting Yoruichi to sigh before giving him his answer. Their desire to mate increases, was all she said and nothing more. So that's the reason I've been having these desires, because of my heat cycle, he asked again just to make sure, getting a nod from his wife answering his question. Is there any way to get through this cycle of mine? He added, and was something didn't want to say but really had choice. Well, there's one way, she began but trailed off, debating whether to tell him or not. And that way is what? Naruto questioned as she waited for his wife to tell him. You have to make more mates, she told him, loathing the idea of him with any other women but her. Naruto on the other hand was dumbfounded with her answer and didn't really know what to say. You mean, he began, but Yoruichi interrupted him. Yes, it means you have to imprint your mark on 8 other females, she repeated, fighting the urge to smack him. 8? Why 8? He questioned, not seeing why he needed to mark 8 more women. From what Kyuubi said, once a male fox demon gains his 5th tail he would only need 1 mate, but the more tail he receives the mates he'll need increases by 2. Therefore, if one had 9 it would need 9 mates in order to subdue his heat cycle. That's why you're going to need 8 since you already have me, she clarified why he would need 8 more women. Okay, I guess I understand, but the real question is, are you okay with it? He asked, knowing when he marked her first he gave her the decision to decide if he could have any more mates. To tell you the truth, I rather not share you with anyone, but like I said, I'm not sure if I can take any more of how things are. If this can help you get through this, then I can bear if, for now, she told him, then turned around and walked off. I'm going to take a shower, she said as she walked away, leaving Naruto to ponder what she just told him. If Yoruichi were to walk back in, she would have seen 2 crimson orbs that replace Naruto's azure one when he goes into his demon form. XXX at the Arrancar's house. XXX. After soaking their sore bodies in Naruto's underground hot springs, the Arrancars got out and decided to head home since it was getting late. They said their goodbyes to everyone there, but when they tried to find Naruto, he was nowhere to be found, so they left without saying anything to him. By the time they made it home, it was about 11:15 and both Tia and Nell didn't have anything to eat since lunch, so they headed towards the kitchen. While Apache sat down on the couch with Mila Rose doing the same and turned on the TV as Sun Sung decided to get on the computer. Apache was searching through a list of anime trying to find a certain one but couldn't remember what it was called, which prompted her to ask. Hey Lady Nelliel, what was that anime you were talking about at Naruto-sensei's house? She asked, but all she heard was muffling sounds as a reply. What? Apache called back. Lady Nelliel, it's rude to talk with your mouth full, Tia informed her as she sat down at the kitchen table with Nell. Sorry, Nell replied after swallowing the food in her mouth. It's called shuffle, she answered Apache's question. Okay, thanks, Apache said. She then went on to the search part of the menu but then stopped there. How the hell do you spell shuffle? She asked, getting Mila Rose to roll her eyes. It's spelled SHUFFLEU baka, Mila Rose told her, getting one of Apache's eyebrows to twitch. I said how to spell it, not give me an insult, you bitch, Apache spat back as she began to input the letters. That's when she heard Nell's voice again. Don't forget to add an exclamation mark at the end, Nell called out, getting an okay from her heterochromia housemate. Apache then searched for the show Shuffle, and found what she was looking for, then pressed play and let the opening video play. About halfway through the show, Nell stood up and washed her dishes, then decided to head to her room since she already seen that episode. As for Tia, she was quite fascinated by the anime, so after she washed her dishes she sat down with her subordinates and watched the rest of the show. Soon as Nell reached her bedroom, she opened the door and stepped in, closing the door behind her as she did. She was about to take off her shirt, but she suddenly heard someone's voice that sounded familiar. Nelliel, the voice called her name, getting her to turn around, and to her surprise, she saw it was Naruto standing just by her door. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? She asked, a little surprised that the man she was in love with was in her room of all places. I have something important to ask you, he told her, taking a step towards her. Once he did, Nell saw that he was in the same clothes he was in when she saw him earlier. The only difference was his eyes, as they were now crimson red instead of the azure blue ones he had. There was only one time when she saw those eyes, and that was when he was fighting with Neutra, and now that she seeing the again, she was kind of scared and took a step back. What is it that you need? She asked, taking another step back. I came here to ask you if you will be willing to become one of my mates, he told her in a serious manner, but Nell on the other hand was dumbstruck. She wasn't sure if she heard him right, knew, and asked him again only for him to repeat the same thing. It was quite a shock for her. Not ever would she hear those words come out from the man she loved, especially since he was married. However, she didn't know what to say. That was until Naruto spoke. In the end, it's up to you. I will not force you to choose, but know this. If you do choose to become my mate, you will be loyal to me and me alone, Naruto told her, then turned and headed towards Nell's bedroom window, then looked at Nell. When you come up with your answer, you know where to find me, he added, and was about to head out the window, but Nell stopped him. Wait, she called out to him, getting him to stop and look at her. Let's say I agree to become one of you mates. What happens after that? She asked, since she didn't know what it meant to become a mate. First, I would mark you, signifying that you belong to me and only mate with me. After that you will obey any command I give you. Other than that you'll be the same, he answered her. Alright then, how do you mark these mates of yours? She questioned, but all Naruto did was turn to face her and walked over towards her. Once he was close enough, he leaned into her ear and whispered, I mark them during intercourse. Those words made Nell's eyes widen a bit as his hot breath touched her skin, sending chills down her spine. For some reason she was being turned on by the way he answered her, and watched as him stand back, then look at her. So what's your answer, Nelliel-chan? He asked, adding a chan suffix, getting her to blush since it was the first time he used it with her name. However, she couldn't seem to find the words to speak, but Naruto's strong sense of smell picked up the scent of her womanhood and knew her answer even if she could put it in words. It seems your body knows what you want, Nelliel-chan, he informed her, and moved in before she could speak and captured her lips with his. Nell's eyes widened a bit further once he kissed her as her mind tried to process what was happening, but the instant Naruto's tongue entered her mouth, she lost her train of thought, then wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him more into her as she stuck her tongue into his mouth. Several minutes later Naruto broke their kiss with only a trail of saliva connection their mouths. He then pushed Nell onto her bed and took off his shirt, showing her the muscles he hid underneath it that she could only see if she ever managed to tear up his shirt during sparring sessions. As she sat there, she watched as the man who was about to make her his mate put his hands in some kind of sign. The next thing she saw was the kanji for silence appear all over the walls in her room. She heard Naruto say that it was so no one would hear her moaning, which made her blush when he said it. Then in one quick motion he was pushed her on her back, then got on top of her and attacked her mouth again, while one of his hands unbuttoned her top and the other massaged her breast. Once her top was off, he quickly took her shirt off, then yanked off her bra and attacked her breast. Biting, pulling, sucking, pinching, whatever he desired, and she loved every minute of it. Every once in a while she would feel his bulge hit her thigh and thought it was her turn to pleasure him like a mate should do. In one quick motion, she flipped Naruto onto his back and began giving butterfly kiss down to his lower region. When she reached the hem of his pants, she quickly unbuttoned them, pulled them off along with his boxers, and was in for quite a surprise. As he saw his full erect member standing tall, and was surprised to see the sheer size of it and wonder if she could take it all. Pushing that thought aside, she took hold of it with one of her hands and began to stroke it, receiving low growl from Naruto. Nell then began to quicken her pace, getting Naruto buck his hips in sync with her stroking and getting her to stroke him fast. She then positioned her mouth at the tip of his member and took it in her mouth, getting a gasp from Naruto as he trusted himself deeper into her mouth, hitting the back of her throat, causing her to gag. Nell stopped there, but after she recovered she started to give him head, moving at a slow pace, then gradually get faster, until her head was bobbing up and down his member and made slurping noises as she did. The sensation of Nell's mouth tightly wrapped around his member made Naruto grip her sheets with his hands, and every time he felt her tongue rub the backside of his penis sent chills up and down his spine. Just when he was reaching his breaking point, he grabbed the back of Nell's head and pushed it down onto him while thrusting his hips into her mouth as he came. Nell was caught off guard when he did that, so when he came in her mouth some of it seeped past her lips and trailed down his penis while she swallowed the rest. Taking his penis out of her mouth, she licked up the rest of her prize that had escaped her and swallowed it as she looked back at Naruto, who sat up and took Nell's skirt off. He then picked up and placed her on his lap, then kissed her while she rubbed up against him, getting his member hard again. Once it was full erect, Naruto lifted Nell and placed the tip of his penis at her entrance of her womanhood, then pushed it in her. She had already lost her hymen from all the training she gone there, but that didn't mean she still wasn't tight. Naruto then let out a growl as Nell's walls squeezed him, but once he started to move Nell's body up and down, that discomfort changed into pure pleasure. Soon they were in harmony as the two fucked on her bed. Naruto then kissed Nell while on of his hands traveled down her backside down towards her ass. The next thing Nell felt was one of Naruto's fingers enter, knuckle deep, into her asshole. It made her arch her back while her pussy and asshole squeezed both his penis and finger. It was the first she had anything put in her ass, and in some wired way, it felt good, making more of her pussy juice seeped past her lips. After that little surprise, Nell continued to fuck Naruto and was close to her release. She then began to move faster while Naruto did the same, then used the finger in her asshole to rub the wall that separated her pussy from her asshole, getting her to squeeze him once again. When she did, he thrust his penis deeper in her until it was hitting her deepest part, getting her to arch her back as she let out a loud moan as she came. Just as Nell was about to come, Naruto grabbed hold of her, bit down on the left side of her between the neck and should just as he came deep within her. After coming down from there high, Naruto brought Nell down with him while he lied on her bed. Taking a quick glance at her face, he could see she was already pasted out. He then placed her next to him and got out of her bed. Next, he covered her and put his clothes back on and then left. XXX with Tia XXX. Tia was heading towards her bedroom soon as the anime she was watching finished. She couldn't understand how a weak human could possibly become king of the gods of devils with no power at all. She could understand if it were a man like Naruto, but as she thought of that, a faint blush appeared on her face. Pushing that thought aside, she walked by Nell's room and couldn't hear any sounds coming from her room and figured she must have went to sleep. Not wanting to disturb her sleep, Tia made her way over towards her own room. After reaching her door, she opened it and walked in, closing it behind her as she did. She took a few steps and felt as if she weren't alone. In one swift motion she turned around and swung her fist at whoever was there. To her surprise, her attack caught her incoming attack with one hand as if it were nothing. That's when she realized who was in her room. Naruto-sama, I didn't know it was you. If I did, I wouldn't have attacked. I'm sorry, Tia quickly apologized. It's all right, Tia, in fact, I commend you for sensing my presence. He praised her after letting go of her fist, getting a faint blush to appear on her cheeks. Thank you, Naruto-sama, Tia replied, but found it strange he was in their house, let alone in her room of all places. Naruto-sama, if I may ask, why are you in my room? She asked him, since she couldn't think of a reason as to why. To ask you what you think of me, he replied, getting a questionable look from her. What do you mean? Tia questioned him, not understanding what he was trying to do. It's a simple question really. Just tell me what you truly think of me, he asked her again and waited for her answer. Well, I think you're an outstanding swordsman and your strength is far superior than anyone I ever meet. She said, telling him what she thought, but after seeing him shake his head, she thought she might have said something she shouldn't have. No, that's not what I meant. I want you to tell me what you feel. The feelings you have buried deep down in your heart, he explained as he watched her get a little uncomfortable. Tia on the other hand did know how to express the feelings she had for him, since it wasn't something she normally felt. This was the first time that she ever felt like this towards a man that she could remember anyways. However, if she had to put it in words, only 3 came into mind. I love you. Those were the only 3 words she could come up with, but from what she saw in TV, those 3 words have a strong meaning in the human world. So strong that it has the power to change a way a person feels, acts, or thinks. However, she didn't know if it would change the way the man standing in front of her thinks about her. In truth, she wasn't sure if he had the same feeling for her as she did for him, but he asked her what she thought, so she gave him her answer. All she could do now was wait for his reply. So you're saying you're in love with me, am I right? He asked her, but she was too embarrassed to look him in the face and lowered her head. Yes, Naruto-sama, she answered him while looking at the floor. Naruto then placed a finger on her chin and lifted her head so she was looking at him. If what you say is true, then what would you say if I told you I have chosen you to become one of my mates? He asked her, making her eyes widen a bit. If that's what you wish, then I will accept your offer, she answered him with a blush on her face. Straightforward and no hesitation, he told her, getting her blush to deepen. I like that in a woman, he added, and then kissed her. Tia was taken aback by his sudden kiss, but the longer they kissed the more she enjoyed it, getting her to put her hands on the back of his head and push him more into their kiss. While they kissed, Naruto unbuttoned her top and Tia took it of letting it fall to the floor while he moved to unstrapping her bra. Soon as it was unstrapped, Tia took that off and threw it somewhere off to the side just as Naruto grabbed hold of one of her breast and roughly squeezed, getting her to moan in his mouth. Breaking their kiss, Naruto took off his shirt, then put a privacy jutsu around the room and then started kissed Tia again while taking off her skirt. Once it was off, he picked her up and carried her towards her bed where he lied her down and took his own pants off. After slipping out of them, he got on top of Tia and kissed her while lining the tip of his penis at the entrance of her womanhood. With a quick thrust, he pushed his entire member into her, getting her to gasp from him, stretching her walls to their limits as she dug her nails into his back. Letting her adjust to his size, he began to suck and pinch her nipples until she started to buck her hips, signaling she wanted him to start. Not wasting any time, he started to thrust in and out of her, till the sound of flesh hitting flesh could be heard echoing throughout her room. Tia was almost at her limit, and with Naruto hitting the deepest part in her was pushing her over the edge. He would then angle himself so when he thrust in her, his penis would rub up against her clit, getting her to gasp and wrap her legs around his waist, driving him deeper in her. Naruto kept pounding in her, making her moan his name. Then when they both were at their limit, he gave one last thrust and came in the deepest part of Tia's womb while Tia's walls clamped around Naruto's manhood. Milking everything he had to offer her, some of it seeped out and stained her bed, but Naruto wasn't done yet. After he was done spurting in her, he took out his member, making a loud slick popping sound as he did, and then flipped Tia onto her stomach. Next, he grabbed hold of her waist and raised her ass up to his now hardened member and placed the tip of his penis at the entrance of her asshole. Before Tia even realized what was going on, she felt Naruto's manhood enter her asshole, getting her to scream in pain as his penis stretched it. Luckily, his penis was lubricated with both his sperm and her pussy juice, so it slipped in with no problem. At least he waited for her to get adjust to him before he started thrusting in her. As he continued thrusting, Tia was starting to enjoy the weird sensation of being fucked in her ass. The next thing she knew, Naruto picked her body and sat on the edge of her bed with her sitting on his member while his right hand was on her pussy as he wrapped his left arm around her midsection. With a little help from Tia, he picked her and slammed her back down onto his dick. He used his right thumb to play with her clit while using his index and middle finger to finger her soaking wet pussy, causing more of her pussy juice to flow out, lubricating his penis while he continued fucking her asshole. Tia's eyes rolled to the back of her head as the feeling of being fucked in the ass while Naruto played with both her clit and pussy coursed throughout her body. She could feel her next orgasm rising, as did Naruto, which only drive the two to quicken their pace. Naruto then pulled Tia down, releasing his load deep into her ass and biting her right shoulder where the neck and shoulder meet. While Tia's walls clamped down on Naruto's fingers while her ass squeezed his dick as she came all over his fingers as the rest seeped onto his penis and legs. Naruto then pulled his member out of her ass and lied her down onto her bed, seeing as she passed out, then covered her sleeping form with her blanket, then got dressed and left. XXX with Kyuubi XXX. Kyuubi was still lying on her bed reading her little orange book without a care in the world. She was so lost in her book she never notices her door being opened until she heard someone's voice calling her name. Kyuubi-chan, the voice called out, startling and making her drop her book. Oh crap, she exclaimed as she quickly picked up her book and hid it behind her back as if the person who was there never saw it. Damn it, Naruto. Why didn't you knock? Kyuubi yelled while glaring at him. Did you see anything? She asked a dumb question. No, I didn't see you reading your smut book, Naruto said dryly, getting Kyuubi to stiffen a bit. So you saw it, she said, looking away from him as if she were ashamed of herself. What now? Are you going to make fun of me because read stuff like that? She asked, still not looking him in the eyes. I can care less what you read on your own time. Just keep it away from Asa and we're fine, he told her. Besides, I'm not here to talk about what you read, he added, getting her to look at him. And what would that be? She asked, having only one idea come to mind. I think you know why I'm here, he replied as she watched a smirk appear on his fellow fox demon's face. Oh, and what could that be? She said, innocently playing dumb with him as her smirk grew. So you're going to play dumb now, he told her, only for her hurt. I don't know what you're talking about. But since you know, how about you tell me, she replied, still plying the dumb act. Why don't I show you instead, he replied as she watched him close the gap between the two and kissed her. The instant he kissed her, Kyuubi grabbed hold of him and threw him onto her bed, getting a confused look from him. I know damn well why you're here, but before you can mark me, I have to punish you for eating my last piece of wagyu that last time, she told him as she did a few hand signs. Then her room grew bright red, then died down. What was that? Naruto asked as it looked similar to a privacy jutsu. It's my version of your privacy jutsu. Not only does it block any sound from leaving this room, but it also makes anyone who isn't me powerless, she informed him. However, Naruto didn't believe she could make a jutsu that could stop him, so when he tried to get up he found it futile, as if his body weighed a ton, and the more he tried, it became that much harder for him to move. But before he could get up any further, Kyuubi pushed him back down. Tisk, 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 Kyuubi made clicking sounds with her tongue while waving her finger at him. In here I'm the master and you're my slave. Now, she told her, then standing up and taking her clothes off, then got back on top of him. Pleasure your master slave, she ordered him once she placed her pussy in front of his face. Whenever I get out of this jutsu, Kyuubi, you're going to get, he warned her, but she just sneered at him. Key word, when. Now do as I order, she told him, shoving her pussy in his face. Naruto just glared at her even though she couldn't see, and did what she ordered and licked between her folds, getting her to arch her back and push her pussy more into his face. While he was licking her, she would keep pushing her pussy further onto his face, trying to drive his tongue deeper into her. The more she did, the more Naruto's tongue would explore her hole and then start to rock her hips, causing the tip of his nose hit her clit, making her to moan aloud. It wasn't long until she reached her orgasm, and when she finally did, both her legs squeezed both sides of Naruto's head as she came onto his face. As for Naruto, he eagerly accepted her love juice and drank every drop, even if it were Kyuubi who forced him in this position he was in. Didn't mean he wasn't going to waste what she was giving him. After Kyuubi recovered from her high, she figured that she should at least reward her slave for getting her off, and turned around so she was facing his lower half. Then moved closer towards his pants and unbuttons them, bring out his throbbing member that was aching it to be released. Since I'm such a generous master, I'll reward you, she told him as she started stroking his penis. While she was stroking him, Naruto was trying to see if he could use his chakra, finding it almost impossible with her jutsu active. And with her stroking him, made it that much harder for him to concentrate, but knew if he wanted to break through her jutsu he was going to need to go into his demon form. Therefore, he tried concentrating on gathering his demonic chakra while Kyuubi jerked him. The minute he had enough chakra for 2 tails, Kyuubi put his dick in her mouth, causing him to almost lost his concentration as he felt her hot tongue slid down his shaft, getting hit to thrust deeper into her mouth. Luckily, he was still able to recover just in time. Kyuubi, on the other hand, was using Naruto's penis as if it were her new toy, and once she stuck it in her mouth she felt him thrust deeper in her mouth, getting her to started bobbing her head faster up and down his pole. Every time her lips would reach the tip of his member, she would swirl her tongue around the head, getting him to jerk his body and thrust into her mouth. As she continued her attack on Naruto's pole, she would use her right hand to play with his balls and lightly squeeze them, getting him moan. She then picked up her past and started to deep throat him, taking all 9 inches of him in her mouth. Naruto was almost at his limit and still needed 1 more tail worth of chakra left to have enough to break through her jutsu, and fought back as long as he could from blowing his load. Because, if he did, he was sure he'd lose all concentration over his chakra and all his effort would have gone to waste. However, Kyuubi was getting a little impatient as she has yet to receive her prize, and to make sure she gets what she wanted she started to suck him harder while bobbing her head even faster, pushing him on the brink of exploding his load in her mouth. But before that could happen, Naruto opened his eyes that were now crimson red with black silts. Then quickly sat up, getting Kyuubi to let go of her hold of his manhood and fall forward towards the floor. Before she could even reach the floor, she felt two hands grab her waist and pull her back. The next thing she knew, she was on her back with a now naked Naruto on top of her and his penis positioned at the entrance to her pussy. How? Kyuubi asked, dumbfounded that Naruto was able to break through her jutsu. As she tried to figure out how he did it, she saw three tails swishing behind him, then it hit her. That cheeky Tem, he gave this clone more than one tail's worth of his demonic chakra. In fact, he gave it 5 tails worth, she thought to herself with a low growl as she watched 2 more tails appear behind the clone Naruto. Remember what I said, Kyuubi-chan, Naruto said, thrusting his penis full length into her cunt, stretching it to its limits, getting a gasp from Kyuubi. I said that, you're going to get it once I got out of that jutsu, he told her, thrusting his penis in her at every pause, making her moan with every thrust. Naruto then continued his attack on her pussy until he blew his load into her, but he wasn't done there. Next, he picked her body up and wrapped 2 tails around her waist with a third positioned at the entrance of her asshole. Using both his hands and tails, he picked up Kyuubi's body up and then slammed it down onto his now hardened member while thrusting his tail into her ass. He continued pounding into both Kyuubi's pussy and asshole, causing her eyes to roll to the back of her head as he mouth droop with salvia trailing down to her chin. As he continued pounding in her, he could feel the tip of his penis hit her back wall, causing her walls to squeeze him, and could feel he was close to releasing but fought back so he could keep torture her pussy. The longer he pounded, the more tightly her walls became and made his member feel as if it would melt in her. He then tightened his grip on her and slammed her one last time onto his dick, pushing the tip of his penis past her furthermost walls and shooting his load into her womb, filling it to the brim with the rest seeping out and down his thigh as he bit her right shoulder where the neck meet the shoulder. After he calmed down, he used his tails to lift Kyuubi of his member, making a loud slick popping sound as some more of his sperm dripping out, and lied her down on her bed. He was about to grab his clothes, but they were suddenly set ablaze. Looking over at Kyuubi, he could see a smirk on her face before she rolled over and went to sleep, leaving the now naked clone with no other choice but to leave butt naked. XXX on the roof of Naruto's house. XXX. After Naruto made his special clones, he waited on his roof for those said clones to return once they marked Nell, Tia, and Kyuubi. As he lied there with his hands on the back of his head, he stared up at the starrier-filled sky while trying to enjoy the peace and quiet, but someone thought otherwise. "Hey Hokage, why the hell are you lying here instead of going out and banging those chicks yourself?" Naruto exclaimed. "They have names, you know," Naruto replied, ignoring his question. "I know. I just can't remember them," Naruto told him, getting Naruto to shake his head. "But you still didn't answer my question," he added, getting Naruto to sigh. "The reason I didn't go myself is if I did, my wife would find out," Naruto told his hollow side. "What? How the hell would she find out?" Naruto asked. "I'm not sure myself, but I think it started when I marked her. I think it made some kind of special connection between the two of us, letting her know where I'm located. Whenever I stay out too late, she could always find me, when she wants to," Naruto informed his inner hollow. "Well, so what? It was her idea for you to go out and make more mates," Naruto reminded him. "She did, however women tend to say one thing which could mean something entirely different," Naruto stated, but his inner hollow wasn't as bright, so didn't understand what he meant. "You lost me," his hollow side replied. "What I'm trying to say is, even though my wife gave me permission to make more mates, I could tell she really didn't want me to. Therefore, I made my Karashi Bunshins, living clones, which are exact replicas of me, and sent them in my place," Naruto informed Naruto. "Aren't they the same as your Kage Bunshin?" Naruto asked, not seeing the difference between the two clones. "In a way, yes, however these clones have actual living bodies. Think of them as Gigais that can move on their own without a mod soul implanted in them, and unlike my Kage Bunshins, they have a longer lifespan," Naruto explained. The only downside is they use up an immense amount of chakra, 1 tael's worth to be exact. So I can only make 9 at a time until my chakra replenishes, he added just as the sound of footsteps came from behind him, prompting him to sit up. It's about time you guys came back, Naruto called out as he stood up. What did you guys have to muck fu? He started to say, but as he turned around, he noticed one of the 3 clones he made was naked. Why the hell are you naked? He asked his clone, only for it to glare back at him. Kyuubi-chan, was all that Naruto said, and Naruto understood completely. Well, anyway, time to get this over with, he said as he and the clone huddled up. The Karashi clones then placed a hand on one of Naruto's shoulders while the real one closed his eyes, and shortly after that, his demonic chakra started to seep out, covering his body like a cloak. His chakra then traveled from his body onto his Karashi clone. Using their hands they placed on Naruto until they were completely engulfed by his chakra. The instant the chakra engulfed them, the clones all gritted their teeth as the chakra that surrounded them was literally disintegrating their bodies little by little. Until the only thing left was 3 lumps of chakra floating where his clones used to be. The chakra then slowly receded back to Naruto, where it was absorbed back into his body. Soon as it was all absorbed, he opened his eyes, but before he could do anything his clones came rushing all at once, getting him to stumble then fall to his hands and knees as he tried catching his breath. What the hell did you do and what just happened? Naruto asked. Well, since my Karashi bunchins have living bodies, I have to convert them back into chakra in order to absorb them, Naruto said between pants as he stood up with his legs still a little wobbly. And just like regular cage bunchins, I gain all their knowledge and mental stress. So in other words, I just went through what it would feel like to come 6 times at once, Naruto told his inner hollow, who chuckled in response. And how did that feel? Naruto asked. There are no words to describe what I just felt, Naruto replied, getting Naruto to laugh. Once Naruto calmed down, he thought about something then asked, hey, you said that you could make clones that have living bodies, right? Yeah, weren't you paying attention? Naruto answered, but didn't know why his inner hollow was asking about it for. You think it's possible to implant me into one of them, so I can get out of your damn mindscape for once and get away from that damn woman? Naruto asked him. I think it's possible, but there's no way in hell I'll do it, Naruto said, quickly denying Naruto's request without a second thought. What? Why the hell not? Naruto exclaimed as Naruto jumped off the roof and made his way towards the front door. Because if I did, you would most likely go on a killing rampage, Naruto informed him as to why he denied him. I would not kill that many people. I mean, I might kill a few here and there, but not enough for that damn Soul Society to notice, Naruto said, literally admitting he would go out and kill a few people if given the chance. And that's why it will never happen, Naruto replied. One of these days I'm going to gain control over your body and you're going to regret not letting me out of damn your head, Naruto warned, but all Naruto did was roll his eyes. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Naruto told him, breaking his mental link with his inner hollow as he entered his house. Upon entering his house, Naruto made his way toward his bedroom where he found his wife's sleeping form lying on their bed. He then took off his clothes, leaving only his boxers on, and then slipped under the covers, wrapping an arm around his wife's waist, pulling her closer towards him. When he did that, he woke her up, who then turned to see her husband now in bed with her. Naruto, where were you? I was waiting for you to come to bed, but you never showed up, his wife asked him. Sorry, but I had a few things I had to do first. It took a little long than I thought, he replied with his eyes closed. But now that it's finished, I can, finally, go to sleep, he added as his words became groggy until he fell asleep. Yoruichi watched as her husband's eyes slowly closed as he was taking to her, and when he fell asleep she tried rocking him to wake him up, but he was out cold. She then shrugged it off and would ask him about it later as she nestled closer towards him, welcoming his warmth as she went back to sleep. Little did he know that his action would only infuriate the one he loved.